I am going to start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 23rd. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova, not in the chamber. Councillor Fry is on will arrive at 1 p.m. for personal reasons. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato, not in the chamber. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. So first, with an acknowledgement that we have the third anniversary of the declaration of the public health emergency on overdoses. April 14th marked the third anniversary since BC's public health officer declared a public health emergency on the overdose crisis in our province. 14th, more than 3,600 people have lost their lives to overdose in British Columbia, with more than 1,000 of these deaths happening in Vancouver. In recognition of the lives that have been lost and are continuing to be lost in the overdose crisis, the City of Vancouver flew the city's flag at half-mast on April 14, and we will continue to do so on this day each year until BC's provincial health officer rescinds the current state of public health emergency. We continue to work to address this crisis across departments and authorities, working with partners in the community and in other levels of government. In June, we will have a report back on my Mayor's Overdose Task Force, which we approved in Council in December. I'm hopeful that our collective active efforts will make a difference. In the meantime, I'm asking all of us to take a moment of silence to recognize the lives lost and to hold space for the grief in our community. So if I could please stand for a moment. Thank you very much. So on to the plan for the day. We have 3 administrative items, 2 report references. We have to deal with up to 7 administrative reports and 13 policy reports not adopted on consent, 8 bylaws and 11 administrative motions, 3 motions on notice, notice of motion, new business, and other matters. And just in terms of timing, we'll break at noon for lunch until 1 o'clock, and then from 1 till 3 we'll be in camera today. Then we'll return at 3 p.m. To deal with the remainder of the agenda, taking a dinner break from 5 to 6. Okay, so on March 13th, 2019, City Finance and Services Standing Committee meeting, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain provisions in the procedure bylaw for the regular Council and Standing Committee meetings during April and May as part of the Council meetings procedure pilot project. The idea is to test a series of possible changes to the processes of Council during Council and Standing Committee meetings to help determine their feasibility. In order to implement the Council meeting procedures pilot project, Council must suspend certain rules contained in the procedure bylaw at each meeting. We will address any changes needed as we come to them in the agenda. So, Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Councillor Carr, thanks. Seconder. Councillor Wiebe, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes. Thanks. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the regular Council meeting of April 2nd, 2019. Are there any corrections? Nope. Somebody like to move adoption then, please? Councillor Carr, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Bly, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's good, thank you. Okay, minutes 2 are the minutes of the public hearing of April 2nd, 2019. Are there any corrections? Somebody like to move adoption? Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the regular Council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of April 3rd. Are there any corrections? Nope. Thank you. Councillor Carr moves, seconded. Councillor Boyle. Thank you. All in favor? There we go. Any opposed? That's good. Thanks. Last one, minutes 4, the minutes of the public hearing of April 4th, 2019. Any corrections? Oh, okay. Move to adoption, please. Councillor Carr, thank you. Councillor Boyle, all in favor? Any opposed? That's good. Thanks very much. Okay, so now we're going to consider matters adopted on consent. We have 7 administrative reports and 13 policy reports. We've received a request to speak for admin report number 1, so that will be held. So council may adopt the recommendations and the reports collectively in a single motion. Does anybody want to hold any of these? Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Carr. Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Stewart. Yes, I'd like to also, beyond A1, which is being held, would like to hold P12. And just to make a note that I sent questions to staff on policy reports 2 and 11, and they have agreed to answer those questions at the time of public hearing.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we are doing holds for policy reports as well as admin reports at this time, or just
We
administrative?
can do that if you, yeah, it's 7 administrative reports and 13 policy reports.
Okay. I'd like to hold administrative report 7 and policy reports 10 and 12, as also noted by Councillor Carr.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I wanted to hold policy reports 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 14.
One more time, 2, 3, and we're a regular council here.
2,
Okay.
3,
Yep.
5,
Mm-hmm.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 14.
No, 14.
Sorry. 11. I definitely want to hold 11.
Okay. Thanks very much. Just a reminder to councillors, we're in regular council. Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. A simple one for questions. I'm interested in administrative report number 3. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay, then. So anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest in any of these items? Looks like none. So would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council containing the reports? Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Seconded, Councillor Hardwick. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's good. So the following reports have been approved on consent. Administrative report 2, administrative report 4, administrative report 5. Do you want me to read out the titles, or is that clerks? Did you want me to read out the titles? Okay. So administrative report 2 on campaign finance disclosure statements for the 2018 general local election. Administrative Report 4, 6168 East Boulevard, proposed closure of a portion of the street to accommodate heritage building facade encroachments. Administrative Report 5, closure and sale of a portion of lane adjacent to 2631 and 2685 Victoria Drive. Administrative Report 6, Powell Street overpass, land exchanges between the city, CPR, and Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. Policy Reports 1, which is the rezoning of West 31st Avenue. Policy Report 4, 8180 and 8188 Champlain Crescent. And Policy Report 13, Interim 2019 Solid Waste Utility Fees Adjustment and Bylaw Changes. Okay. So that's it. We'll be moving on to those a little later, but right now we have 2 report references. The first is a reference report on the Resilient Vancouver strategy. We have Katie McPherson, the Chief Resilience Officer, here to present the report. Thanks very much, and go ahead whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, is this my clicker? Thank you very much, and good morning, Mayor and Council. As Mayor Stewart just noted, my name is Katie McPherson. This is the first time that this resilience work has been in front of Council, and I'm really thrilled to be here today to share the work that my team, supported by many local partners, has completed over the last couple of years. There's a lot to cover since you haven't seen this before, and so I'm going to start with some of the context for the work, present to you our proposed framework, including walking through some of our key findings, the objectives for the strategy, and some near-term actions that we can take to start initiating our resilience journey right away. So in terms of context, in 2016, staff identified a strategic opportunity to access resources and support to evaluate and build our resilience by applying for partnership in the 100 Resilient Cities network. As one of 100 successful applicants, Vancouver was awarded support in the form of a grant which funded my position for Chief Resilience Officer for 2 years, and also access to a global network of cities, experts, and academics working jointly to find local solutions to some of the most pressing challenges facing cities around the world. In addition to global cities, we also joined Canadian cities, Toronto, Calgary, and Montreal in this initiative. The work I'm going to share with you today is the outcome of a nearly 2-year process that's involved the participation of more than 2,500 local stakeholders, partnerships with all levels of government, and collaboration and contribution from many local and regional partners. We initiated our process in 2017 by working with community and staff to assess gaps and opportunities and to set priorities for our strategy based on consultation and research. Through our process, we've not only developed a framework for the strategy, but we've also leveraged more than $2 million of grant and kind contributions to address critical gaps in our knowledge, including related to seismic assessment, resilient neighborhoods, and critical infrastructure. The actions and objectives for the strategy have been developed through an iterative process of research, learning, and engagement. Today, Council, staff are respectfully recommending your approval of the framework for our Resilient Vancouver strategy. And it is our hope that you will direct us to close out this part of our process and really launch our resilient strategy through integration of this work with the citywide planning process and in coordination with related initiatives, including climate adaptation and emergency preparedness. So what are we talking about? Well, 100 Resilient Cities defines resilience as the capacity of individuals, communities, institutions, businesses, and systems within a city to thrive, to survive, adapt, and thrive, no matter what kinds of acute shocks and chronic stresses they experience. From our community's perspective, though, resilience is not just about talking about the bad things to come. Resilience is a quality that we should strive for and celebrate. It's as much about physical threats as human conditions. It's about healing, empathy, and working together to solve problems. And to quote Hereditary Chief Janice George from the Squamish Nation, resilience is about planning with love for future generations. In Vancouver, we heard a number of resilience challenges from our community, but consistently, our top resilience challenges include our exposure to multiple types of damaging earthquakes and climate hazards, and the intersection of these issues with growing social inequity, unaffordable housing, social isolation, and aging infrastructure. Acute shocks spark immediate disruption, but it is the chronic stresses that undermine our capacity to thrive, and, as we are currently experiencing with the ongoing opioid crisis, the affordability crisis, and the climate emergency, it is the chronic stresses that evolve into emergencies if they're not proactively addressed. From residents, we heard many examples of the way that shocks, like the 2015 container fire, impact people and organizations in many different ways and expose barriers and inequities across our communities. Many of you may remember this 2015 container fire. It was an event that prompted a 24-hour shelter-in-place order for an area that extended from the port to First Avenue and from Main Street to Nanaimo. cars and drive away, to call in to cancel meetings when the West Coast Express was canceled, or to seal their windows and protect their families from toxic smoke, this event was an inconvenience. However, there were also many people that could not find shelter, that were isolated in their apartments and without access to information. For people that were facing chronic health and mobility challenges, this was truly an emergency, and one that had disproportionate impacts for those already facing barriers. Unfortunately, this story repeats itself over and over in our community. Whether or not our community and individuals are able to recover and bounce back or slide into a crisis is tied to the conditions that exist in a community day to day. These events are a window into the potential impacts of more significant hazards like major earthquakes and flooding, and they also represent an opportunity for us to learn and emerge stronger. In the future, we know that events like this will occur more often. It costs 4 to 7 times more to respond than to invest in prevention. As a city, we need to move from a position of response to a proactive position of resilience. In the face of a climate emergency, this is both socially and fiscally responsible and urgent. And the good news is, Vancouver starts from a strong foundation. We are an affluent and progressive city, and there is a reason why we are consistently identified as one of the most livable cities in the world. We're blessed with an innovative creative sector, strong academic partners, and the fastest growing economy in Canada. Our work today builds on generations of resilient action from our community and many previous councils. This council is already demonstrating leadership in key areas like housing affordability, rental protection, and climate adaptation. And we are well positioned to build resilience for future generations through the citywide planning process. Among the most important assets that we can and must leverage is the local knowledge and lived experience of our community members. From the Indigenous people that have lived here since time immemorial, to newcomers that bring unique perspectives from far away, resilience is not new. We heard over and over from community that this knowledge must be elevated and applied to future planning. And in particular, community input and consultation emphasized that resilience will be undermined by policies and practices that reinforce racism, poverty, and exclusion, and that trusting relationships and the health of our environment are central to resilience in Vancouver. To that end, the following guiding principles underpin our proposed strategic framework: reconciliation, equity, reciprocity, the way that we work with and support healthy partnerships and relationships in our community, and ecological sustainability, the way that we treat our environment and how we leave it for our children. Moving into the framework for our resilience strategy, the framework I will present to you today sets out 12 objectives across 3 priority areas: our buildings and infrastructure, our neighborhoods, and our city government. Our strategy is focused on addressing our greatest known risks, on changing the way that we plan to embed resilience into processes and to achieve better outcomes for more people. The 45 actions that have been developed represent tangible and near-term opportunities to begin to reach these objectives. Many of them are already underway. These are not all-encompassing, and they are intended as a starting point for this journey. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to walk you through, in reverse order, the priorities for our Resilient Vancouver strategy and provide some context around what we learned and why and how we landed on these objectives and actions. To start, safe and adaptive buildings and infrastructure. So Vancouver's buildings and infrastructure emerged as a key resilience challenge through our process from a wide range of stakeholders and city staff. Our buildings and infrastructure are the nuts and bolts of our city, and they are under pressure for a variety of reasons. Most notably, they are aging and require renewal at a time when affordability is at an all-time low. The majority of Vancouver's 92,000 buildings were constructed before 1990, when robust seismic standards were initiated. And the majority of our drainage and sewer infrastructure was installed in the 50s and 60s, long before climate change was factored into engineering. Yet our city has grown by nearly 50% since 1990. The region is set to welcome another 1 million people by 2040. In addition to local conditions, our city and infrastructure planning must also account for regional interdependencies and the vulnerability of infrastructure outside our jurisdiction. We know that about 80% of municipally owned infrastructure in the region is not insured. So when regional events happen, there are 23 municipalities vying for the same federal disaster assistance. A major flood, such as the one presented on the screen today on the Fraser River, is an increasingly likely event that threatens critical supply chains, industrial lands, and lifeline infrastructure. An earthquake in our region will exceed risk tolerance thresholds for private sector insurance, overwhelm federal backstop measures, and exceed the capacity for recovery at all levels of government. The point is, planning for resilience is not just about planning for the direct impacts to our city. It's about designing in ways that can withstand disruptions to infrastructure outside of our jurisdiction, and it requires that we advocate for coordinated regional assessment and federal and private sector investment in infrastructure that is essential not only to the survival of Vancouver, but to our national economy. For the city's part, we are doing a lot. In the context of climate change, a significant body of work has been completed that has enabled us to better identify coastal infrastructure at risk from sea level rise and invest in green energy and efficient buildings. When it comes to earthquakes, our civic facilities seismic program and the dedicated fire protection system are important assets. This is work that we can and should continue to build on and learn from. One of the most significant gaps that we identified through our process was the lack of modeling related to Vancouver's earthquake risk. Indigenous knowledge and expert evidence confirm that we are vulnerable to damaging earthquakes and will experience them in the future. And while we've done a lot to prepare based on general knowledge, we have not had the specific information to be able to inform targeted risk reduction measures and policy for buildings and infrastructure, in particular that which is privately owned. In order to address this, we leveraged the Resilient Vancouver process to convene and partner with world-leading experts and engineers to develop a robust and leading-edge model for Vancouver. This piece of work has leveraged more than $1 million in research and in-kind contributions from a wide range of partners. It started in partnership with the University of British Columbia by conducting an inventory of Vancouver's 92,000 buildings and classifying them into building type. We then worked with seismologists and earthquake experts to identify and model a likely scenario for our region. The work I'm going to show you today looks at the impact of a potential 7.3 Georgia Strait earthquake, 7.3 magnitude Georgia Strait earthquake. We do have more work to do to refine our model. So the work I'm going to share with you today only includes information related to buildings. It does not include infrastructure data, and it does not include the impacts of other scenarios. So while we have more to do to refine this information does provide us with the foundational data required to be able to advance policy, improve response, and identify specific actions to reduce risk and recover from earthquakes. The results of this work show, as you can see, a high level of damage is expected in our most densely populated neighborhoods. We know that this is largely due to the prevalence of older concrete and unreinforced masonry buildings. And this is important because, while it is scary, it also helps us to zero in on where and how we can act and to be very targeted in our solutions and policy recommendations. We know that this earthquake would exponentially increase our affordability crisis and completely overwhelm our ability to house the hundreds of thousands of people who will be displaced instantly. Across our city, this modeling indicates that 1 in 10 buildings will be unusable in the event of this modeled scenario, and that nearly half of our residents will be displaced immediately, many for months. With an anticipated 11,000 injuries and millions of tons of debris, there is very little that responders will be able to do to mitigate impacts in the immediate aftermath of this event. Response efforts will focus almost exclusively on critical infrastructure, and people will rely around them to help each other. You are going to hear more later this morning from my colleagues in emergency management about the earthquake exercise and the great work that is underway to plan to respond to this event. But I think it's important to also recognize that while building our response capacity is essential, you can also see from this map why it is not enough to mitigate and minimize the risk. And we can and should do more. The objectives for the buildings and infrastructure section of our strategy, therefore, address a number of the risks that I have just introduced to you and include improving building performance to protect lives, decrease displacement, and accelerate recovery following an earthquake. The need to plan, design, and upgrade civic facilities and infrastructure to serve diverse communities under changing future conditions. The need to anticipate, the objective of anticipating threats and minimizing disruption to civic infrastructure and critical services, and promoting regional collaboration to assess, finance, and fortify critical lifeline infrastructure and supply chains. One of the most impactful actions that we can take in terms of reducing the consequences of an earthquake and to stretch out our response capabilities is to improve the resilience of our existing building stock. By continuing to partner with our Seismic Policy Advisory Committee, we will refine our seismic risk assessment and evaluate socioeconomic impacts both of earthquakes and policy options. We will work in collaboration with the citywide planning process to establish risk reduction and recovery targets. We know that advancing seismic policy work will not be possible if it is not developed in acknowledgement of the trade-offs and co-benefits of other building requirements. So we will work across departments and learn from other cities to promote incentives and achievement of accessibility, affordability, green, and adaptive goals. Most importantly, we know that advancing this work, and specifically the regulatory changes and incentives for existing buildings, will require close collaboration with the province, and we're pleased that the province has committed to working with us closely in this area. In the context of our infrastructure, we propose to design and create a network of connected and shock-resilient infrastructure that will ensure the delivery of services to critical facilities and neighborhoods across our city. A connected network of infrastructure would mean that we would model and identify the roads, water, bridges, and sewer lines across our city that connect to critical infrastructure and shelters, and strategically invest to ensure that we can provide services to our community in the event of a disaster. We already have located disaster response supplies and hubs across our city, and there's work underway to invest in a hardened network of water lines and a resilient road in Northeast False Creek. Using new modeling, we can expand and integrate this work. This network will reduce disruption and save money. It will enable community members to stay in their homes and neighborhoods, and it will accelerate economic recovery. It can also provide a long-term roadmap for investment alongside clear risk reduction targets developed through the city planning process. Oh, this isn't, there we go, sorry. Our second focus area for the strategy relates to government and governance. We know that the magnitude of the changes that our city faces are beyond the capacity of one to manage alone, and a proactive and collaborative government is essential both for addressing the major policy gaps I've just identified and for providing the space for diverse residents and groups to shape our future city. I've spoken a lot about disasters and climate change because those are two of the most significant threats to resilience and the greatest priorities identified by our community. But I think it's important that these issues are made more complex by global trends. For example, we know that by 2050, 70% of the global population will live in cities. Many of the jobs we know today will be automated. More than 1 billion people are likely to be climate refugees. We cannot predict all of the specific impacts or disruptions that our city may face, but we can change the way we plan to be better able to sense these trends and adapt when change happens. Leading cities and organizations around the world are changing the way they govern and make decisions through the use of strategic foresight and scenario planning, a process that helps identify and track potential future trends and create strategies that are robust across a range of potential futures. Cities around the world are also aligning their work related to business continuity, emergency management, and climate adaptation to take a more consolidated approach to risk assessment and reduction. And recently, both the Government of Canada and the Province of BC adopted the United Nations Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, a framework that advocates for a whole-of-society approach to resilience and advocates for diversity of perspectives in planning for adaptation, mitigation, response, and recovery. These are all steps that Vancouver can and should explore as we seek to transform our city and our organization to serve our community in a rapidly changing future. The objectives under this section of our strategy build on these leading practices and respond to our critical gaps. For this section, our objectives include elevating the voices of underrepresented groups to improve resilience outcomes, shaping a city that can recover from shocks, adapt to change, and turn challenges into opportunities, strengthening organizational capacity to manage risk and recover from shocks, and advancing a holistic collaborative approach to disaster risk reduction and recovery. As part of achieving these objectives, staff are working as part of a $4 million research collaborative spearheaded by our partners at Natural Resources Canada that includes the development of a multi-hazard and land use modeling tools. Concurrently, our own urban design studio is working to establish a set of design indicators to evaluate resilience of neighborhoods based on the design of the built environment. These are transformative tools that can change the way that we plan our city. In the past and traditionally, we have built a city and responded to the crisis that we have created. This is the way it has been done for generations around the world. Today, though, we know enough about our risks and our hazards and the conditions that foster resilience that we can use new technologies to support the design of a city that prevents risks and save lives. This doesn't just mean building cities that can withstand earthquakes and floods. It means designing accessible sites and neighborhoods where people are in walking distance to clean air centers and where they can connect with their neighbors and where they have access to the social and cultural services they need day to day. And while it's important to leverage the new tools and technologies, and we should be doing this, it is also incredibly important that we learn from and interpret information from the lived experience of our community. We know that women have a unique role to play in resilience and recovery, and that by elevating the voices of Indigenous women and creating safe spaces for women from many cultures to share their lessons, we can expand our own perspective of what it means to plan in a collaborative way for recovery and resilience. As a near-term action, and thanks to Council's support, we will be hosting the first in a series of Women in Resilience Dialogues on June 4th. Closing out, the last but most important priority for resilience in our community relates to thriving and prepared neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are the intersection of our social and physical infrastructure, and they are where shocks and stresses are most acutely felt. Social connection is essential to healthy communities, and it is critical during emergencies. Following the 1995 Kobe earthquake, for example, the majority of individuals who were pulled from the rubble of their collapsed homes were saved by neighbors, not by firefighters or rescue workers. In Houston and New Orleans following major hurricanes, it was volunteers with boats who rescued stranded community members. And here in Vancouver, neighbors and community organizations consistently adapt and transform to help each other. They are on the front lines of the opioid crisis. They open their doors during extreme heat, and they take care of each other when times are tough. Improving neighborhood resilience helps recovery after crisis and also builds strong, supportive communities, which improve everyday life. The objectives for our neighborhood resilience section have been derived from close collaboration with our community and include cultivating community connections, stewardship, and pride, empowering communities to support each other during crisis and recover from disasters, transforming the way that our community understands and prepares for local shocks and stresses, and strengthening cultural, social, and civic services and assets. Early on, we wanted to develop this strategy in a way that was different, in a way that leveraged the knowledge and experience of neighborhoods and that would help us to build relationships as well as resilience. We recognize that community-based organizations are critical partners in this and are uniquely positioned to understand and serve their neighborhoods. By launching the Resilient Neighborhood Pilot Program, we were able to resource 4 very different community organizations in 4 very different neighborhoods to work with us on this journey. This helped us to understand the unique challenges facing neighborhoods, and most importantly, to leverage and learn from the incredible assets and experience of organizations and residents. Through this work, we work collaboratively to co-create and build partnerships and to create tools, including processes for community asset mapping. We developed resilience action plans in these neighborhoods and supported emergency preparedness training and knowledge sharing and exchanges. In terms of next steps, we are taking this information and creating a resilient neighborhood toolkit and propose council support to distribute a series of small grants to neighborhoods to help them to adopt and implement these tools. Out of the Resilient Neighborhood Pilot Program, we've developed the suite of tools, but more than that, we learned and were inspired by our community. We found that resilience is a topic that brings people together from all walks of life and has the capacity to forge unlikely partnerships. Resilience means different things to different people, and it was approached differently in each neighborhood. For example, in Dunbar, work to develop emergency preparedness capacity and leadership in that community resulted in a number of emergency exercises being hosted with our community at the Dunbar Community Center. And that community group is now working in collaboration with Kerrisdale on their resilience action plans. In Britannia, a strong focus on youth resilience resulted in the hosting of a really great Hunger Games event, engaging teens in resilience action in their communities, and then a zombie walk. Both of those events were so successful that they are scaling them up and launching them and running them again this year. 312 Main, a new organization in the downtown east side, served a convening role for their tenants and partnered with Emily Carr University to explore food resilience in the downtown east side. In a few weeks, they will co-host a workshop with local artists to change the way that we think about risks and hazards in that area. And Collingwood Neighborhood House has focused their efforts on anti-racism and community connections through a series of resilience labs. This work has enabled them to, they've leveraged this work to land a significant grant from the Vancouver Foundation, which will enable them to continue this work in their community over the next 3 years. As a near-term action and in conjunction with the scaling of the Resilient Neighborhood Program, we recommend supporting a community-led response process for a downtown east side emergency response and recovery plan. This was first requested more than 20 years ago by a group of agencies in the area that recognized their important role and inevitable role in responding to emergencies in their community. Recently, at a workshop hosted by 312 Main, many of the local residents and agencies again advocated for the need for unique planning in this region. This has also been echoed by first responders and emergency managers. And we believe that the city can contribute and support this community-requested process. In community, we also heard that resilience is as much about tackling hazards head-on as it is about working together. Residents are really excited about initiatives like participatory budgeting and the Thingery Sharing Library. We also heard that residents and organizations have capacity and interest in designing and testing new ideas in the places they live, work, and play, but that some of them have been frustrated from the lack of a clear process to do that in their own neighborhoods. And we've also seen some great ideas that couldn't take root here getting launched in Victoria and North Vancouver. Staff will work with community partners and learn from other jurisdictions to create pathways and spaces for residents, businesses, and community groups to create and test ideas and interventions aimed at neighborhood, climate, and disaster risk reduction. To close, council, and in commitment to community empowerment and partnership, we've planned a number of upcoming events to celebrate resilience in our community, including a series of resilience walks, which will be hosted in conjunction with the earthquake exercise coming up and through the course of May. The event in conjunction with the Women Deliver event that council has sponsored, and a creative lab and learning exchange with the City of Melbourne hosted at 312 Main with local artists. We're also really excited that the UBCM conference has decided to theme this year's conference as resilience, and we're working with that organization to think about different ways that we can celebrate resilience and show off the resilience within our community when those municipalities come to visit in September. So, in summary, Council, this is a strategy and work that has been built on local and global partnerships. It's intended to address critical gaps and to meaningfully reduce risk in our community. It promotes proactive inclusive planning and empowers and elevates community voices. We recognize that this is a start of a journey, and while we have a long way to go, we can do this. So far, we've leveraged more than $2 million to date, and we have confirmed many partnerships and contributions towards implementation. We see a really strong opportunity to integrate and refine this work through citywide plan. And we've already begun to embed a lot of this work through departmental initiatives. In terms of next steps, we will move forward after answering your questions today, responding to your requests. Our hope is that we can finalize and publish our strategy for June. This would enable us then to launch a Resilient Neighborhood Toolkit and grant stream and really begin the integration process through the citywide plan and the continuation of many ongoing actions. With respect to budget, many of the actions within this strategy have already been resourced, and further implementation and resource needs will be addressed through part of the annual budgeting process. With that, Council, I will thank you for your attention. I know this is a lot of information, and I appreciate the opportunity to bring this to you. So I'm not sure the process. We do have speakers. Do we go to them or ask questions?
Sure. Yeah, what we're going to do, I think, is just I know the next Van Slam presentation is brief, so I thought we would go through the second presentation and then return for council questions on both presentations and then from the public as well. So we could just move on to that. That'd be great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming
Council.
today.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Stevens. I'm the Director of Emergency Management. I'm going to talk briefly about the upcoming earthquake exercise taking place on May 10th that we have named Exercise Van Slam. But before, I'm just going to jump into a little bit of context on how that fits in to the earthquake preparedness strategy. So preparing for earthquakes is nothing new in Vancouver. In 1990, the council then directed a number of initiatives to take place, which looked at seismic upgrading of bridges, the dedicated fire protection system to ensure we have post-earthquake firefighting water available, Canada Task Force 1, the city's urban search and rescue team, and the Emergency Operations Centre and other associated initiatives. In 2010, in the lead up to that, our focus really changed into pre-Olympic public safety. And then shortly afterwards, we were able to learn from a number of earthquake events around the world. So in 2010, Chile had a large earthquake, and the earthquakes of Japan and Christchurch, New Zealand in 2011 were also big opportunities for the city to understand more about the earthquake risk in some very similar and like contexts. And as you likely know, the city sent down a number of staff to support the earthquake response and learn in New Zealand during that event. When we got back, we were directed to revive and update the city's approach to addressing earthquake risk. And we spent the next couple of years developing the earthquake preparedness strategy and implementing a number of small quick win items through that. And the strategy was endorsed by council in December 2013. And we spent the next few years implementing the actions that were identified. And those four main category areas, including community and volunteer, critical services and critical infrastructure, our buildings, and response and recovery planning and capacity building within the city. And here we are now in 2019. We've been implementing a lot of the actions, and the two large ones that you've heard a little bit about early on was the updated seismic risk assessment as part of the addressing buildings, the building mitigation program, and of course, what I'm going to talk about next, exercise Van Slam. So just to give a sense of the types of activities within the strategy, and you'll notice that a couple of these, you'll see some overlap and integration with work that's being furthered underneath the resilience banner that Katie spoke about earlier. So under volunteers and community, we implemented the disaster support hubs as a place for grassroots community to respond and connect following a disaster. We have updated emergency social services response plans to support displaced people. People displaced from their homes. We have a number of actions related to the Vancouver Volunteer Corps, the Resilient Neighbours pilots that Katie mentioned earlier, and implementation of a number of new tools to sort of engage the public, including the Quake Cottage earthquake simulator that we bring out, and some other more innovative events to engage the public. In terms of critical services, we've had a large effort, especially from our engineering department, who owns most of the infrastructure, by looking at our bridges, upgrading the bridges, developing response plans. You can see the image there is a quick guide to support the rapid assessment of bridges. So all of our large bridges have these quick guides and more under development to make it really easy for staff to identify the key components of each specific bridge and the safe areas to assess. There's been work done piloting Japanese pipes that are more seismically resilient and looking at how we can make our water grid more resilient in the key areas. Excuse me, backup power to pump stations and that type of thing. So a lot of actions that are focused on reducing the risk and responding to damage to our infrastructure. In terms of buildings, you're likely aware the deconstructed East Annex that was there to address the risk in that building, and also the upgraded seismic upgrade to the west. So these are on our civic buildings. We took the opportunity through the West Annex to install an earthquake early warning system so we could pilot the types of things and understand what it meant to install an early warning system in a civic facility and see how we can address some of the challenges that have come out of that. Likewise, there's a number of activities that are focused on private buildings where the city, rather than building owner, acts as more of a regulator. And some of that work you've heard about already through Katie's presentation. And the type of activities under the emergency planning and capacity building umbrella revolve around a number of response plans that have been updated and developed. Too many to list here, but one of the key ones that was recently done was our building damage assessment plan, how we assess the buildings that will be damaged throughout the city, how we prioritize that assessment, and also looking at some GIS tools that can be used in the field to capture that damage assessment information and workflow it back to the Emergency Operations Center and our building and development teams for analysis. The implementation of an emergency management information system and a robust training and exercise program that's seen an increase in our EOC staff capacity pool to over 300 people. And advanced training implemented and developed by staff in the EOC area for our disaster staging areas in the field and a rapid damage assessment. So areas that we had basic training for, but we were able to implement more advanced courses to make sure that our staff are well prepared to take on their emergency roles. And that will all be tested, those processes, during exercise Van Slam on May 10th. So looking at our exercise and training program, we generally plan on a 3 to 5 year horizon for our exercise and training. The last large full-scale earthquake exercise took place in 2012. And since then, we've been implementing a lot of the lessons learned. We've been updating our plans, implementing and developing more training, and conducting a number of smaller exercises. So included in that, we've had a functional exercise on evacuations and some other plans that are not directly related to earthquake specifically, but sort of can be used and taken out at that time. We also had a number of large events that got us activating our Emergency Operations Center. So while they were not an exercise, they were real events where we learned real lessons and were able to update our plan. So again, the 2015 Port Chemical Fire and the Marathassel oil spill were two significant events, but not the only ones that we activated in that time. We're here now looking at exercise Van Slam, which is really an internally focused exercise, meaning the majority of activity is city staff and some of our volunteer teams, not so much engaging with external players, though there are some people such as the provincial emergency management folks at Emergency Management BC who are connected in. And this is focusing on the day, essentially the day of the earthquake. So looking at our response on the day of the earthquake. Out of that, we fully expect there to be a number of lessons and gaps that are identified. We will take those, have them prioritized, and work on updating our plans, processes, tools, and again, going through smaller exercises as we lead up to exercise Coastal Response in 2022, which is a provincially led exercise that's going to take place throughout the region. So this will be an opportunity to really connect in with other municipalities, with the province and our critical infrastructure and other response and recovery partners. And the focus of this exercise is going to be several days after the earthquake. So it complements nicely Van Slam this year, which is focusing on our initial response. In terms of our exercise objectives, they cover 4 main areas. One is response coordination, so how we collaborate and coordinate within the city between our emergency operations centers, our fields teams, and our various department operations centers, how we interact with the policy group, and how we connect in with the regional, provincial emergency center. That's our next level of support. Communications and technology, as you can imagine, can be damage to our core standard communication system. There's an opportunity for staff to really dig out the redundant communication devices such as our radio systems, our satellite phones, satellite internet connections, and our amateur radio, so we can practice the utilization and information flow over those tools, and also test some of our cloud-based systems such as VanOrca, the Emergency Management Information System, and VanEmerge, which is our cloud-hosted redundant website, so that we can provide public information in a disaster. Damage assessment is very earthquake specific, though can be activated for other emergencies, looking at how we assess the buildings, and mass care, how we look after people displaced from their homes. And on that, I really do need to stress that we are the capability of the city to look after displaced people is very, very limited. And as Katie mentioned earlier, we need to focus a lot of our effort on mobilizing the community as well, so that various community groups can take a larger role in supporting each other. The scenario itself, while I can't get into really detailed specifics in an open forum ahead of the exercise, it's a major earthquake that impacts the city, and the scenario was developed in partnership with Natural Resources Canada to facilitate the exercise objectives. It is not the biggest earthquake we could have. We wanted to have something that would allow us to test and go through the processes that we identified in the previous objective slide. The impacts: there will be damage to transportation networks, critical services, hospitals will be in code orange, there will be fires and power outages as part of this scenario, and there will be multiple requests for Canada Task Force 1, our Urban Search and Rescue Team, and Emergency Management BC will implement their BC Earthquake Immediate Response Plan. So it is significant enough that a number of earthquake response mechanisms will be put in place. The exercise, in terms of our scope, we have almost 700 people participating in the exercise. That's broken down by about 550 staff, 137 volunteers, 27 evaluators, and 9 controllers. So those are the numbers of people that will be actually active on the day of the exercise. And you can see sort of the department breakdown on the right. But it's also important to notice we've had 20 staff working with our exercise design team over the past year and a half, developing the exercise index and the storyline and the story arc for the exercise. So they've been really intimately involved, and they're supporting across all departments involved the development of this exercise. In terms of the budget, for 2 years for a total of $258,000. Which was incorporated into the city's operating budget in 2018 and 2019. And in terms of key sites, so the earthquake exercise activating our live play, so that's field play in 2 zones of the city. So we divide the city into 6 disaster response zones, and we have 2 of them activated. And the sites that will be up and running are our Emergency Operations Center, a number of operations centers from our various departments. Some of these are the first times these departments are exercising in an integrated exercise of this scale. Our disaster staging areas in the 2 zones, emergency social services group lodging facilities and reception centers will be activated at Kitsilano and Hillcrest. A number of fire halls and the urban search and rescue team have a site as well. And of course, there will be field activity throughout the neighborhoods as building inspectors drive the response routes and look at inspecting buildings, etc. While I've said this is mostly an internal exercise, and that is true, we do have participation from Emergency Management BC, and we have engaged our regional partners to act as evaluators and controllers throughout the exercise. So this is a way that we can really connect with our partners from emergency management at other local governments, from some of the First Nations in the region, and a few of our critical infrastructure providers. We've also have a number of emergency managers from some of the large cities in Canada coming to observe and evaluate the exercise as well, to give us that sort of check and balance and expertise on how things are done elsewhere, and sort of that critical eye on our processes and tool sets here. So we really look forward and are very thankful for the number of people who have come to support this exercise execution. How to fit in going forward? We will be developing an after-action report associated with the exercise and an action plan on how we can implement those actions. We will also start the exercise planning, or have already started the exercise planning for coastal response in 2022. There'll be that period leading up to the next exercise of a lot of plan updates, training, and smaller exercises, and the implementation of a prioritized list of activities coming from VanSlam that will be prioritized by our city leadership team. And then, of course, exercise coastal response in 2022, which will focus on some very similar objectives. You can see damage assessment, critical infrastructure, mass care are two things that we're focusing on now. So we're positioned quite well for participation in that exercise, as well as joint information coordination and continuity of government. In terms of mayor and council, just a brief reminder that the first thing that you should all do is please check in with your family and implement your earthquake response plans at your family level. For the mayor, respond to the Emergency Operations Center and join the policy group for initial briefings and potentially to declare emergency. And for councillors, once you've checked in with your family, if you're at City Hall, connect in with corporate security at the post-earthquake muster point. And if you're not at City Hall, you can connect in, if possible, by telephone to the Security Operations Center or the Emergency Operations Center. And those red guidebooks that you all have the right information and a summary of those steps as well. However, on exercise day, you'll all receive an automated text and voice call stating that the exercise is starting. That sort of takes place of the earthquake. If only we could really predict an earthquake 3 weeks out. But that's sort of the start of the exercise. Councillors, I understand that many of you are engaged in other civic duties on May 10th, so you don't actually need to follow your steps in response to that. However, the mayor will join us down at the EOC. But you will all receive an automated text and email message following with the same kind of email that you're going to receive in an actual event, which will remind you of the steps in the red guidebook, the initial steps, and also ask you to confirm receipt of the message. That confirmation of receipt will be registered at the Emergency Operations Center, and it gives us a little bit of redundancy in that in your check-in, that we know you've actually been able to connect and acknowledge receipt of that message. So that email will be sent out. If you're able, I would ask you to it should be non-disruptive in terms of the impact on your other activities that day, but if you can click the link in that email or respond via the text message to just confirm receipt, that would be great. And lastly, how can the public get involved? One of the big activities we're doing this year, I should say, around Emergency Preparedness Week, as Katie mentioned earlier, is our Resilient Neighborhood Walk series. So we've partnered with Neighbor Lab, and there are 4 walks happening at the beginning and the end of Emergency Preparedness Week, so May 4th, 5th, and May 11th and 12th, where members of the public can learn about emergency preparedness and resilience at the neighborhood level, discuss how they can make their community more resilient, and participate in a bit of a street mapping activity to learn about unique assets within their neighborhood. And councillors and public are welcome to join, sign up for any of these walks. As I said, they're free. neighborlab.com/workshops for more information. So in summary, we've put a lot of effort into earthquake preparedness over a number of years. We continue to do that with the earthquake preparedness strategy, and now you can see with the resilience strategy further some of that work as well. We've updated our risk assessments in partnership with the academic and scientific community when new tools and information become available. Our latest focus has been heavily on the development of the Van Slam earthquake exercise over the past 18 months, and it's driven a lot of planning, which is great, training and support tools and systems. We will be updating with the post-exercise review and the updated risk assessments. That's going to drive our much of our activity over the coming years as we lead up to exercise coastal response. And again, we invite you and the public to join us at any one of the neighborhood walks that are coming up during Emergency Preparedness Week. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Looks like we, so how we're going to proceed here, just questions from council. And then we'll have to waive our bylaws to continue with the pilot and then move to questions from the public. Okay, so I have Councillor Carr. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. And I am quite happy to hear from the public first if that's something that
Okay.
council would like to, because I know that they've been waiting and
Okay.
like to kind of integrate that, I think.
Thanks very much. So I'll stop you here. And so I'll just we'll have to waive the bylaws then. So we have received requests to speak to this report as part of the council hearing procedures pilot project. Council agreed to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day they are listed on the agenda. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 13.7 of the procedure bylaw regarding public delegations' permissions to speak. Suspending the rule will allow council to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day they are listed on the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Carr seconded. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That's good. Thank you very much. So the first speaker on our list is Nola Seymour. Thanks very much for coming in.
I'm Nola Kate Seymour. I'm the chair of the Vancouver City Planning Commission. And actually, I'm here as well because I'm the former president and CEO of the International Center for Sustainable Cities. And we worked with the UN and various cities and places internationally on earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, responses to these kinds of crises. So I'm speaking with both those hats on. I want to start by saying that I'm obviously in support of the Resilience City Strategy. And for the last 3 years, the Vancouver Planning Commission has in fact focused on resiliency as its most important goal. Part of our mandate is to look at the future of the city. And we saw resiliency as being politically neutral, involving all groups and statuses within the city, and therefore something that could bring people together in a way that we had hoped years and years ago that sustainability would. And so resilience seemed to go beyond any of the other issues and brought people together, and that's why we've been working on it. I want to make 3 points. The first is, I think the success of the Resilient Cities strategy and the office and the work that Katie and her staff have done has been largely because they undertook a different kind of engagement process. So it was not public hearings and information going out, one-way communication. It really involved, and in particular the neighborhood, community neighborhood staff, pilots, involved real consultation. And I think council and Vancouver in general has a problem with participation. We've got such sophisticated community groups. They want to be involved in co-design. They're no longer willing to just sit there and participate and give ideas and then have you pick them up or not. They really are, in my comparison to other cities around the world, you're way ahead of the other cities, and therefore there's a different expectation. So the first point I make is that methodology that they've been using has set a high standard. Is that red light saying I've already finished?
Right. Well, if I could just interject there, and I'll freeze your time. That we have instituted a new pilot project where it's 3 minutes for presentations, but we didn't actually waive that part of the bylaw before you started speaking. So you have up to 5 minutes, but then we'll waive it for the rest.
Oh, I love that. I won't take long. I have 2 more points.
Okay, great. Thanks.
One is the other thing that was really unique about what happened was because Katie was located reporting to the assistant manager and in the city manager's office, she had access and the influence all of the different parts of the city departments. That was essential. I think that's essential that it, in the future, assuming that you will continue to have this kind of function, that it maintain a central rather than a line focus. The third point is question. In both presentations this morning, there's very little reference to gas and Fortis Gas and BC Hydro. And in my experience internationally, one of the biggest impacts of an earthquake is a fire. And so, you know, our buildings may shake and rattle and some will fall, will remain, but the fire will leap up the mountain and will be crispy critters. So there's technology. Japan has technology to sense building shaking and to bring in and to close off the gas. And my feeling is that we really need to be embracing those newer technologies. And so my question is, to what extent has Fortis been front and center in this stuff?
Great. Thanks very much. So, yep, and there may be questions for you, but I just want, Council, we should pass this procedural motion. So I need a motion to suspend the bylaw in order to that, so the presentations are 3 minutes, as well as the questions to presenters. So moved by Councilor DeGenova, seconded by Councilor Bly. All in favor? Great, thanks. Just one more administrative thing. I do have a list of folks on the queue. I'm just not sure that everybody wanted to ask questions to, no. So I'm going to clear the queue. Okay, so Councilor Carr, you have a question for presenter?
I do.
Great, okay.
Thank you.
Up to 3 minutes, thanks.
Ms. Seymour, so much, and for all the work that you do broadly and with the Vancouver City Planning Commission. I first of all want to just ask you a question about a theme that arises in the report, which is the importance of really engaging people, as you mentioned, and specifically to integrate this work into the citywide plan, which I know you have been interested in through the Planning Commission. Can you just describe for me how you think that integration, this work into the citywide plan, could best be achieved? And if you can't answer the whole thing today, if you are prepared to take that back to the Vancouver City Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll do that. I think if the citywide plan is going to be successful, it needs to engage neighborhoods. And it's the engagement of the neighborhoods that Kitty's got the expertise in that kind of engagement that's different than typical stuff. And I think just posing the question is a way of getting, so if you think of resilience, you know something's going to happen. And you can get people thinking way out in a way that they don't if you just say, let's talk about our neighborhood plan. Neighborhood plan, they think zoning bylaws, it's all really focused down. So I think resilience gives you the opportunity to look at really for future.
Okay, that's great. And you will take it back?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And my second question has to do with the comment you made about cities and some of the issues. You said hydro and gas and fire problems. I'm interested if your knowledge of cities around the world, if there's any cities that are planning for resilience in terms of actually generating their own energy. For example, making sure that there are solar hot water systems on roofs and in civic buildings, and that there's PVC, so we can generate power in case those hydro lines go down. That's in the report saying that could be a big problem. Is your knowledge, do you have that knowledge of what's happening around the world in leadership in this?
I'm 10 years out of date, but I would say that many cities are ahead of us, certainly were for a long time in doing that. And funnily, places like Hawaii, where they've got grass fires and tsunamis and practice regularly on those things, and Durban, South Africa, and then some of the Nordic cities. But the Nordic cities they're not remarkable to me in the way that more southern ones are.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Thank you. Thanks for
3
being
minutes,
here.
go ahead.
I'm interested in, we've received some feedback, and I'm interested in your perspective on whether or not there's sufficient representation of sort of a gendered perspective or a women's perspective in this report. I noticed that Women Transforming Cities was one of the groups that was involved, but not the Women's Advisory Committee for the City of Vancouver. And so I think Council received some letters that sort of suggest that women are the ones taking transit more often impacted more in emergencies, ones that can make decisions or, might be more involved in things like recycling choices or choice of energy saving options in the home. So, and it's hard to find any explicit references in this report at all to women. And given that we have such a commitment on this council, our council is 80% women, women are not a minority in terms of people in the city. Do you feel that that perspective is underrepresented in this report, or can you comment further?
I think that's very interesting because I think it's assumed and not made explicit. Because Women Transforming Cities were engaged certainly in the stuff we did, as was the Women's Advisory Committee. So we did a number of things with Katie's blessing, and that was heavily related to women. Internationally, there's no question women are the key to disaster prevention and recovery. And I think the We Deliver conference is going to provide more focus for that aspect of resiliency.
Okay, so by follow-up to that, if it's not, and I think your points are really well taken, I appreciate them, do you think it's important that more of a focus be put on the work that goes forward from this point? Because I feel a little unsettled that it's not, to your point, it might be implicit, but it's not stated in this report. So do you think that needs to be more explicit moving forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Seymour, for your presentation. Just really briefly, I appreciate your point about BC Hydro and Fortis and that connection to gas, possibility of fires. From your perspective and experience, do you feel that the resilience strategy covers all hazards? Because obviously there's a huge focus on earthquake preparedness given where we live, and that's quite common with emergency preparedness to start identifying those profiles. But are there other areas that we should be exploring, ensuring we're preparing for, whether it be natural disasters or technological or socioeconomic? And I'm just curious if there are gaps that you had identified.
Yes. I think the two greatest threats to security now are nuclear and climate change. And we're doing well on climate change, but I don't think we have a clue about how we would respond to nuclear threats. And, Vancouver used to be a nuclear-free zone or whatever. That has gone off the map of what we need to be worried about. And it should be front and center with the lack of treaties.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'd say cybersecurity too.
That's okay. You snuck it in there. Councillor Bly. Okay, thanks. Councillor DeGenova.
I did have one question, and that's regarding funding. So the more funding that we have, obviously, the more that we can do. And this may be a question that I asked staff, but we've referred back to staff a citywide sponsorship policy because there were some amendments that excluded corporate sponsors, developers, fossil fuel companies, chemical companies, but without taking any and I think corporations and any organizations. So it's hard to have a sponsorship policy that would support on top of our budget already. Do you have any thoughts surrounding that, how we should be doing more to fund this work? Because I understand that this in looking at what some of the other cities are doing as well, that this may require more funding as we move forward. So I'm just trying to look forward towards that. And you don't have to answer my question, but interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Internationally, cities definitely are partnering with the private sector so that a lot of the disaster stuff, including Rockefeller, partners with private sector firms. So I can't see how you can do it with just public money. I think you need to engage all of the sectors.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. One of the things that seems to be coming forward is youth trying to change what we're going to see the world and what resilient world they want to live in.
Yep.
How do you think youth were involved in the process, and how in your past with sustainability did you involve the youth in the school board and the rest of it? Because I don't see the training and education, which I think is key, because I think the next generation is the one that's really moving forward and changing the resilience.
Agreed.
Yep.
So the Britannia Neighborhood Project was actively engaged their youth.
Yeah.
But more generally speaking, if you engage youth in the way that they've been doing, which is much more partnering,
yeah,
then you get huge commitments and involvement. And they're cheeky. You know, they really don't listen to you and challenge the assumptions that are being made. So I think it's very valuable to do.
Yep.
It's not easy, and I would work through the Parks and Recreation folks. I think the easiest way to get kids involved is through sport. And if you get a sports team that are suddenly deciding, okay, what are we going to do in a disaster? That's cool.
And then the second question would be on, I guess, the work you did with sustainability and connecting people to nature and getting people to understand the world we do live in and kind of the geotechnics of Vancouver and the Ridgeway and stuff. So when you did your planning work, I guess on the Planning Commission, what were the resistance of some of the work that you were doing over the last few years on that board against making more resilient buildings or changing the way they did built form to be more community focused? Were there changes or I guess kind of tough points or pinch points on some of the projects where you were making tough decisions saying this would be better in resilience, however, for the sustainability or financial sustainability project, we can't do that? Did you see a lot of those that we need to look at in ways of maybe subsidizing or finding different initiatives or incentives to kind of move people past some of those pinch points?
Okay, so the commission has a seat on the urban design panel.
Yeah.
And the trouble with the urban design panel is it's become a building design panel. It's no longer talking about urban design. It's strictly focused on how does this building fit in this neighborhood, et cetera. So one of the constraints is we don't have a place where you can talk about that, the kind of interim things that need to be talked about. Citywide plan is going to focus on the future. So that's a really positive forward step. The dilemmas continuously are between too tall and too rich and small and community size. In the international scene, the most successful cities I've seen are not the ones that want to be world cities. Wanting to be a world city is kind of silly because it may not be livable. And like Seoul is a world city, but it's really just tall towers, wind towers.
We're just at 3.5 minutes, so okay. Sorry to interrupt, but
you get
interesting
my
discussion.
drift.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions. Thanks for your time today. Now we have Carlos Ventura. Same holds up to 3 minutes for your presentation, and then there may be questions from councillors.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is Carlos Ventura. I'm a professor in civil engineering at UBC, and my area of work is on earthquakes. I've been studying the effect of earthquakes for about 30 years. I'm here to support the recommendation for Resilient Vancouver strategy. My reasons for that are, first, personal reasons. I grew up in a country with earthquakes. I have experienced many earthquakes. I've survived a major earthquakes. Relatives and friends did, so I know what is the of an earthquake in people and in societies. I also rely on observations that I have made from visiting countries that have been damaged by earthquakes. I have been in the United States, in Japan, in China, South America, New Zealand, and I know from firsthand what is an earthquake, what it can do to societies, and how people are affected by that. So this is something that is a motivation for me to see that Vancouver proceeds in developing a resilient strategy. The research that we are doing at UBC has been very instrumental in helping society. We have been instrumental in developing the guidelines for the seismic retrofit of the schools in the province with the Association of Professional Engineers. We have worked with the Ministry of Transportation in developing an earthquake monitoring system. We have developed an earthquake early warning system for schools. My colleagues are studying the effect of strong earthquakes in tall buildings, unreinforced masonry buildings, wood frame, and also we have been studying the socioeconomic impacts on an earthquake. My personal interest is ensuring that Vancouver becomes a resilient city because my family lives here, I work here, and I intend to retire from UBC at some point and enjoy life here. To me, the importance of the report that we heard today, there are 3 points that I like to emphasize. One is preparedness. It's very important that people know about earthquakes, what they do, what they can do. I usually give talks to the public. The talk is entitled Learning from Earthquakes to Prepare for Earthquakes, because education is very important. Earthquake response is very important as well, and we have to develop plans for immediate response, and most importantly, also the recovery process. How are we going to recover from this process? Is it going to take 5 years? Is it going to take 10 years to go back to where we were, or as Katie said, even better than before? I have seen how Japan has recovered from earthquakes. I visited areas affected by earthquakes 3 years following the event and saw how the community developed.
And we're just at the 3-minute mark, but you have some questions, so I'll move along to those. Councillor Hardwick, please, up to 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I'm interested to talk a little bit some of the examples that you're citing. How many earthquakes are there a year, for example, in New Zealand?
Well, the earthquakes are happening all the time. What we could say damaging earthquakes.
No, but how many a year? I mean, these are well-known numbers and easy to reference. How many a year in New Zealand?
A year in New Zealand, about 5 or 6 of significance.
My understanding is there's more in the order of 14,000 a year.
Well, this is depends on the size of the earthquake. I'm talking about earthquakes of potential damaging, which will be magnitude 5 or greater. If you're talking about earthquakes of magnitude 3 or so.
I'm just asking because you cited Japan, New Zealand, USA, China, South America, which is not a country. But I did a little research, and I found, for example, that California has 10,000 earthquakes a year. New Zealand has 14,000 earthquakes a year, a variety of sizes granted. How many does southern British Columbia have in a year?
Again, it depends on the size of the earthquake. We're talking about magnitude 3 or 2. We are having an earthquake right now because earthquakes are happening all the time. If we are talking about magnitude...
Okay, but the answer again, having researched this, is 500.
Yes, that's
so what I'm trying to do here is to put this into a larger context. Because what I'm interpreting is that a response is we're responding to things as they are in other parts of the world. When was the last time Vancouver was impacted by a significant earthquake?
It's been a long time. Okay. The Courtney earthquake in 1948 is the one that I can mention that affected Vancouver, but that's in 1940.
And isn't that the only one in the history of the city in its 133 years, was that there was an earthquake off the coast of Vancouver Island that I believe impacted from Prince Rupert to Portland. It was a 7.2 on the Richter scale.
Yes.
But other than that, has there been any other earthquakes that have had any kind of significant impact?
Significant impact? No, because we live in an area where earthquakes do not occur as often as in other areas. But one thing that you need to keep in mind is the size of the earthquake at the distance of the earthquake to the community. And that's why you can mention a large number of earthquakes, but how many of those are closer to the city? And the scenario that you saw there is a possible earthquake that could happen at a certain distance from Vancouver, and we are looking at the effect of that.
But again, having listened to and I'm going to go back to staff on this, having listened to the commentary, I heard words like scary mentioned, and this is like an imminent catastrophic earthquake. And the examples that
We're
you've
just
used,
at 3 minutes here.
but just to confirm that the examples that you've used are disproportionately larger than the Vancouver example.
That's,
No.
Sorry, we're at the 3 minutes, so we'll move on to Councillor Carr. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Ventura, for coming today. And I'm interested in your experience as, I think you said 40 years as a civil engineer. And you mentioned tall buildings. We have a lot of them in Vancouver. What is your experience and what is your advice in terms of the increasing the resilience of tall buildings, and especially ones that are already built?
Yeah, that's a very good point. For a tall building to collapse is very, very hard. Okay? But to be damaged is very plausible. And we have a large number of buildings built in the 1970s that, in an earthquake like was presented today, could suffer severe damage to the point that people cannot live in the building. So the concern is not necessarily the collapse of the building, but the damage that these buildings will suffer that will prevent people from using them again.
Right. Yeah, good point. I live in the West End, so this is really interesting to me.
Yes.
You also talked about recovery and how you talked about preparedness, response, and recovery. I'm interested in knowing what, in your experience, have been the techniques used or the planning tools used to increase the recovery time.
It's community knowledge about how people should react after that. And Japan was mentioned an example. Chile is another example where people know how to react after the earthquake and take the steps necessary to start the recovery process. Unfortunately, they are based on experience because they have more earthquakes than what we have. Okay? We have been lucky in the sense that we haven't had a major earthquake, but all the studies, scientific studies, show that the probability of an earthquake is real here. But the resiliency process, in my opinion, starts from people knowing, being educated and know what to do and be aware of what are the consequences of an earthquake.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yes, and thanks for your work. I know that UBC has been involved in creating that seismic upgrading. We're piloting one school in Vancouver, so really interested to see the new technologies. My question's on proactive planning. I know that certain cities are now looking at creating a plan for a better city if an earthquake happens. Do you know of any planning going on in Vancouver? Have you been involved in anything where you recognize that if a disaster happened, that we proactive have a plan in place to create a better city than the one we have today?
That's a good question, and I would like to address that question before. I know that different institutions have response plans, and for example, BC Hydro and the gas companies, Metro Vancouver. There are a number of efforts, even the Van City has been talking about resiliency, but what we are lacking is a coherent approach, a good communication between different institutions to ensure that those plans are consistent and move forward. And this is, in my opinion, what we should emphasize again, communication and collaboration between different institutions that already have plans, like Ministry of Transportation for the bridges, etc. So there are a number of activities going on that we could take advantage and move this forward.
Okay, this plan. And secondly, on the van we're talking about is more city-focused for city employees. Do you think there is an opportunity for us to really engage the public on a greater level so that people have an understanding of where they would go if the earthquake happened and what they should do? Because it seems like there is a bit of misinformation out there on what they should do in the chance of an earthquake.
Yeah, definitely. You have to start somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
We talk about the big one, an earthquake of magnitude 9, and The main difference will be that this earthquake is going to last longer, for about 3 or 4 minutes of shaking, and it's going to affect a larger region of the province.
Yeah.
So there is, in fact, the need to engage more communities and more people on that. But clearly, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And Vancouver is a great point to start.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, you want to go back on for a minute?
Yes, I do. I just thought of another question. I realize you're a civil engineer, you're not a seismologist or a geologist. However, perhaps in your conversations with people in those professions, you might have come across this information. I've talked to some people who have said that, who are geologists and seismologists, who say that climate change is actually accelerating the probability of earthquakes, especially in the Ring of Fire. And one of my major conversations was just the Chilean earthquake and then the Japanese earthquake. So it kind of got me a little worried. So have you heard of any connection between climate change and...
In just 15 seconds, sorry.
Yeah. No. There is a speculation. The scientific community is still looking into that. You might tend to think that there is a relationship, but at this moment, I cannot say there is a direct link on that. But it's coming up.
Thank you very much. No more questions. Thanks very much for your valuable input. Okay, Stephanie Koenig. Please go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Okay, excellent. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have the absolute pleasure of working with 2 incredible projects that have been addressing some questions that bring us here today. So how do we get people more prepared in the city and ultimately more resilient? Now, both Neighbor Lab and Future City Builders are working to promote youth-led resilience initiatives with a focus on emergency preparedness. It's no surprise that this is a really complex challenge, and natural disasters are scary. People generally don't want to talk about earthquakes and are less likely to take those first steps in becoming prepared. Now, before I began working on these projects, I was like most people in Vancouver, admittedly unaware of the real risks that we face. It was not until I started working with clicker. Okay. Oh, it's backwards. It's backwards. Okay. It's not until I started working with a student team to develop a resilient project for a resilient design challenge with the amazing support of our resiliency team that our lack of preparedness became clear. The Neighbor Hub, a community gathering point that would facilitate the production of renewable energy, clean drinking water, and one-way communications. Now, we didn't stop there. We continued to search for ways to evoke the emergency preparedness conversation. We hosted resilient walks, asset mapping session, pop-up studios, you name it. Our most recent Neighbor Hub was actually installed in Victoria just a few weeks ago. It functions as an emergency supply bench, solar charging station, and community bulletin board. And one of the most valuable parts of this project was actually the process. In designing, we were continuously asking the neighborhoods their thoughts on resilient infrastructure and what would they like to see in their own neighborhood. This design then became an accumulation of all of the valuable insights that we gathered. And the best part, these conversations naturally evolved into emergency preparedness planning. Amazing. So I'm going to shift gears and talk about Future City Builders. Future City Builders is an initiative by Future Cities Canada in development and partnership by Youthful Cities and Evergreen. Over the span of 4 months, we brought together 30 people under the age of 30 and gave them the difficult task of creating emergency preparedness community-based projects. What began as a room full of 30 strangers developed into a cohort that created over 300 ideas on emergency preparedness. A lot of them were wacky and fun, and something not often associated with emergency preparedness. Out of the 300 ideas, 6 of the strongest emerged, and became the foundations of inspiring and imaginative projects. Now, reflecting back on both Neighbor Lab and Future City Builders, community connections and support were vital in the continuation of these projects. And moving forward, we hope to foster these diverse connections so we can bring everyone into the preparedness conversation. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Just under 3 minutes, and I don't see, nicely done.
I had to cut some stuff out.
Sorry about that. I've just knocked you off the list there. 1 second. Councillor Wiebe. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Carr after that.
Well, it's great to see that you're involving youth. On the citywide plan and moving this to the next level, how do you think we can get more youth around the city involved in this process?
It's a really interesting question, but I think what at least the cohort with the Future City Builders found is that emergency preparedness, although it doesn't seem like it, it actually encompasses so many other issues. And youth are excited and engaged in things like food security and housing and all of these things. And all of those things are actually so relevant and necessary in that conversation. So, I mean, just to give you an example, some of the projects that came out of it was like a disaster disco. So you're bringing music and arts into disaster preparedness. Another one was prepare your palate. So you're bringing food security and food security within the city and bringing it to the dining room table and having conversations about that. So finding unique ways of kind of engaging those conversations that already exist is an excellent way of going about that.
And with your organization, are you looking at doing food security and housing workshops as well in Vancouver, or are those just in the other cities across Canada?
So that was Vancouver specific. We did emergency preparedness. Calgary did food security. Toronto's doing housing, so is Halifax, and Hamilton's doing water. So each city had its opportunity to choose its topic, and we chose emergency preparedness as ours in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, is it possible to supply council with the recommendations, like those 6 ideas that emerged, maybe even the 300 that were the brainstorm, so that we could have that information? I certainly would be very interested in it.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to.
That's great. Secondly, how did you actually get the 30 youth that were involved? Like, what was your process in terms of involving those youth in the program?
Well, the program itself was specifically for unemployed/underemployed youth. So we kind of said it was a way to build your resume, and a lot of the people that were a part of it were people making that transition from school into the workforce. Some of them were in the workforce but wanted to be doing more social innovation projects. And there's a huge desire for that, I think, within people in that demographic is the desire to be a part of social innovation.
So who did you partner with, or who did you work with to actually ID those youth?
We just put out a call, and we just
over the social media.
Social media. We put up posters in libraries. There was a lot of word of mouth. Gave presentations at schools, things like that.
And what were the top 6 ideas?
The top 6 ideas. Okay, so we had Freak Out Fest, which I already mentioned was like disaster disco. That's actually happening on May 6th, which will be exciting. We had the winning team was called Pushpin. So they are this community art project, but also this. I'm doing the best to compile these projects into short statements. But Pushpin would be at each of the disaster support hubs. It's basically a physical wayfinding that would support people's knowledge around disaster support hubs, because they had identified that was something that's kind of lacking in the city. The second team was Disaster Games, so it's kind of like a Tough Mudder type scavenger hunt combined with obstacle course. So the scavenger hunt, you'd be building a emergency preparedness kit, and then that kit you would then take through the games. Another one was Shakespeare, so augmented reality, harnessing the power of augmented reality and kind of communicating to small and medium-sized businesses what the threat of their business was in terms of an earthquake. Another one, as I mentioned, Prepare Your Palate, so bringing the conversation about emergency preparedness to the dinner table. And another one was Future Air, so that's an art installation where they would do these, they would deploy these wooden CNC trees in parks across the city that are basically like, they look like skeletons of trees and there's flames on it, and having that conversation about the forest fires before they actually happen and get people prepared in time for that. So those were the,
Thanks very much. That's well done. Thank you, and no further questions.
Thank you.
That's good, thanks. Okay, Sarah Safai. I'm sorry, I butchered that one. Sarah Safai.
Good morning, Mayor
there.
and Council. My name is Sahar Safoi. I am a disaster risk management specialist working at Sage on Earth Consulting based in Vancouver, and I'm former staff of United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. So That background that I'm speaking here, I'm going to speak about the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and in support to recognize how the proposed Resilient Vancouver strategy is aligned with the state-of-the-art and the holistic approaches outlined in this international framework. Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction is a sister framework to the Paris Agreement for Climate Change. It's developed based on lessons learned of more than a decade of emergency management and disaster risk reduction, especially from the advanced countries. It was developed based on 3 years of international consultations and almost a year of intergovernmental negotiations convened by the United Nations. Canada was an active member state throughout this process. Its timeline is 2015 to 2030 for 15 years. It's a voluntary, non-binding agreement adopted by all countries. It has a holistic and future-looking approach with close linkages with climate change adaptation and the Sustainable Development Goals. Extremely challenging to talk about that in a minute and a half, but I will just put the highlights. 7 targets, 4 of them focus on reducing the negative impacts from disasters: mortality, number of affected people, economic loss, damage and disruption to critical infrastructure and basic services. There are 3 goals that are related to input or policies. One of them is increasing national and local disaster risk reduction strategies. Timeline for this one, 2020. So Vancouver is one of the few municipalities in Canada and across the world who is going to achieve this target by 2020. The main change that Sendai is bringing is to shift from only focusing on managing post-disaster impact to managing disaster risk, which requires 3 categories of action. Preventing creation of new disaster risk. This means making sure the new development and investment in new development in any sector is not creating new risk by putting assets in hazard-prone areas. Reducing existing risk using structural and non-structural measures to reduce the risk that we have today. And the third category, managing residual risk. No matter what we do, there will be still risk remaining. So emergency management, recovery, and build back better planning. It calls on a wide range of measures to use and making sure all the measures are using risk information as a basis and consider the whole of society. Ask me to explain about the whole of society in the question part. And this means there is a requirement for a strong governance system to implement Sendai.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. You have to remind me what that question was, kind of a different one. And you did state, don't put buildings and infrastructure in high-risk areas. So what's your perspective on the buildings that are taking place and the density in the False Creek Flats region, which is prone to, which is geologically unstable due to the fact that it's infill land and could be subject to liquefaction and just it's low elevation, and there's climate change and sea level rise.
On the aspect of the climate change and sea level rise, I'm aware of the ongoing work that has been happening at the City of Vancouver to assess the region and coming up with various measures and options to mitigate and manage the sea level rise. On the liquefaction, unfortunately, I have to say I have in-depth knowledge of that area and the engineering measures that probably have been taken for building those buildings.
So in terms of mitigation efforts, how do you mitigate against the low elevation and the sea level altitude really of that land? Sea gates or where have you seen cities most effectively do it?
There has been significant advances in defining and implementing successful measures for managing sea level rise or flooding, both or physical infrastructure, concrete infrastructure, and green measures using green infrastructure. Among the cities that are extremely successful in that work are the cities in Netherlands that are basically the world leading in that work. But the work that has been happening here and the studies that have been done and the options proposed are also, from my point of view, quite impressive.
And what was your question?
I happily repeat that. The point that Sendai has a focus on the whole of society. Thank you for raising it. There are two aspects, and I wanted to emphasize that. One is the fact that disaster risk management across the society needs to be done by all different parts of society, governmental, non-governmental, across sectors, and variety of stakeholders. There is a role and responsibility for everybody, all the way to the general public. But Sendai is also emphasizing on the whole of society in a point of not leaving anybody behind, especially the most vulnerable groups. And keeping in mind that even the vulnerable groups, that as Sendai states, it includes women in a lot of countries, they are among the vulnerable groups, children and youth, people with disability, elderly, indigenous groups, and refugees and migrants. But it's important to also note that while they might have some specific vulnerabilities that should be incorporated in the strategies and implementations, they also have specific powers and agency to bring knowledge to the table, but also be part of implementation of risk reduction.
Thanks very much. And we're on to Councillor Dominato, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming today. Just curious, based on your experience, and I asked the other speaker this as well, but I assume you're here in support of this work, and how do you feel that this strategy compares to other jurisdictions? Have we hit the mark? Are there any things you would add or you think need to be reflected in the strategy? Are there any gaps? I'm just curious, based on your, sounds like you have extensive experience in disaster management, if you could just speak to that briefly.
I think it's important to note that developing a disaster risk reduction strategy is an iterative process. There is no way to get it all, and it would not even make sense to start from zero and get to 100%. It would be basically impossible. So it is important to making sure this strategy in few years will have an opportunity to get updated, to incorporate the lessons learned. And if I want to specifically mention, if any point, I mean, it's huge amount of work has already been done. It's very comprehensive. If I wanted to make a couple of suggestions, one is more attention to media, in training the media to be able to report on risk reduction and the impact of risk reduction, not only post-disaster reporting. And the other one is to come up with a mechanism to monitor the progress.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Risk. Risk is really, in part, about determining the odds of something happening, correct?
Odds of the negative impact.
Negative, but it is about odds. And one of the things that has concerned me about this whole exercise is about the relative odds of this happening, because what I have been hearing, and you can maybe help me with this, sort of, we're looking at all of the places that have, for example, earthquakes as regular occurrences versus one that might happen every 100 years. So how do you balance out the risk preparedness in terms of the actual odds based on historical evidence?
It's a very good question, and it has been the challenge that have been basically an obstacle in the past for investing and paying attention to risk reduction because of, especially for some of the hazards, the low probability, such as earthquakes, of something happening. Generations forget because 300 years passes. Let's say Haiti, that was a case that 200 years had passed. So nobody remembered or had the conscious or attention that how much of a big disaster it would be destroying lives. Meanwhile, while I believe people take that low probability as an excuse to not pay attention, I think it's a fair question, it's a fair issue to be concerned and ask the scientists to help with helping the decision makers with the balance of probability of something happening and the level of investment that is required, the level of saving and the cost benefit that you can gain over the long run from the investment you make today. There are possibilities, and again, there are possibilities to help the decision-making process, and there have been good level of advances in the tools and measures to help decision-making. And the resilient team here are working closely with technical scientific entities in Vancouver and internationally who have access to those tools.
But it is reasonable then to question about massive differences in risk profiles between different cities.
It's a fair question, and there is enough information and data about Vancouver that I believe is easy to convince a decision maker it's a good decision to invest in risk reduction. Like once the numbers of probability and level of impact can be clearly communicated and the cost benefit.
Yeah, I don't think
is
anybody's
convincing.
questioning that we need to do seismic upgrades. It's a question of degree and degree tied to probability. Of course. But thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Okay. Ian Marcuse. Thanks very much. Up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the Resilient Vancouver strategy, of course, which I highly support. My name is Ian Marcuse. I work as a community developer for the Grandview Woodland Food Connection and Neighborhood Food Network. I work at a Britannia Community Center. I was also involved in the Grandview Woodland Resilient Neighborhood Pilot, participating in 2 of the asset mapping workshops, several meetings, and other events, principally bringing my food security knowledge to the table, but also as a 31-year Grandview Woodland resident who's very much interested in building community. Kudos to Katie and her team for your hard work in putting together a really strong resiliency framework. Most of the experts are now telling us we have barely 10 years left, if not already too late, to stave off some of the worst global warming scenarios. We have a lot of work to do. From my perspective, the strategy has the breadth needed by ensuring that our concept of resilience is understood from an equity perspective, that no one, no matter what their life circumstances, is left behind. Secondly, that the strategy makes clear the very important linkages between acute and chronic stressors by identifying some key determinants of health, well-being, and resilience, such as affordability, food security, and social connection that are critical to address if we want to better prepare ourselves in the face of these very real challenges that lie ahead, including severe earthquakes. I always say a resilient community is only as strong as its weakest links. My work in food security is making a positive impact to people's lives, but our progress is continuously thwarted by the ever-increasing cost of living in this city, in which 20% of low income in our community are finding their food budget ever more squeezed, or the reality that our food system, global and local, is increasingly vulnerable to the impacts of global warming. When a significant number of people are still struggling to access nutritious food, we clearly have more work to do to strengthen food security and food resilience. The tools developed and tested as part of this resiliency pilot include the asset-based mapping, which will engage local communities in their own emergency and community planning. So now I'm a huge proponent of cooperatives, which are a highly resilient model of social and economic organization. I shop, bank, I drive, I live in a co-op. Having participated in the resilient asset mapping workshops, I was motivated to organize a 5-block cluster of 6 housing co-ops where I live in a coordinated emergency plan. By thinking more broadly and building connections between our 6 co-ops, we can better support each other collectively in the event of an emergency. But this is not just about creating an effective earthquake plan, like establishing our own emergency reception centers. We are also talking about how to better organize in the co-op sector to build equity and justice in our community, the foundation of what I believe is a healthy and resilient community, and especially addressing priority 1, thriving and prepared neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks. Right on 3 minutes. Great. Councillor Carr, though, has questions for you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McCuson, for your community work. I'm very interested in your asset mapping and particularly in food security. Did you do mapping that related to the places where food production could take place, including not just community gardens, but even backyard gardens?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you mentioned all the gardens that are in the area. We have a lot of food resources, food assets, although they need to be mobilized and there needs to be an integrated plan of how we could access those. But we have lots of restaurants, we have shops, we have commissaries, we have breweries, we have all the food warehouses, and the Vancouver Food Networks made strong or advocated strongly to protect Malcolm Avenue, for example, in order to protect those food warehouses that are really critical to food security in our city.
Right. Yeah, thank you for that work, and I know some aspects of it, but I specifically wanted to know about backyard gardens only because I see them disappearing throughout the city, and I think during the Depression, they were a big form of food security. So did you specifically look at backyard gardens?
Those were brought up, but we haven't mapped out backyard gardens yet. I mean, I think there's still a lot more work to do in this area, and I think there's a huge opportunity. I mean, the Vancouver Food Strategy has really supported food security in the city to a large extent, and we've come a long ways. I think there's opportunities to incentivize homeowners to grow more food, turn those lawns into gardens, backyards. I think there's a lot of space in the city to grow more food, for sure.
Did you suggest?
Oh, gosh. Free movie passes. I don't know. Tax incentives. I haven't thought through that yet. I think there's opportunities there.
Yeah. If you were to think that through and come back with some ideas, that would be great.
For sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, it was great to hear you talk about co-ops. I was thinking of the co-op that I live in after I read this Resilient City Strategy, and we have, I think, 17 committees. A Helping Hands Committee, a snow shoveling committee. We get extra points for getting an emergency preparedness kit. We have an emergency preparedness committee. We have a phone committee that tells people mostly about social events, but also like if there's a coyote in the neighborhood. I don't know, have you thought about how the co-op model could be, if we could expand the co-op model to other parts of the city, and how that could promote resilience?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a really, really unique situation in which we have this cluster of co-ops all within a 5-block radius, which is kind of your minimum standard for supporting the most vulnerable in terms of moving around. So what we're hoping to do, and we're partially through the process, we started to connect amongst each other, but we're hoping to develop some tools ourselves that maybe we can begin to share with the stratas around us and the other apartment buildings which are less connected. I mean, co-ops are amazing. I mean, the social capital, the resources are really a gold mine. So, but I think we have a lot to offer in other like buildings around us that are less socially connected, in teaching them what social connection through cooperative type living or organization could provide. Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. Maybe we need a cooperative council or committee or whatever you call it with the city.
Yeah, that's
We're working on it. Oh, good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. No further questions. Great. Judy McGuire.
Good morning. I'll try to, I'll try to talk fast, not a lot of time. My name is Judy McGuire. I coordinate the Inner City Safety Society. I am thrilled to support the Vancouver Resilience Strategy. It is such a long time coming. I've been involved in this work for over 20 years. I was one of the members of that first group 20-odd years ago that was saying this needs to be funded and we need coordination in the inner city. I was, as a member of the RACAM board, I was part of the group that worked with the Britannia Group. I'm the president of the Network of Inner City Community Services Societies, and I actually co-chaired with Dave Park the subcommittee on emergency preparedness under the Board of Trade Civic Affairs Committee. So we've worked a lot of this, and so many of those points have been covered by Katie, they've been covered by Daniel, both of whom we've worked with over the years. This is such a huge, huge issue, and it is so important to be coordinated. Neighborhoods is where response is going to happen, but if we're not coordinated at that larger level, then it becomes, again, very, very difficult to sort of really plan ahead and really make sure we're doing the best we can. I think what's so important is that, as has been talked about before, these networks exist in this city. We have co-ops, we have community centers, we have civic infrastructure, we have neighborhood houses. We have all kinds of different community organizations. I work very closely with the Our Place Consortium, which is a group of, it's sort of like an octopus. We probably got about 20 of us that work closely together, and then we kind of fan out and work with all kinds of different groups on different strategies. There's an incredible amount that can be built on. And I think through this coordinated approach, it is the way to start building on all of that work that is already going on and all of the work that exists. One of the key things, and we've talked a lot about earthquakes and about earthquake preparedness, and certainly that is a key issue, but it's not the only issue in terms of resilience. Resilience is about everything. It is about food. It is housing. As the fire at the port showed us very clearly, and at Raycam, we were incredibly affected by that because we smelled it and saw the smoke long before we had any idea of what was happening. And we were actually very lucky because it was a chemical fire that it was not tragic, that it was not a chemical that actually was going to kill people or maim people. It just smelled like a swimming pool. So people needed to stay in place, but it was not that kind of sort of critical situation. If you're prepared for that, if you're prepared for a fire, if you're prepared for the small things, you become prepared for the big things. So I think this kind of coordination is critical, and I really, really look through all the organizations and networks I'm involved with. We're really looking forward to working with Katie and with the resilient strategy going forward.
Thanks very much. Right on 3 minutes. There we go. And Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, and thanks so much for all the work that you do at that local level. It's been clear through what you've said and through what our staff has said that community connectedness is a key to community resilience, and that's a key to city resilience. So what would you say would be the first thing that we should do as a city? Your neighborhood's very well connected, but if we were wanting to see it in every neighborhood of this city, how would we start? What would be the first thing that we would look for, or want to establish, or want to encourage the community or help the community establish in terms of community connectedness?
I kind of think that there are two things. One of it is the toolkit that Katie is talking about that is coming out of the strategy, is to make sure that that goes to all of the communities and goes to all of the community groups and networks that exist, and them to work with their members and to work going forward. But I also think that the city can use its own infrastructure, and it's something that we've emphasized a lot under the work that we do with Our Place, is working with community centers, working with neighborhood houses. For example, you talked about sort of resilience in terms of solar panels, in terms of having energy that's existing after some sort of an incident. Why not put solar panels on every single community center and every single neighborhood house that already exists? The city's already paying for the infrastructure. That becomes an easy win, but what it means is that every single community center, every single neighborhood house, all that civic infrastructure becomes usable after any kind of an event.
You're singing from the same song sheet as I. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And just in terms of the issue specifically that the last speaker talked about, food security, what in specific do you think is the most important thing, or the most important things in terms of food security at the neighborhood level?
Availability, cost. Where we work in the inner city, and we work with a lot of urban Indigenous people. We actually, it's interesting because we've talked a lot about this. In the event of a major earthquake, something really major, we actually suspect that a lot of our people are going to be more resilient because they're used to doing a lot with a little, and they're used to having to take care of themselves when they face ongoing challenges. So to some extent, it's not going to be new in those areas. But getting access to the supplies that are needed, because it's an area that does tend to be underwritten. You look at those maps, we're going to have an awful lot of buildings that are down on the ground. We need to have people trained. We need to know where people are. We need to know what food is available. As Ian talked about, there's an awful lot of restaurants in the inner city and the downtown. How do we coordinate that food so that it's used very, very quickly before it starts going bad? Because you lose power, you start losing any of the perishable foods really quickly.
Thanks very much for your time today. That's it for questions. Last speaker is John Sherasatobov.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, John Sherasatobov. I'm a structural engineer. I've been involved in seismic assessments and seismic retrofits of buildings and infrastructure for over 25 years, including some City of Vancouver buildings, and over 15 years in the Ministry of Education School Seismic Mitigation Program. I visited many cities around the world following their damaging earthquakes, and of key interest to me was we designed a straightening of a damaged 18-story residential tower in Santiago, Chile. It took before that building was safe for 103 families to return to their homes. As such, I fully support the Resilient Vancouver strategy and the recommendations made in the report. especially in regards to mitigating risk from earthquakes. From a structural engineering aspect, we have all the tools to effectively assess the weaknesses of a specific building, inventories of buildings, then work collaboratively with others to prioritize seismic upgrading. We have the tools and means to analyze and design retrofits that are minimally intrusive. We'd really like to keep occupants and businesses in the buildings during these retrofits, make them cost effective, and we can do it to whatever performance level a policy defines. The Ministry of Education seismic mitigation program was successful, in my opinion, for 3 reasons. It was very collaborative from the start. It had government, industry, academia, and the users involved all along. Targeted with a very specific performance objective. And 3, it became adaptive. Science and technology change. Over the 15 years of that program, to adapt the program all the way along. Again, as such, I fully support a targeted policy to make existing buildings survive the acute shock of an earthquake. Again, prioritized retrofits and providing a means to accelerate these retrofits to very specific performance levels for both small, moderate, and large earthquakes. I also like the program to consider a targeted policy to make new buildings perform better to a defined resilience level. This can be done with minimal additional cost, and thus these new buildings will not be part of the problem, but can provide shelter in place and be functional as part of the solution. So again, I fully support this initiative that will enable people in the community to bounce forward, as the report noted, after an earthquake at a reduced post-earthquake cost with much less social and cultural stress. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You've got a couple questions. Councillor Carr, please.
Yes, thanks so much. And you, at the very end, mentioned something that I did want to question, which is reducing the post-disaster cost. My question is really framed around putting the money into seismic preparedness now versus waiting till after a disaster and then having to repair buildings. And so what's the cost difference? And also, how effective is repair after, say, an earthquake? You talked about that Chile building, took 12 months to get the people back in. After it's gone through an earthquake, and with repair, is it as sound and safe as it would have been had the repair or had the preparedness happened beforehand?
Yeah, again, great question. So on the first one, I think I were quoted in the report and other studies, it really is more cost effective from a benefit cost over the life cycle of, say, a 50-year building to spend money on that retrofit in a very targeted way. But again, you need to know the performance. Is it life safety, collapse prevention, fully functional? So again, all the reports suggest it's more cost effective to do it now afterwards. Resources are very difficult to find, as you can imagine, after an earthquake. With the building in Chile, as far as making it as safe as a new building after that, that was a big challenge. But again, it's possible. Again, it took 12 months to get there, and that's why we had to convince both the tenants and the building officials that that building was as safe as a newly designed building after we straightened it and repaired it. So it can be done, but it was a challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming today. I'm quite familiar with the seismic education program with the ministry because I worked with the Ministry of Education for many, many years. But I'm curious, looking at what we've received in terms of the strategy, it seems very robust in terms of the seismic work and the partnerships that are in place to support that work for the city, obviously being in a seismic zone. Just curious if you have any suggestions or added ideas around what we should be considering in terms of those partnerships and the work going forward, given your experience with the provincial Ministry of Education program.
And again, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Education program is a success due to partnerships. And again, I've been involved with a variety of ministries and the provincial government. And I think, if we can take a holistic review approach from the province down, there's movement for a provincial existing buildings code. To get policy that is province-wide, and again, with some leadership from Vancouver feeding into that, that policy, I think it'll help all the cities in the high seismic areas of BC. So again, I think, this is one great step forward to get, the province to do this in an integrated manner.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe.
Quick question. I really enjoyed the part you talked about that the strategy was adaptive. How do you think we can ensure that this strategy we have, resilience, will continue to be adaptive, can lead in innovation and ideas to really bring new information and scientific evidence to the project forward?
Yeah, thank you. Because that's one thing we learned. And again, to be adaptive, you need the program needs to have a team that is involved in the program continuously. You can't write the policy, put it on the shelf, and for the program, there's been that group of us that have been involved continuously for 15 years. As new science has come in, as new technology has come in, we've gone to the ministry, said, look, we think we'd like to tweak some things because we can do it better, make it more cost effective. So that team needs to be in place all the way along to be able to respond quickly. And I think that's the reason they've been successful to be adaptive, because things do change regularly.
So one of the things in the report is funding to secure kind of that implementation team throughout the projects. You're supportive of that?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe, and that's it for presentations. Thanks very much today. So we're going to move on to questions from council. And just a reminder, it's 11:45, so we've got just a few minutes left for lunch break. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Are we on 3? If we're on 5 minutes now?
These are 5-minute questions.
Great, thank you.
5 minutes.
My first question has to do with the. Sorry, I did send you questions, and I'm not going to do them in that order, just in case you're following them. But my first question, it really is around the idea of the retrofits for the buildings. It seems that putting money in advance is a good idea based on what the speakers have been saying to us. So I'm wondering if we've estimated the budget and the timelines, especially on civic buildings. You noted the report notes the importance of the civic buildings that are really good backups in terms of community and neighborhood resilience.
Yeah, so thank you. In terms of civic buildings, we have a process in place right now through our real estate and facilities management team. They are upgrading both our civic facilities for energy and for seismic over the course of time. Those go forward with capital planning. And I would have to, I think, defer to my colleagues in REFM for a specific budget around that. But my understanding is that we can basically address a few buildings every capital plan. They have been prioritized, and they go through that process through the budgeting process.
Will that sort of schedule come back to us?
I'm just going to ask Danica.
I'm interested in knowing how many. We're talking about it, and a couple of every capital plan is every 4 years, and I don't know.
Yes, thank you. My name is Danica Đurković, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. It's a hard question to answer with specific numbers. Our seismic program has been established since 2013, and the purpose is focusing and prioritizing on the buildings that actually matter more than others. As you know, we have 640 buildings. So we ended up actually with recommendations on 2 categories of buildings. One have been recommended for seismic upgrades, and a second group has been recommended for redevelopment, because we are considering a holistic status of the building, including, you mentioned energy and sustainability targets, but there are some buildings that are end of life. There are others that are not satisfying function of the service delivery for the city. So it makes sense. We ended up with priority buildings of redevelopment of 25 buildings and seismic upgrades of 20 projects. Obviously, how fast we can move is how much money we get.
Are we coupling seismic upgrades with climate-related energy retrofits?
Yes. So our decisions are being made based on everything we know today, and big decision-making at the last gate of which category of buildings we would recommend includes capital maintenance requirements, meaning end of life of the building, includes seismic, and includes energy retrofits, as well as functions to the building. And then we evaluate the cost accordingly and recommend.
Maybe you have the answer to this. It might be page 12 of the report, it talks about the worry about power outages. Are we including actual generation of electricity on these upgrades to buildings? I want to know if we're doing PVC on the roof, solar hot water. It saves money. It's resilient. Are we doing that?
Yeah, of course. So I think, each of these programs inform each other as to which buildings we prioritize, because we try to make the most impact for our money. Good news is that all of these are actually aligned when it comes to resilience. Our renewable city strategy is very much aligned with our resilience focus on earthquake, but as well as floods and climate change. So they're all saying kind of common sense things to us and pushing us in the same direction, which is easy.
Okay, thank you. I have another set of questions that has to do with food resiliency and also relates to population growth. So the report talks about the expectation of 1 million new people in the city by 2040. I want to know if that includes climate refugees, most of whom will have to be displaced either by sea level rise or by food insecurity, or just too hot. And coupled with that is really not just how many mouths we have to feed here, but how are we determining the food aspect we have in terms of our ability to produce our own food? Specifically, I'm worried about backyard gardens or community gardens, that people are saying we need housing more than gardens, but I am worried about long-term food security.
Yeah.
We're just at the 5 minutes.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry about that. So on to Councillor Swanson for up to 5 minutes. Just so council knows, we're at 10 to 12 with a break coming at 12 with 6 people left on the list. So we'll be continuing this after the in-camera concludes at 3 o'clock. So Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you for the report. I'm always really conflicted about this. Like, we stood up at the beginning of this meeting for 1 minute because 1,000 people have died in the city from the opioid crisis, which is a shock, a crisis that's happening now. And we just had the stats come out about the number of homeless people that have died in the province. I think it was 175. So we have all these crises that are happening now that are basically a result of the system that we live in being inequitable. I'm not saying we shouldn't plan for earthquakes. I know we should, but it's bugging me that this situation exists. And what you said at the beginning about the crisis in the container and how it affected the downtown east side, that was a good way to start. So thank you for that. But it's like totally true that low-income people are more affected. I'm still identifying in my $91,000 a year job. Poor people can't afford air conditioners. They can't afford to go to a motel when their building is down. So I guess the question is this strategy, there's two questions I have. One is this strategy going to prioritize low-income people and vulnerable neighborhoods and start working on that we can do now that aren't the problems that aren't the result of shocks or earthquakes or floods or climate change or anything? And then the second question is around co-ops. I just think that's such a great model. If we could somehow export the co-op model to apartment buildings and strata councils. Yeah.
Thank you. Those are both good questions. And I have to agree, I think that throughout our process, what we continuously heard is we are in crisis now, and we need to prevent crisis in the future. And there's a continual tension between trying to do those things. I do think that equity is really the foundation of resilience. And I think that government has a responsibility to be supporting those who do not have the capacity, the skills to be able to support themselves. I think that fundamentally, There is a lot of good work happening in this city, and as a result of decisions that this council has made to support response to affordability and the opioid crisis, and that work needs to continue. The resilience strategy doesn't override any of that work. It builds on this work. Moving forward, we need to take our efforts towards resilience alongside our efforts towards equity and advance those side by side. I also think that there is an important role for civic assets to play interim, supporting people who are vulnerable and who are not able to support themselves during crisis, and that's why we've put a significant emphasis on our own civic assets and working with park boards and libraries to do that. In the context of the co-op question, I think it's a great idea. I think one of the things that we've heard through our process and one of the ways that we need to continue to be adaptive moving forward is to provide those spaces to learn from our community about models like co-ops that have worked to build resilience in our community. One of the recommendations that we put forward relates to the development of neighborhood living labs, which would help us to do things like work with co-ops to develop resilience initiatives within their neighborhoods and spread that knowledge around their community.
Thank you. And Councillor Hardwick, please.
Hi, thank you. I'll try and get through my questions as quickly as possible. You stated in your report that the population of Vancouver had doubled between 1986 and current.
Increased by 50%.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I just wanted to verify that because it increased by 200,000 people, which is, it went from 430 roughly to 630,000. Just wanted to clarify that point.
50%.
Of the 1986 population.
Yes.
Also, the next concern that I have, I've been having my questions around the earthquake piece of this, because I am concerned that we're adopting approaches that are fine if you live on a fault or dealing with imminent earthquake threat, but I'm concerned about fear-mongering and and overblowing on this. And my concern in particular about that is that because of the sense of urgency, what that is going to impact financially on the city. And so when I'm looking, are you considering in your resilience also financial resilience? Because affordability is the biggest issue for people trying to stay living in Vancouver. And when I read through all of this, the implications of the cost of actualizing all this is enormous. Have you taken that into consideration in financially modeling the implications?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really, really important point. There is no way that work towards seismic resilience is going to happen in the short term. And I don't think that we should only be thinking about, say, retrofitting every single building. That just isn't realistic. We need to incorporate this into a long-term strategy. Part of the work that we're doing right now, we have some consulting services helping us to look at financial resilience for the city, but the partnership with Natural Resources Canada and around disaster risk reduction also integrates financial options and opportunities into this work. So moving forward, financial considerations will be a primary focus of this work, and we will need to think about those to develop policy, because I absolutely agree with you. We can't develop a seismic policy that is going to make it impossible for people to live in this city. We also know that if and when an earthquake occurs, it will exponentially increase our affordability crisis. So we need to balance those two things, and I agree with you that we need to integrate that into our policy moving forward.
That's my single largest concern here, is that we're creating this great sense of urgency. We're going to get hit by the big one tomorrow, and that's going to force every building in the city to have to be retrofitted, and then going forward add a whole bunch of extra costs. And I was looking at the news this morning about what's going on in New York City in that very subject and the implications, and also places like in New Zealand where they have dealt with big earthquakes, and the implications on their building policies, for example, is limited the height of buildings to 4 stories. That would go over real well in Vancouver, I'm sure.
And we need to learn from all of those, and we need to really have a very robust community conversation that includes all of those issues.
And keeping on the financial aspect of this, my understanding is that the Resilient Cities 100 is funded through the Rockefeller Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes, the 100 Resilient Cities program was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation.
And that funded the first 2 years of your salary and as outlined in the chart that we have here.
Yes.
And is the intent then that the funding that was received through the Rockefeller Foundation through Resilient Cities, RC 100, that 2 years has come to the end, and going forward, these costs would be absorbed by the City of Vancouver?
So yes, the partnership, the grant that we received was for 2 years of funding, and so our moving forward, this would be work that the city would take on. We have secured additional partnerships from other groups and organizations to help us move forward with this, but the city would need to make a contribution.
Okay, so that's key. So the expectation is that the city would start to foot the bill going forward on this. Thank you.
Great. So we are at 11:58, and I have Councillor Donato on the list next, but we won't get through the 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is, we'll just move into lunch and then come back after lunch to finish this off. So lunch from 12 to 1, in camera from 1 to 3, and then back to finish this round of questions, starting with Councillor Dominato at 3 p.m. So thanks very much, everybody, and we'll see you back here in the chambers at 3. Okay, Council, we have quorum, so want to get back to it? Oh, thanks, yeah. So we're asking questions, and Councillor Hardwick is not in the room, so we'll move to Councillor Dominato. Do you have a point of order? Please go ahead.
It's a point of procedure. I'm wondering if we can get some clarity because there's been some discussion around the time that we're finishing the meeting tonight, as was scheduled, versus staff recommendation to extend, just to perhaps help.
Sure.
Everybody know, both councillors and the public.
Yeah, I'll come
as to
right.
what the
Just
plans
one
are for
second.
today.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess the public scheduling this meeting was up until 10 o'clock, but one of the notices that was sent out to you had till 5. So that's where some of the confusion is, but the official time that's the official time that's been given has been 10 p.m. So hope that clarifies things. Councillor DeGenova?
Mayor, in my calendar, and it's my understanding that what happens is the are sent out. In speaking with a number of council members before we came into chambers, they also had 5 p.m. in their calendars. So I mean, if there's been an update, it's been in the past couple of hours.
No, the public reporting was that this goes up till 10 o'clock, but I guess the notice that was sent out for your calendars only said 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And that's about what I can offer you for an explanation.
Okay, so we would, another question is, this would be a motion, and we would debate this as to whether or not we would continue on till 10 p.m.?
Nope. It's scheduled to go on until 10 p.m. because the notice to you was only 5 p.m. doesn't change the fact that we are scheduled to go till 10 if we unless we change that.
Okay, so
We'd have to have a motion to stop at 5.
So my point of information is we've also made a commitment to being a family-friendly city, and I'm going to say that instead of women-friendly city because it came from the Women's Equity Strategy. But I've only booked childcare until a certain time. I will frantically try and get childcare until later.
But you're free to move
But
a
I am
motion.
asking the question if that's fair to council members in the future and our participation and being able to plan for that. I'm asking you what we can do to make sure that that's not going to continue on. Because if I'd known, I would have booked it, and I did ask a few times.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And so we can pass motion anytime to stop meetings. So if that's something you'd like to do, then we can do that. We'll try to endeavor to make sure that the notices that go to councillors for their calendars are till 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Everything else to add? Okay, thanks. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick is back in the chambers now, so if you wanted to ask questions to, Councillor Swanson has a point of order?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if it's a point of order, but earlier I tried to pull some policy reports,
Oh, right.
and I'm willing to unpull some of them if you would like, if that would make it easier and the staff could go do their other work.
Okay, sure, and we
I definitely want to pull number 11.
Okay, so we're kind of in the middle of doing this piece of business right now, and after we've finished the questions and moving this motion, then we can move to that. And then what I will do at that point is ask for another consent, adopting items on consent, and then it looks like Councillor Swanson, you will just want to pull items.
11.
Item
10.
11.
No, 11. 11.
Item 11. Okay. So hopefully that's enough of a signal to staff, and then and we can get to that officially though when just after we finish these two items. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick, questions? Please go ahead. Oh, I had you at 4. Just one second here. Sorry, Councillor Harley, you have about 10 seconds left for questions. Okay, that's even shorter. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McPherson, for the presentation. I'm really appreciative of the work. I spent, when I was working with the Ministry of Education, led the development of the first emergency preparedness guide for the K-12 sector, including the public and private schools. And when I looked at this resilience strategy, and the concept is, I saw it as sort of emergency preparedness is nested within there, but it's also broader in terms of looking at risks around technology, risks related to health, but also socioeconomic concerns. So I'm wondering if you could expand or clarify for me, because there is a heavy emphasis on earthquake preparedness, around this being an all hazards strategy to ensure, because I did ask staff, and thank you for staff who did prepare responses to my questions over the weekend, around, I was looking for another emergency preparedness strategy that preceded this. And so could you just expand a little bit about that? Because there is a emphasis on earthquakes, but I sensed that it was broader than that and more encompassing.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, one of the biggest reasons why we focused our work on earthquakes was because that was a really big gap for us, and we wanted to leverage the Resilient City grant in order to help us to advance that significant gap. We have a lot of work that's already happened, for example, around climate change, around oil spills, and so we needed to bring our knowledge around earthquakes up to par with that. Prior to this, the earthquake preparedness strategy, which was in 2013, which Daniel spoke to earlier today, was the most recent emergency plan that came to council. But to my understanding, council does not generally and has not seen other emergency plans. There are emergency plans within the city and through emergency management that cover multiple hazards, but they don't generally come forward to council. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I think I think so. I guess I'll start from this. I support the work. So the policy work, the principle of it. I think it's lacking some clarity for me in terms of. So if I was a member of the public looking at this, is sort of the scope of what we're trying to address, and I that with. I think it's really important, and I think we need to be doing more prevention, mitigation of risk. When I looked at, and I get that these are examples, but technological and health hazards, we talk about the opioid overdose, but we could be easily referencing H1N1 from the past, or measles is currently a topic, train derailments. But also, when I looked at the socioeconomic stresses and trends, I didn't see anything around mental health, chronic disease, substance use, and so I think that's maybe that's work that follows. Maybe that's something you guys, in terms of how we frame and then capture those different elements of preparedness across the city. So I guess that's a comment to you. And I also wondered about, in this work, the concept of recovery. Is that part of the resilience work? So we've talked about prevention, mitigation, risk management. What about the recovery piece, which can be both physical and social? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right. On your first point, I believe that a resilience approach necessitates that we're looking across all hazards, and that's going to change over time. And so by applying a resilience lens to a lot of our work, particularly in neighborhoods, we need to be looking at the multiple hazards and the unique conditions in those areas. In terms of recovery, this, in my opinion, is why we do this work. We need to be thinking about not just what happens in the immediate aftermath of a shock or an event, but how long it is actually going to take us to be able to recover, and setting targets in order to do that. So one of the actions that we've laid out in the strategy includes the development of a recovery framework and a redevelopment plan. I think that's actually a really interesting opportunity to do that in alignment with the citywide plan. To date, we haven't done a significant amount of recovery planning as a city. A lot of our focus has been on the immediate response area where we need to do more work.
Yeah, no, I think I'm glad to hear that that's part of it, because when we looked at emergency management before in my work, it was sort of from that prevention all the way through to recovery piece, and how important it is to get back to routine after there is a disaster for dealing with disaster or other issues. And I'm happy to, I may just on a separate note send some comments and feedback separately after the meeting. I did also have one more question just around, this obviously work has been...
just at 15 seconds left.
Cities around the Rockefeller Foundation, and recently, we had a sponsorship policy that did come forward, and council not unanimously indicated that they weren't supportive of oil and gas and pharmaceuticals supporting us. Rockefeller, I understand, was looking at divesting of oil and gas, but they still seem to show some energy assets in their financials. And I'm just wondering, maybe that's a question for our city manager as to whether we're getting into some difficulties as council has signaled not wanting to have financial support from that industry, and yet on the books, Rockefeller may still have.
Actually, we're at the 5 minutes for questions, so perhaps that could be answered by email. Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'm going to try to move through them quickly for the report. My first one that really leapt out for me as a key priority is infrastructure renewal. And I know at the Park Board, we undertook a facilities review with REFM, in particular our community centers, and a number of those places where people gather a lot of them are old and could present real challenge. So I'm interested in terms of if we have a similar assessment for other civic facilities, fire, VPD, libraries, et cetera, that would be instrumental in crisis response. And also speak on sort of second part of that around looking at other options to accelerate renewal. And I think staff had referenced in response to some councillor questions, things like resilience bonds. I wonder if you can give us a bit more information on that.
Absolutely. So in answer to your first question, yes, we do have an assessment of all civic facilities. REFM isn't here, but I'm happy to report back to you with more information on that if you'd like more information. It lays out a prioritized set of facilities for seismic upgrade based on business continuity, emergency preparedness, and role, capacity of those buildings. With respect to your second question, I'm sorry.
Alternative
options.
Expediting financing
Yes.
and renewal.
So a few things. First of all, we are working right now FICOM and Insurance Bureau of Canada to explore different opportunities like resilience bonds. I'm not sure how familiar you are with those, but resilience bonds have been used in cities like New York City after Hurricane Sandy in terms of helping to recover the transit system there. Those are not currently available in Canada, but we are working with both the province and the federal government and the insurance industry to understand if and how they might be applied to accelerate the renewal of our own facilities.
So how serious is the issue of our facilities? Like in terms of the magnitude of priorities in this report, or facilities, would you characterize on a scale, you may not want to do that, but sort of 1 to 10, or how serious it is that our facilities are aging, or what proportion of them really require significant upgrade?
I can't speak to the specific numbers that require significant upgrade. I will say that I think that moving forward, the way that we can and should be looking at our facilities is not just to look at the facilities based on how old they are and the current standard of them. We need to be looking at them in the context of the service they provide to their neighborhood and whether or not that neighborhood is at particular risk. And that would be a change in the way that we're prioritizing our facilities.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there and I'll move on in the interest of time. My other one really relates to the affordability lens, and this is around, because we have to look at those most vulnerable, and I think it was referenced in here in terms of housing, but in terms of first responders on the ground, and a lot of our fire and police living outside of Vancouver, where does that factor in the event of emergency, our emergency personnel not being able to get into the city, and how would that be incorporated in the plan?
Do you want to speak to that, Daniel, or do you want me? Sure. So it is a challenge. There are emergency response plans happening across, or that happen on a regional scale. So the Integrated Partnership for Regional Emergency Management is one agency that is looking at that. And we know that there are a number of first responders who do live outside the city. And I think that that's part of the reason why we really need to be focusing on building capacity within community to take care of each other in the event of one of these disasters, because we know that there will inevitably be a delay.
It does present a very real risk.
It does.
Okay, and then my other question is really around sort of the notion of cost moving forward, because I know a lot of facility renewal will come through capital planning. I know staff have responded to some councillor questions and suggested that, and this is my question, a lot can be embedded in existing operational plans. So is this more meant to become a principle, just like sustainability is a principle when we're engaging in planning or new initiatives, or resiliency is a principle? And so what I'm trying to do is, what type of incremental costs would we be looking at separate from facilities renewal that could not be embedded in existing departmental operations?
Yes, I believe that resilience should be consider it as a principle, and this is a lens through which we should be doing our work. Yeah.
Short and sweet is good.
Yeah.
That gives me time for one more question. And the other one, similar to a question I asked one of the speakers earlier, in going through it, I know it identified social vulnerability factors in various populations. I was hard-pressed to find a mention of women from a gender perspective. I think I found single mothers in the report. So I'm wondering if staff would agree with some of the speakers' feedback. There's an opportunity to put more of a gender lens on this work moving forward.
Yeah, I think there absolutely is. We do have the Women Deliver event coming up, and we're hoping to use that as an opportunity to start a more in-depth dialogue, and so that we can continue to integrate that perspective in this work.
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yes, thanks so much for the report, and the detail in the appendixes was really nice to see kind of departmentalized between all the groups involved. One of the things I was looking for is number 2 talks about collaborative governments between. What is the relationship with this document and other Metro Vancouver municipalities? Because I noticed that there are 100 cities and you've done phase 1, phase 2, but I'm just wondering how Metro is involved in this.
So we haven't done a significant amount of work with Metro Vancouver. We are working quite closely with partners in North Vancouver. They're actually looking to us right now, also looking at adopting the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, and we do a lot of work with them around emergency planning. Other local cities that we've been working with and relying on heavily are City of Victoria. Those are sort of the 2 big partners that we've been looking at. Our focus has largely been on our internal resilience, and our hope is that we are able to really help to lead in this region and influence other municipalities to join us in thinking about particularly our regional risks.
Okay, because a bunch of the resilience, if something happens for disasters, would be our connection and people that would be from Richmond that would be blocked, and Burnaby and Shore. So I think this would need a regional context to really be effective.
Absolutely. And sorry, I don't want to imply the emergency preparedness work. There's a lot of regional connections around the emergency preparedness work for the development of the resilient strategy itself. We haven't, we need to do, we haven't done as much around the development of the resilient strategy itself.
Okay, and then on the local business side of it, and I know that chronic stresses was one of the things that were talked about in resilience, and we are hearing a lot with small business having a tougher time with the chronic stresses they're feeling. So how is the local economy brought into the resilient?
So the local economy was actually one of the larger, more significant themes that we heard through the initial part of our stakeholder engagement. When we looked at needing to prioritize what we wanted to bring forward in terms of resilience, we also identified that there's an employment land study happening, the VEC was doing work, and we have a poverty reduction piece happening. So staff have been working to help embed the resilience lens into that work. My resilience strategy identifies opportunities, first of all, to create a business recovery roundtable to really think about how we bring how we bring small businesses in particular into this conversation. We've also been working with the Board of Trade on conversations around how we might host that.
Okay, and then with the city planning process coming up quickly, how do we see this folding into really shaping the way we design our city moving forward?
So I think that this is actually is a very it's the appropriate place for this happening. We have identified and we're working on a number of tools through this work so that we have the tools able to help us model multiple hazards and think about land use, for example. But I also think that there's an opportunity to learn from the work that we did with community in engaging community in identifying their resilience objectives for their neighborhoods and helping to feed that into the city plan process.
Okay, and lastly on green infrastructure, and some communities recognizing that going back to natural processes for increasing green infrastructure to have fresh water in the cities and more lakes or ponds or whatever they can be really crucial in the short term after. How are we looking to increase the green infrastructure in components moving forward?
So I haven't spoken to the green infrastructure component in the resilience strategy because that work is actually well underway and resilience is one of the key elements of that. I'm not sure, Jerry, if you want to speak to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Bly.
Thank you. A number of my questions actually have been answered. I'm going to hold the balance of my comments now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. I have some follow-up questions. The first responder question is one that I usually ask, and I have over several years. I also understand, though, that it's not just about affordability. It's also a culture thing. That's what I understood from answers that I received last year to that question, that, in fact, working where someone lives may not necessarily be what they choose to do, even if they could live in the city of Vancouver. So that was suggested, and I remember thinking that I should ask a follow-up about that. But I'm very happy that that was already addressed in another question. Looking at nurses, doctors, people who will be on shift here in the city of Vancouver, but can't go home, can't not be on shift if they're not relieved by others. I'm wondering, are we doing a registry, or is there any thought to type of registry, not only for people who might have those skills and not work in the city of Vancouver, but work in another municipality, but be here at that time? I mean, I'm just wondering, is there a message? This is how you can help if you've already checked on your own family. Also, I understand that other cities, and I was actually just trying to look it up in my email because I had emailed it to myself, looking at this, knowing this report would come forward, and I really do appreciate but especially looking at the emergency preparedness, and if we're looking at, for instance, an earthquake, people with disabilities, are we doing a voluntary registry for them so that they can let us know where they live if they need help? These are some of the questions. Also, as the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee last term, I was asked. So I was hoping that you might be able to answer some of those questions. And then I have one more.
Do you want to take those?
Sorry. The first responder one was answered, so I think we're good. But registries of people who could help, or also registries of people who might need help. Like, for instance, if there was somebody living in a building alone by themselves, could they put themselves on could they alert the City of Vancouver to where they live, or would we work with Vancouver Coastal Health or other organizations on that?
Yeah, the short answer is we've done some work on that in the past. I know Fire had looked at it. We'd looked at it in engineering with laborers and a lot of the employees. We used to joke that the city engineer used to live in Surrey. The Surrey city engineer used to live in Vancouver. Every morning they pass each other in their commute in an emergency. So there's more work for us. There's more work for us to do, but we had started doing some of that already, and we should do more.
Thanks. And while you're there, Mr. Dobrovony, I'm not sure who may want to answer this question, but I know that this was a topic that you and I had spoken about. I've spoken to others about this. When I think about emergency preparedness also, and the allies that we have here in the city of Vancouver, aside from our first responder community, we also have the Canadian Armed Forces, and they're looking specifically at the Beatty Street Drill Hall that I believe, base that serves the downtown area. I understand that when the bike lane went in on Beatty Street, their vehicles were moved. Now, a few weeks back, it was confirmed for me that those vehicles are actually underneath that concrete parking lot. So I'm just wondering, in a situation like that, wouldn't it be unsafe to try and access those vehicles? And what are staff doing to work with them to make sure that they're in a safe place that they can be accessed if they're needed?
Yeah, we're committed to working with them to find a parking solution. Ultimately, it is their responsibility, but we'll work with them to look at different options, and both at that hall and also over on Burrard as well. There's a couple of places we're looking at to find out how we can solve that.
But that being the only one in downtown, aside from just looking at an earthquake, is that something that we would consider? It's up to them to find their own space, but if they were key to our plans, or are they key to our plans? Is it? I understand from our orientation day at Vancouver Fire and Rescue, and I appreciate that they're also working very closely together on these types of events. My apologies for not knowing more. That's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Actually, we're right at our 5 minutes. So
Sorry. I'll email.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, we're in for second round, or you?
I'll wait and see if there's any other.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Most of my questions were asked too, and I just want to commend the work. It's a really comprehensive report, and I especially appreciate the social and physical pieces being woven together so well. The only question I have is from my hat in a past job, which is I know in Ontario they've done some work around these being hubs in disasters, and I'm curious if that's been, I know we're more secular than most of Ontario, but if that's been any part of the work you've been doing.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. I think it's been a gap for Vancouver on a number of fronts in the past. We've started some early conversations through the work with 312 Main with First United, and that's been really inspiring. I think that this is an area where we really need to advance, and I'm hopeful that through the Resilient Neighborhood Program that will provide an opportunity and a platform to do more work in depth with the faith-based community, because you're right, they play an incredible role in resilience day to day and are also really critical to recovery. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I had a few questions myself. So I was just wondering about the regional aspects of this. So say we get all our stuff together and we're doing awesome, and then all of a sudden, but no other municipalities are doing the work. Is that being factored into your considerations?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really important. And I think that one of the most important things that we need to do is advocate for regional partnership and regional alignment. The Fraser Basin Council is a great organization that is doing a lot of work around both flooding and earthquake risk in the region, including looking at critical infrastructure. And one of the big pieces of our project, we're part of a $4 million research collaborative looking at regional risk reduction, which is going to include the capacity, modeling capacity to help us look at potential impacts of regional infrastructure. We hope that that will then provide us with a platform to be able to advocate for the provincial and federal support that we need to really move the needle there.
And did you survey other municipalities in any way to kind of get a sense of their readiness levels at all?
Yeah. So in terms of earthquake response, there's a lot of work. There are regional committees around emergency preparedness. In terms of resilience, that's a bit of a different question. It's really great work has already happened a few years ago on the North Shore. With respect to that, and of course, other communities are they're facing slightly different risks. So there's some really great work happening, for example, around flooding and climate change in Surrey that we've been working with. But yes, we work very closely with other municipalities on that. Yeah.
Okay, and I just had some more questions around the workforce here, because as we're seeing, housing's becoming more and more expensive, and just off the top of my head, I remember the police saying something like 20%, only 20% of their members live in Vancouver. I don't know if it's the same for fire, but since Chief Reed's here, maybe we can get some sense of that. Because what I'm concerned about is that we build into our plans workforce housing. I know the school board's talking about it. I know some talk around the new hospital perhaps having it, but I'm just wondering if there's any light you can shed on that.
Mayor and Council, so what I would say for fire is culturally, it's not perhaps as much of an issue as for some other first responder groups. I think there would be a higher proportion of staff that would live in Vancouver. I think affordability is a big part of the issue for Vancouver Fire. What we see now is our young members until they start a family, and then they start to move further and further out. So we have a large cadre of our newest staff who are in Vancouver and would be available. One of our strategies with the region is actually going to be understanding holistically where firefighters live and being willing to use each other's firefighters when they're readily available in their home community, and making that a core part of the strategy. So that's a work in progress. There are good early discussions that have gone on with regard to that, but it's not all sorted out yet.
Right. And so in this planning, do we have say the event of this mid-level earthquake, do we know how many personnel we need, or do we need everybody, or is there, because I'm just wondering what would be the minimum complement we'd have to have living in the city. And that's what interests me in the planning side of things, would kind of inform our work on workforce housing, is how many folks will we need?
Well, the honest answer with the scope and scale of the events we're talking about is we would never have enough for all of the even high priority things we wanted to do. So it's it's becoming really good in the planning process at prioritizing the most necessary things and assigning the number that you think you will have available, which for us would be starting with 138 firefighters at any given time, plus the ones who live in Vancouver or across a bridge that we think would still be working, and having a plan for that number.
But it wouldn't be hard to imagine having some workforce housing where, say, 200 units are for firefighters, and that they would permanently live in there or something, or some kind of rental accommodation for new folks. But in a sense of resilience planning, you think that would be something we'd be considering and should be.
Well, we would certainly be open to any ideas along those lines. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for your time today. Councillor Dominato, you do want to get back in here, so let me just reset there. Okay, go ahead.
Just had one last question. Sorry, I didn't cover it off earlier, but when I was looking at the guiding principles for the sort of underpin the work that you're doing, I'm curious if you see a place for sort of safety, health, and well-being, one of those guiding principles. It's touched on, but not really reflected there. It's touched on a little bit in equity, and there's environmental sustainability. But I feel like that's a fundamental principle. Is that at the end of the day, what are you trying to do, and whether it be natural disasters or dealing with socioeconomic challenges, is that the well-being and health of our population, our people, and that being a guiding. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on that, because it felt like it was missing. I saw, and then when I looked at the priorities, I see neighborhoods and collaborative city and safe adaptive buildings infrastructure. And just, could you comment on that? And maybe there's a place for that in there.
Yes. Point well taken. I think sometimes when I'm thinking about resilience, it's just, that's why we're doing this, is for the safety, health, and well-being of our community. And that could definitely be stated in a more explicit way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova?
I'm out of time. It's more of a point of information. I understand that the Van Slam exercise will take place on May the 10th, and you'd mentioned the mayor would participate. Will there be an invitation to council to participate as well? And where do people find this information? Because I'm just glancing on my phone to see how easy it is to find, and I'm not seeing the date up on our website.
It was in the presentation today, so we could get those.
I meant for people to be able to find, to participate or to watch. And
right.
If we're doing this for awareness, to get it out of the chambers, that's my question.
Right.
Thanks.
So to the first question, council was invited, so that was done through email, and we were told that council was otherwise engaged at a conference. And on the second question, there is a campaign or a media strategy, and there will be more information coming up on online very shortly, if not already. I believe there has been some social media and stuff, and there will be more coming.
Thank you.
Is that your question? Okay.
That is?
Sure. Councillor Carr.
Oh, thanks. I actually am finished questions, and I'm prepared to, if everyone else is, prepared to move the recommendations in this report.
Let's see. That's right. So on this one, that's fine. Yep. So you're going to move the motion?
Yes. I'm happy to move the recommendations in this report. I number one, really want to thank Ms. McPherson and the staff involved in the incredible work in here. I know it was a big team also of partners outside of City Hall itself. But Mr. Stevens, Ms. McPherson, you've done a great job in really focusing the efforts of council and moving forward on resilience for a number of years. So thank you for that work. And it's only becoming more important. So the further we take your recommendations and implement them into policy, the more, and there's lots of follow-up work to this report. This is the beginning, but it does. I think it's a strong and bold beginning to ramp up the work in terms of preparedness around emergencies and around just the ongoing challenges that we face as a city in terms of being resilient. I love the neighborhood-based elements of it, the strength in neighborhoods in terms of being the places where we expect help for people in the city, in other parts of the city that may need more than in other parts of the city. I'm really aware of that because, of course, I live in the West End, and that's this extreme response, I mean, the extreme result if there is an earthquake, well, actually when there is an earthquake, the expectation that the majority of buildings will be affected, and a lot of people will be homeless. A lot, like hundreds of thousands potentially. Certainly, we're talking 150,000, right, over even a longer term. So, and half the population on a 12-month basis. So the help of people throughout the city is critical. And the more we can inform, educate, engage, and I love the term that was also phrased, co-collaborate, like to create this sense of people knowing they're going to be helping each other in terms of any future problems is really critical. So I'm looking forward to budgets and knowing how much money we need to put into this. I think that's very critical, and the sooner we get at that work, the better. I'm very, very much interested in the buildings and the safety of buildings, and if we can couple our climate action and mitigation with the preparedness around emergency, that to me is incredibly important, and that we ramp that up, and if need be, make sure we've got significant resources towards that, that I'm going to be then a happy camper. So thank you again, and again, very pleased to move this.
Thanks. We need a seconder. Councillor Wiebe. And I've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the list.
Sure. Thank you. I did send in an amendment earlier to Council and the clerk, and I wonder if they could bring it up to the staff recommendation. And would you like me to read that first, Mr. Mayor, prior to commenting on it?
Sorry?
Would you like me to read that first prior to commenting on it?
Folks can...
I'll do it quickly. It's simply, there's two components to it. It simply takes the staff recommendation and augments it by adding two pieces. One is language that says, and costs and report back to council for final approval. And the spirit of that piece is simply for council to have a sense around what the investment in this is going to be. I would note that we did get clarification in the discussion that facility renewal will come back in the form of capital planning, and that staff really do look at this as a principle moving forward that can be integrated into existing department operations, but there will be some costs, and I think it's incumbent on council to identify what those are. So that's simply what that asks for. And then the second addition is also further to some of the discussion we had today, and it reads that council directs staff to ensure an explicit gendered intersectional lens perspective is incorporated in the ongoing work and implementation of this strategy. Because we have had a number of discussions, and I know this council is committed to ensuring that our underrepresented voices and vulnerable groups are heard, and I think we've heard from both speakers and members of the staff that they feel that would be achievable and beneficial moving forward. Thank you.
Sure. I'm just going to stop this 1 second here. Councillor Carr. Sorry, I haven't got your mic on there. Don't know why that's... Oh, I'm sorry. I pushed the wrong button. That's why. There we go.
Thank you. Yes, through you to Councillor Kirby-Yung. I just want to clarify that language that has been put forward as an amendment is on A, and that B remains as is in this report.
Yes, it does, Councillor Carr. Thank you for asking.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Wiebe.
I'll take myself off right now.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
I had sent an amendment earlier to the clerk, specifically to receive this report for information.
Right, so we're just dealing with this amendment now, unless you have an amendment to this amendment.
So I'm not sure that was, I guess that's a point of, pardon me, but information or a question. Is it amendment to receive, or would that, how would I approach
You would be striking out this, I believe, and am I wrong? Perhaps the clerk can clarify? It's out of order.
A motion to strike and replace with receive for information would be considered out of order, as the same the same objective can be achieved with voting this motion down.
In that case, can I make an amendment to the amendment?
You do have to send it in, though, right? You should email it to the clerk.
Okay, well, I guess I've done things in the wrong order. My apologies.
Well, actually, I should clarify. So, and I'm sorry to put the clerk in that position. Is that I had looked at your amendment before, even though we're not talking about it right now, but it was under two sections of the procedural bylaw out of order. So basically, instead of receiving the report for information, we would just simply not accept the recommendations, and it would be the same effect. So that's why it's redundant in a sense.
Okay, then I have to wait if I want to make an amendment to the amendment.
If you want to amend this one, make amendment, you should send in that whatever text that you want changed. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Perhaps through you, Mayor, to the city manager, I'm just seeking some clarification about the cost and report back for final approval amendment. I'm curious. My understanding is that the recommendation before amended would be that that council is recommending that we move forward and that the cost be part of our larger budget conversation. So I guess this would be that we hear back pre-budget on that, and I'm just wondering if that
sounds right.
Any timing concerns that we should just know about as we.
My understanding is that we go through this all again, essentially. That this would go back to staff, they'd add some extra information and come back again, and then we would vote on it then.
And would that delay things that we need to be moving forward?
It would. I think just my interpretation of it is that it's the report back to council for final approval that gives us an extra vote. Okay. I think that interpretation would be correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask when we vote on this amendment then that we sever and vote on the amendment to the first paragraph and the second paragraph separately?
So sever when we vote. Okay. I had a seconder from Councillor Carr. Did you have a seconder? Yeah, I thought, Councillor Wiebe seconded. Councillor Wiebe seconded. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of clarification through the city manager to the mayor. Through the mayor to the city. Wrong way. It's my understanding in the report that the report had asked for council to approve the framework, which this amendment is retaining, but it also references in the report that staff still plan and still have the next step of completing the strategy and the implementation plan. And so there just wasn't a step for that piece to come back to council. And I think given that this is such an important component and council would want to have some assurance that all of the pieces we've talked about today are incorporated in there, staff still plan to do that work. So yes, there is an additional step to share it back.
So your question to the city manager?
My question is for clarification on that piece for the city manager, because I just feel that wasn't perhaps characterized based on what I had read in the report in response to Councillor
I'm not quite clear what you're asking.
I wonder if the city manager can confirm that that is the work process as laid out in the report.
I'm still not quite clear what you're asking. Could you just rephrase it?
Well, I believe that maybe it framed a different way. I believe you had said that this created an extra step or implemented the timeline, and that's not necessarily my understanding based on the fact that this is work that is planned to happen anyway. It's just simply coming back and sharing it with council as opposed to going out to the public.
It says final approval, though.
First. Pardon me?
Sure. I guess we can see if the city manager can shed light on that amendment.
Thanks. I'm kind of through the mayor here.
Does look like you're
riffing off of the what's on there. My and what we normally do is approve a framework, and we then go to develop an implementation plan. And each year in our budget, we bring forward the parts of the implementation plan that we're recommending approving at that time, or doing in that year. And if it's the capital plan, we recommend it obviously in the 4-year span. So I think the costs piece, in terms of the full implementation, because this is a long-term kind of approach here, is that I don't think we'd be able to do that in the short term here. I mean, unless you're talking about the 2020 costs. So I'm not exactly clear on what costs that would be referred to in that motion. And typically, it depends on which the different types of strategies like this that we've done. It would be an implementation plan that would be approved by council, like we did the Housing Vancouver strategy and others. But generally, the final approval, kind of the way that you're framing that, isn't typically how we do it. We normally approve the overarching strategy and then go develop an implementation plan.
So follow-up clarification question, if I can, on cost then. It references in the report that the 2019 staff costs, for example, have been planned for. So I would assume, and if it requires additional clarification, we could do that, but I would assume that would mean for ongoing support for 2020 and beyond, because the report itself references that the did for 2019.
Yes, that's correct. The 2019 costs to continue this work are included, and the 2020 costs and beyond would be need to be included in future plans. And typically, if we're approving a framework strategy like this, there's 20, 30, 40-year kind of perspective in this work, and so we don't have all the costing for that, and those normally would come forward as part of the annual budget. So at this point, we have the 2019 budget, and we would be reporting back as staff to council with the recommendations for the 2020 budget. But that is typically done in the context of all of the other needs. Now, if council comes back in the outlook, let's say, or through our work and says we want a 2% tax increase, well, then we're going to come back with less in this area to be implemented in 2020, because we obviously don't bring forward financial recommendations throughout the year. We bring them as one consolidated report, so you're not locking yourself into expenses when we don't know kind of the envelope of what council's prepared to achieve. So that would be, I guess, my concern, so to speak, with this is we just approve a strategy, an implementation plan, and then we, as the staff in developing the budget, come forward with what we think we can achieve that year based on all the other pressures and demands that we're dealing with.
So if I can just try to get my head around this myself. So if we approved it without the amendment, then our approval of the budget would for the budget for this strategy would come during our budget process, and then the final vote in December. But if we add this, if we do accept this amendment, then there would be another approval stage prior to the budget. I think that's what you're trying to get at here in your amendment, is that it would come back to council for an actual vote, another vote.
Yeah, it's two pieces. It's not just on cost, so I would want to share with council. It's also on the strategy and the associated implementation, because I was responsive to councillors' comments raised earlier that there is still a lot of pieces that perhaps could be articulated better and to sort of really have comfort level with the final strategy before it to the public. And I feel like that's a step that is not currently.
Sure. So without this amendment, there would be one vote during the budget on this, the budget process on this, but adding this, there would be...
It would be financial and it wouldn't be...
But if we add this, then there would be another vote prior to the budget. So one vote without this amendment, two votes with this amendment.
If I might jump in, I think in the comments you just made, I think shed some light on this and your intentions here. If I understand what you're saying, it's kind of a two-phased approval process for approving the plan. The way that you're framing it, the strategy, and the way that we are proposing it is that you approve the framework now, and we start to embed it into our work immediately. But I think the way that you're is that we then go do, you kind of conceptually or in principle the work, and then we would report back with more information for a final council approval is kind of how I'm interpreting what you're saying. And that's, I think, maybe gets back to what you were saying, Mayor, which is it's two votes instead of one. We'd basically be repeating what we're doing today, again, at another time. But it sounds like, but with more information about the implementation. That
sounds about right. That's the way I read this.
I'll leave it there because I do think that there's a missing piece, and I think if we're going to launch a strategy to the public that is going to have more detail and be augmented and respond to some of feedback, there isn't that opportunity for a check-in with council, and that to me is missing here. Thank you.
Is everybody clear on that? Okay. Councillor Dominato.
I'll just keep my comments really brief because I think that may have been covered by the city manager. But I was going to say is I don't think that this motion will take away from the work. I gather pretty clear from the extensive work that this work is underway already, and I don't want to put words in the mouth of the staff at all, but it seems that this is formalizing it into a policy framework that wasn't there before, but that the work isn't going to suddenly full stop not happen because it isn't approved today, or it's approved in two parts. So I just wanted to reflect that, because I gather there is a lot of work that's already taking place, and I would expect it would still continue. It's the policy framework piece. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to have heard Councillor Boyle ask for severing of this, and I certainly have no problem with it further that and supporting the gendered intersectional lands approach. I am going to vote against the amendment in paragraph 8 and cause for report back to council for final approval. And the reason I want to do that is because, as has, I think, been explained to us by the city manager, the council will be approving costs and implementation on an annual basis prior to inclusion in the budget, or as part of the budget. That's the way, at least in the 7 years I've been on council, it's happened every year. In other words, I've never seen a strategy where everything is presented in the strategy at once, including the full implementation plan and all the costs. It just hasn't happened because things emerge, build on each other, priorities shift potentially, more money becomes available or not in the overall budget process. So on an annual basis, council, you can be expected to see the implementation strategy for that year, the priorities that emerge, and the budget associated with it come back to council. And that's just always been the way. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but that's the way I have seen it happen. So I think it's not just that it's redundant, it's that this is unhelpful in terms of moving forward. Because right now, if you take out and costs and report back to council for final approval, it's going to move forward right away. If that wording passes, it's going to take longer. And I think it maybe even would be very difficult, I think, for staff to come back with the full strategy and costs for X number of years into the future. So it's impractical.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to agree in part with what Councillor Carr just said, and that is that costs are incremental. That's certainly true. But there's more at stake here than just the budget items that would be accrued to the city, but rather the costs for the businesses, the residents throughout the city of implementing the kind of activities that are considered under this plan. So I have serious reservations about it, which is why I would have put forward a motion to receive. I was given some comfort, cold comfort, by Councillor Kirby-Young's remarks about costs and report back to council. But I have more overarching concerns about the approach because, again, I see some of the fundamental discussions underpinning this report as based on assumptions that are not Vancouver-based. So, especially around the discussions of the likelihood of earthquakes and preparedness. And there's a lot of good stuff in this report, don't get me wrong. But there's also stuff that has strong and fundamental costs that are going to be borne by the residents and businesses of this city that are going to be outside the scope of just the budget that would be attributable to this strategy. So, I would have reluctantly supported this amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young as at least an articulation of concerns about the financial implications of accepting or approving this framework in its entirety. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm sorry I missed the earlier presentation, but resiliency is something that I've looked a lot into and been wrapping my head around for quite some time. Fun fact, the term resiliency was coined right here by a UBC professor in 1973, C.S. Halling, on the resiliency and stability of ecological systems. So when we talk about ecological systems, if we take this from the biological perspective and look at it into the urban planning and the resilient civilization kind of context, we have different disruptors. We have, the big disruptors like an earthquake, but we have all the gradual small disruptors that can chip away at a system in different ways. And I think that's what the overarching resiliency strategy addresses. So where this is not, I can support Councillor Kirby-Young's second half amendment, but I can't support the first because, as Councillor Carr alluded, we can't hamstring, we can't corral ourselves into, this isn't a blank check plan. This is talking about a framework so we can respond to whatever Mother Nature or systems throw at us. Whatever kind of disruptors come our way, we need to be nimble enough to respond to them. So I don't think we need to worry that this is a blank check that we're writing here. I don't think we need to worry that we're constraining ourselves to any one strategy. The whole purpose of a resiliency strategy is to be nimble and responsive to whatever comes our way. So I won't be supporting the First Amendment. I will happily support the Second Amendment to incorporate more gender and intersectional lens, though. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was just going to add a comment to the conversation. I think there's merit in this and asking for that, having developed in my own professional life strategies and having to do those over 3 or 5 year strategies and outlining what the goals and the objectives and the intended actions were, as well as costing those out at a high level, knowing full well that those could change as part of changing dynamics in the environment and as our budget development process went on. But I think it's a reasonable ask. It's that we're simply asking for more detail around the implementation of it. Obviously, I've heard wide support for the most part around council table and chambers today for this work. I think we all recognize it's incredibly important, and the fact that it is multifaceted, everything from natural disasters through to supporting the work of our people, the socioeconomic piece. So I'm supportive of the amendment.
Thanks very much. That's it for the comments, so we can move to a vote. Yeah, so we'll vote on the amendment to A first. So, yeah, we're going to split them. So the first vote will be, should we add and costs and report back to council for final approval? That'll be the first one. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that fails. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Fry, Councillor Carr, and myself in opposition. And so we'll move to this to vote on the second part. Councillor Kirby on. There we go, unanimous. Great. So now we will vote on the amended. Right? That's it. Okay, so we're done. Perfect. Okay, thanks very much, Council. So that's been adopted. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, so we get one more vote on the main motion. Okay, unless people want to speak. So, Councillor Hardwick, did you still want to speak to this?
Yes, I move to sever B.
Okay, you don't need to move. We'll just indicate that during the vote, that we will sever it during the vote as that comes up. Any other comments on that? Councillor Wiebe?
I'm commenting on the entire motion.
Okay.
I really like the goals behind the strategy, the thriving and prepared neighborhoods, proactive collaborative government, safe adaptability and structure. I think it's great, the priorities moving forward on it. I also like the 100 Resilient Cities definition, that the capacity of individuals, communities, institutions, businesses, and systems within a city to survive, adapt, and grow no matter what kinds of chronic stresses and acute shocks they experience, including social isolation and unaffordability. I think those really kind of grapple what we're dealing with, that it's not just about an earthquake. It's really about how to lift up our community resilience, which is a big component, and all the rest of it. So I really like this work, and I look forward to seeing it move forward. So great work on this project.
Thanks very much. Anybody else want to speak on this? Seeing none, we can go to the vote. On A, we're severing the vote, just to remind you. Can we see the whole? Request to see the whole. Yeah. A minute here. So you're ready? So we're just going to vote on A. Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby-Yung just voting on A. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, that is passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Now we'll move to B. Councillor Swanson. Can you pull it back up? It's about adding the intersectional lens. That was that was A. That we got the right one there? Okay. For B then? Right. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, good. That's it for this one. So thanks very much. Thank you, staff, for your reports. Thank you, council. Okay. So before we go to consider the reports held for debate, I'm going to just ask that we consider the ones that were held by Councillor Swanson, who's now indicated that she doesn't want to hold these reports. I'm just wondering if we can have a consent vote on the policy reports that were held. So Councillor Swanson had held reports 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Am I right? Right, I'm sorry. Councillor Kirby-Yung held 6, I thought. So we're looking at policy reports. Pardon me? Nope. We're going to be going to the interim zoning in a second, but we're just going to go to items on consent. I guess we could reconsider the vote. Okay. So this helped me here. So if you got to your policy reports page in the agenda, what I'm asking for is consent to pass a number of these motions. Sorry, a number of these policies reports. The first one would be item 2, the rezoning on Main Street and East 6. Number 3, which is the rezoning on Quebec Street. Number 5, which is the rezoning on West 52nd and Oak. Number 7, which is the West 28th. Number 8, which is West 28th. Number 9, which is West 59th. Number 10, which is West King Edward Avenue. Sure. Councilor DeGenova?
This question's been asked of me before, so I think that it's fair. I understand that our staff, we sit here and we talk about all of the work that we want them to do, and they've been waiting here all day long for these reports that were held.
Yep.
So my point of information, I'd like to know how many staff roughly have waited, and if in future at other meetings, including tomorrow, because we have a consent agenda, can we send questions ahead of time into staff, have them answered for us, and maybe even use some of our time later on during inquiries or other matters? I'm asking those questions trying to find efficiencies.
Sure.
Thank you.
Don't know if the city manager wants to respond. Has estimated how many staff are waiting for this, but that was the question from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. Based on the schedule, I had indicated to the staff that they could go back to their offices and continue working. I know there were some members of the public that were waiting for these as well, so it was more that we were on alert, but we weren't sitting around all day. We trying to use our time efficiently. But it is extremely helpful for us to have them go on consent or to know what the questions are in advance, so we don't need a whole group of staff to be waiting. So any questions in advance certainly help us to ensure that we're ready or that we can answer questions in advance via email. So thank you for pointing this out.
Thanks. And just to follow up to that point of information, I just want to make sure the city manager, I know it has to be a question, that you know that I wasn't implying that staff were sitting around.
No, yeah.
I just understand that they couldn't have other meetings or hold other meetings today. So
Yes.
I want to make that very clear. I wasn't suggesting staff weren't doing their job.
Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that's what you were saying, but thanks for clarifying.
Okay, so just to recap, we'll be voting on whether to pass on consent policy report 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it. So if you're in favor of passing those by consent, or if you wanted to hold any. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. Councillor Swanson, you had a...
I just wanted to hold 11.
Okay. That's done. Just to make sure I've got it right. 2, 3, 5, 7. Okay. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12 are the ones we'd pass by consent. You got the wrong one circle too. No, I got yeah, you got it wrong too. Hold on. I know. Why don't you read them out? Okay. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're passing by consent. If you're looking at your list, and I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconder. Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, that's good. Thanks very much. So now we're moving back to the Administrative Report 1, which is staff advice on emergency interim rezoning policy for Broadway corridor to UBC. And...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We, if I might,
yes.
We didn't prepare a presentation. We did just provide the report, and the staff team are here to answer any questions that you might have, but hopefully the report is fulsome enough. I do want to make sure that you saw the memo, yellow memo that was distributed clarifying one point that Councillor Carr caught us out on. So hopefully that clarifies that. Good reading, by the way. And I did distribute a note with a number of questions answered from that I got over the weekend as well. So hopefully you've got all of that.
Great. Thanks very much. I have Councillor DeGenova on the list.
Thank you very much. My first question is, and these are questions that I've received also from the public that...
I'm sorry, I've got a point of information.
I'm sorry, just a quick clarification. The yellow memo that the city manager referred to, is that the same email that we received that was answering staff questions? Because I don't have a physical.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have one. If I could have a copy, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, it was emailed earlier this morning from me as well.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Great, thanks very much. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I don't know that I'm a minute and 11 seconds
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
my questions.
I've got it frozen.
Just wanted to check. Thank you very much. So some of the questions, because I know that this was quite a confusing process for this to come back. There was a motion that was debated, then that was sent off to staff, then it's coming back. So I want to make sure that the original motion that this came does not so if this recommendation, or these recommendations, I should say, are passed along with the added language in the, it's not yellow, but it's supposed to be a yellow memo, that we would be able to achieve more than just 100% social housing in projects that move forward in the interim right now. That's my understanding. The original motion called for that, and I certainly have received questions asking specifically about that with this policy, with the recommendations, and also considering the fact that it talks about consequential amendments and specific discretion in the appendices B and C, and I won't go through all of them right now, but I just wanted to make sure that there was that option to move forward with affordable housing. As is noted in the report, this is a question that I've received several times from the public, so I just want to verify it. Staff? You drew the short straw.
Hi, Council. Kevin McNaney from Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability. The resolution as it stood at the end of the evening when Council was debating it is contained in Appendix A2, and that's where you'll see the amendments that staff have suggested. Then there's a clean version, A1. The memo itself just seeks to clarify, as we know, caught a typo. The types of housing that would be allowed to proceed under this policy are essentially in that memo, and you'll see it on C subsection B.
Okay.
So rezoning applications will be considered for projects involving social and supportive housing, community care facilities, or group residences, secured market rental housing, secured below market rental housing, and affordable student housing associated with educational institutions. So those are the only projects that would be able to proceed for rezoning while this policy is in effect.
Okay, so a follow-up question to that is, what about nonprofit organizations? What about looking at organizations that serve a vulnerable population? Or, for instance, and I'm not sure, but the City of Vancouver often partners with other organizations like CMHC or BC Housing. If there was a possibility of a partnership, would discretion be able to be used for those projects? Because I see the word discretion. I appreciate Councillor Carr catching this, and it was a question that I had on my list from earlier this morning because I've received that question several times, clarity as to what housing this contains. So, for instance, if there was welfare, shelter, and pension rate housing offered, but it was in a mixed situation, but we wouldn't otherwise see that housing, would that be something that's up to the discretion of planning?
That's where the Director of Planning would bring an issues report back to Council and ask your opinion if you'd like it to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm just inquiring as to whether or not we are breaking strictly at 5, and if there's any way, I know that there's speakers here to speak, just as with a previous procedure, that we may not choose to hear from the speakers, giving them before we take our dinner break.
Well, we could agree as council to move to speakers now.
My apologies. That's a good idea.
Great. Okay. So why don't we do that then? I have a speaker.
I'll second.
I don't think we need a. We want to. We don't need to move it. We can just move right to speakers.
Great. Thank you.
So I'll just pull out the list here. We have. Did I have any? Did I hear point of order or something? No. Okay. So we have Elizabeth Murphy first on the list. Mark Bowen, Larry Bangs, to speak to this issue. So Elizabeth Murphy, do you want to come forward, please? And we have this. Right. And so under the new procedural bylaws, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. So the amended motion as proposed by council is improved over the original motion, and but there are a number of major areas of concern with regards to the current proposed changes in this report as follows. So this The main issue is this includes Kitsilano and West Point Grey to be planned again through transit corridor planning, such as the Broadway planning process, by deleting the most important clause in the end of the former motion that says not through transit corridor planning, such as Broadway planning process. That clause should be restored. And contrary to the staff report claims that the Broadway planning is neighborhood-based planning, that is not in fact the case, and I don't think it's what the neighborhoods had in mind when they were requesting neighborhood-based planning. The whole idea was that the corridor-based planning was not the way to go. Also, Kitsilano, the neighborhood of Kitsilano starts at Burrard Street, not at Vine. Therefore, except for the C3A zoned part of Broadway to Vine Street and the Squamish First Nations land at the south end of the Burrard Street Bridge, all of Kitsilano should be included in neighborhood-based planning, not Broadway planning process. So the boundaries should be clarified to reflect this in both the Broadway planning process and the Kitsilano neighborhood planning. The Broadway interim rezoning policy should not be in its entirety extended to Kitsilano and West Point Grey. Instead, adopts a similar but revised interim rezoning policy that reflects the specific circumstances of these neighborhoods, which are different than Central Broadway. It's very different, and the actual rezoning policy should reflect that. The report in Appendix B and C suggests exempting market rentals rezonings and other CD1 text amendments, which should not apply. And the heritage projects should only be considered for heritage and character buildings located in Kitsilano and West Point Grey, not for density transfers from other areas, like as currently allowed in Central Broadway.
You're just
and finally, the name of the motion should be changed to exclude Broadway corridor planning and just be emergency interim rezoning policy for Kitsilano and West Point Grey. And also some of the, just one last sentence.
Well, you're at your 3 minutes.
Okay. So just the one last point regarding the actual exemptions. I think that they're adding so many exemptions that really they're going to be majorly impacting preempting the ability to actually do proper zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have no questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thanks very much. Mark Bowen. See Mark coming. Mr. Bowen.
Hello.
Hi, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I'll keep it brief. It may actually take less than 3 minutes, which you guys would like.
Okay.
Anyhow, I'm Mark Bowen. I'm an MBA, and I'm here as a private citizen. And it's because I'm opposed to the emergency rezoning policy for the Broadway corridor. And there's some points I'd like City Council and the Mayor to consider. I feel the West Side homeowner, as well as the multi-unit property manager owner, is targeted in this motion. And homeowners on the West Side have already seen property values drop by about 25%. And my fear here is that this rental rezoning policy is going to make that worse. So compared to the rest of Vancouver, the West Side, in my opinion, is only seeing a small amount of rezoning applications. So my question is, where's the emergency? In fact, the Broadway SkyTrain, if funded and approved, is not even set to start for, I think, 5 years. So my understanding as well, and I could be corrected on this, is that the West Side is already about 50% rentals, so the community has contributed its share to the rental pool. And my concern is that down zoning and taking away property rights without compensation or consideration will be an issue for some developers who are the people that you want to have build your rentals. So for me, I think it's important to, as a citizen, I'd like to see a full citywide zoning review and proper public consultation Because, I mean, we're already seeing in places like New Westminster, which has tried some of the rental-only policies, where there's already lawsuits coming up. So I just feel that there should be more consultation on this. So the other point I have is it's a discriminatory policy which is applied only to Kits and Point Grey. Other communities have had SkyTrains built, and no such policies were suggested for those communities. And my perception is that the city views Kits and Point Grey as primary as to add much to rental housing stock. And my concern here is this could result in a flee of homeowner capital, decreased values by homeowners, which I've already mentioned. And the result would paradoxically that you could have a lower tax base as capital flees, values drop, and more renters enter the area. So, you know, I'm going to shorten this up because we're running out of time, but my understanding was that the rental-only type zoning was to be applied as a surgical tool and not to be applied in entire city neighborhoods. So what I'm hoping here is that you guys will look at this one more time and, you know, manage in a minimally disruptive way to existing homeowners and their property values, because after all, in my part of town, often it's seniors' homes, homes they live in, homes that will be passed along to their children in many cases. So I'm going to ask that you don't pass discriminatory emergency interim rental-only zoning and find a more moderate and more surgical approach citywide and Lower Mainland-wide through consultation with all the other municipalities. And we're about out of time, so I think I'll wrap it up here.
Great. Thanks very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, you have a question.
Yeah, so you talked about having more zone, you want more rezonings and zonings in Kits and Point Grey, is that correct? No. However, you're nervous about the rental-only tool being utilized.
I'm nervous about the rental-only tool being used. I don't see a lot of development in Kits and Point Grey right now. I just don't. And, you know,
would you be okay with more development in Kits and Point Grey?
A reasonable balance is what I would say. So some market-driven, some condominiums, so a reasonable balance, not all rentals. That's my concern.
That's your concern? Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thanks for coming in today. Oh, Councillor Hardwick, you had a question?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, not a question, but I thought we were finished with that. And we're going
Okay,
to be moving onward.
Thanks. Okay, yep, we're back to the main queue.
All right, so we're moving along.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're back to, oh, I'm sorry, one more speaker. Mr. Beng? I didn't see him here, that's why I thought, but he might be out in the lobby. I don't see him. Okay, thanks very much. So now we're back to council. And Councillor Dejanova, I think you're finished, so I'm on to Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, thank you. I have one tool just to kind of cut to the heart of it, and that is that I wonder if staff can clarify that my understanding or interpretation of the report, for any market non-rental projects, they would only be permitted under existing zoning during the period that this interim policy applies. So there would be no other market development other than within existing zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so for example, that would enable an question, but could you characterize what kind of market projects that would permit during the time this policy would be in place?
Well, for example, anything under the C3A zoning on Broadway already can go to 3.3 FSR and 120 feet, and that allows markets. So you could do this sort of development permits under zoning. But the only rezonings that are moving ahead at this point are actually mostly, as noted in the middle-income rental projects or rental projects. So.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask a follow-up question moving on to the use of rental-only zoning, because I know there's language in the report that staff says explore the opportunity for, and I believe that it's fair to say that staff are well aware of what's happening in New Westminster and other jurisdictions. So a previous speaker used the terminology around as a surgical tool. So my question is, are we very aware of the potential impact on downzoning for property owners? And how would conceptually, could you expand on what you mean by, in the report, of exploring the opportunity for, what a sample application of rental-only zoning might look like?
So we are still exploring it in the most literal sense. We've just got into that with the Broadway plan itself. That language was actually originally from Pete Fry, Councillor Fry's original motion to explore the rental-only housing, so that came from council. So that's up for debate today as you amend or approve the original motion.
Okay, so can I ask you to expand a bit further? And I see Mr. Kelly leaning forward, so I don't know if you want to field this one, or, but I think it's really a fair question because there's been so much dialogue around rental-only zone. Of when we say explore, are we thinking possibly a test site to in very specific scenarios that would not downzone or cause a devaluation on private property holders? Like, I'm looking to get a bit more color about that.
I don't think we have the answer yet, Councillor. We're still exploring the tool. It's very new to the city's coffers, and we had to figure out where we're going to use it and how.
Okay, so if council were to approve this report, including that recommendation today, would any recommendations on specific application of rental-only zoning come back to council then?
Well, they would have to come back to council at public hearing. So it would be the decision of council about whether to implement that tool.
And I did know the answer to that question, but I want to ask that question so that it's very clear, because I think that there's a lot of apprehension or uncertainty around this new concept of rental-only zoning and what it would look like. So there is an opportunity process for check and balance because it has to go to hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle. Okay, Councillor Swanson.
I have 3 questions. One is, maybe I'll just say them all fast, and then maybe you can answer them fast. So one is, you've already kind of answered about C2 zoning. I'm really worried about apartment buildings in C2 zoning that are being replaced by condos and are unaffordable, and people are being evicted. So what can we do to stop that? And does this help at all? And I'm also wondering about this clause in CA where it says that the applications are going to go ahead if they've been considered within the past 3 years. Does it have to be 3 years? That seems like an awful long time. What about just 1 year? And then the third question is, would it be possible to have rental-only zoning that grandfathered existing strata or condos so that you didn't get that problem of downzoning?
Okay, so I'll try to remember your questions. Question 1 was the C2 zoning and what it permits, and does this change anything? The short answer is no. That zoning allows residential, which allows strata or rental to be built. So council would need to change that zoning in the future through a public hearing if you wanted to prevent future strata in that district. Your second question was, which projects can move ahead? If you look on, if you look on page 5, number 4, it tells you the active rezoning applications in the area. So 4 projects are under the moderate income rental housing project, 1 project under rental 100, and 1 project under affordable housing. 3 years is kind of our standard. That's the same in the other rezoning policy as well, the existing one for Broadway, because that's about the rough estimate of time where people have acquired land and we've given advice, et cetera.
Okay, and the last one was about, what page was that on?
Page 5 of the report, bullet 4.
Okay.
Talks about the projects that can still proceed under that 3-year envelope.
And then the last one was, could you have rental-only zoning but grandfather in the condos so that there would be no zone?
Yeah, so a lot of times when we change zoning, there are existing uses which we grandfather in. This industrial area is a good example where it doesn't allow housing, but there are old houses in it. So you don't have to conform when zoning changes. Anything that would be built new would need to conform to the zoning.
So my understanding is that the legal problems that they're having in other regions are due to actually downzoning existing condos, but we could avoid that if we grandfathered them in?
I don't feel prepared to comment on the legal side in New Westminster because I'm not familiar with the details. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Is that it, Councillor Swanson? Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I'm just wondering if you could expand on the revised motion for consideration C. Talks about, C sub C, that the director of planning there can be, exceptional circumstances where rezoning might be considered. And I'm just curious what that looks like. So a scenario would if we need office space. So for example, we're anticipating more and more workers coming and working in Vancouver. We need office space. Would that be considered? Or fourplexes. So those would be strata. But if you could expand on that and what that discussion looks like and what we might see coming to council.
Sure. It just requires a report to council similar to report 12 on your agenda today, where they're seeking additional height for an office project. So we would come back to council for projects which the Director of Planning thought were exemplary or a special circumstance, and ask council if you're willing to entertain a rezoning application. So it comes to council, but what comes to council is at the discretion of the Director of Planning.
Okay. A couple of follow-up questions. Again, going back to Section C, and it's talking about the general rezonings will not be considered while the planning process is underway. I guess for the benefit of everyone in the community, how long do we anticipate that planning process? And the reason I ask is that the planning for transit, rapid transit out to UBC has been on the books for 10 years, roughly, with the Transit Mayors Council. So there's probably been speculation prior to this time. I'm just curious, like, what's the boundaries of that time frame? What does that look like for the public or anyone wanting to do any work and develop in that area?
Yes, currently we're planning just up to Arbutus. We're planning from Clark to Vine for. There's a council-approved planning program for that area of Broadway. So this section that this motion from councillor refers to is beyond Vine. We don't have any planning in place or terms of reference in place. It may end up as part of the citywide plan. We'll have to look at that closely, but you are correct in that we're only planning currently to Vine, where the existing subway is funded and will be delivered.
Okay, so it's just sort of open-ended, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so this would remain in place until there's a plan in place that would replace this.
Right, and we can't really say at this point what that would look like. Okay. And then, I had another question. Hang on. Lost my train of thought. I might have to come back to it, Mr. Bear. Sorry. I'll come back to it. Put myself back on the queue.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
Hi, I'll try and be quick. We're supposed to be embarking on a citywide planning process, and I think we've established that there is no emergency. What is to prevent us from pressing pause and moving forward with the citywide planning process and then integrating this subject into that larger discussion?
Well, this resolution from council isn't actually telling staff to do planning at this point. What it's doing is saying we're going to put some interim measures to limit speculation, development cost expectation, and to limit rezoning until a plan is in place. So that may, as I said, and is still being scoped, be part of the citywide plan. Maybe this area is a sub-area of it. I'm not sure how it would work yet. We're not planning on launching a planning process west of Vine at this point.
Great. Well, that's encouraging, because I really would like to see the citywide planning process proceed without precedents hamstringing it. In item number 4 in the staff report, there are 6 projects listed, 4 projects under the moderate income housing pilot, 1 under rental 100, 1 under the affordable housing. Where are these located, please? Could you tell us?
I can't at this point. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. And also, I assume they're probably still confidential inquiries. The MERP projects I know will be coming to council for hearing, I think, later this fall, some of them. I can get you that details. I can try to find the ones that are actual applications.
Yeah,
I don't have that on hand.
so we don't want there to be, again, creep on this. You know, as Councillor Swanson asked, you know, is it 3 years? Do we want to limit this? And are these the ones that are all on the books? We don't know the locations. I would like to know the locations on that. Thank you. My third question is in the area of the development cost expectation policy. Is the money that we're expecting to get from development in this area, is this part of what is being planned for the financial plan over the next 5 years of the city moving forward? I note that in addition to property taxes and borrowing, the expectation in that financial plan is that there will be ongoing and greater dependence on developer contributions as part of financing the city's budget on a go-forward basis. So as part of that larger process and the pipeline, as it's been called before, of developer contributions coming down the pipe, is this area included in the expectation of developer contributions?
So generally, when we do area plans, we do a public benefit strategy, and the developer contributions and CACs go towards achieving that. We don't have one of those yet for this area because there hasn't been planning. So this would, should these DCs come forward, they'd be part of the overall capital plan, and which council sets through your priorities.
So that's a no. It's not. These are not properties that are included. I see Mr. Kelly stepping up.
Yeah, these have not been included in the capital planning or the foresight report on the capital. They could become that as the plan gets adopted, but at this point, they're not counted on.
Mr. Are you aware of the location of the 6 projects that are itemized here?
I'm aware of some of them. They're kind of throughout the corridor, so they're not concentrated in any one area.
Well, there's that word again, corridor. So my final question is, we received quite a lot of correspondence from the residents associations in various parts of Kitsilano and Point Grey, very concerned about the use of the word corridor and suggesting it rather that we be looking at this more broadly as planning for Kitsilano and Point Grey. Do you have any response to their concerns and how this might be more fully addressed throughout the neighborhoods in the larger context of the citywide plan as opposed to corridor planning, which has its attendant?
Well, as Kevin mentioned, we haven't really scoped out planning for west of Arbutus and Vine. So that is an open question, and it obviously touches on a lot of territory there, including the existing neighborhoods, beyond what's been defined already, going westward to Vine, and includes things like the Jericho lands and so forth and so on. So we need to kind of step back and look at what that kind of planning process would be.
Fair enough. I'm just concerned that we be hearing the residents that we're representing as we're looking at this process. And my concern, that one of the key concerns that they've expressed is the use of the term corridor and the attendant values.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. And I'm going to follow up questions really on the line that Councillor Hardwick was starting. And they arise out of email that we have received from residents. So my first question is, why are we, given the boundaries of the neighborhoods of Kitsilano, starts at Burrard, why are we referring to west of Vine rather than Burrard?
Well, the process that's already underway that's been approved by council for the first segment of the Broadway area planning, I won't refer to it as a corridor, was to follow the line, the boundary that would essentially correlate to the funded portion of the Broadway subway, which is to Vine. And so this motion that's before you did not come from staff as let's launch a new planning west of Vine. It simply was our response or coaching on the motion advanced by Councillor Fry, which I do believe had its heart was let's also limit land speculation in the way we did for the predefined portion of Broadway to those areas going west. So that's how we understood the motion.
Okay, so this is to not overlap with a place we've already got policy.
Correct.
Okay, it's just to continue it through. A second question that comes through in the emails that we've received is around the use of corridor planning, Broadway corridor planning versus area planning. And Mr. McNaney actually said something very interesting that I caught, which is
he often does.
Around the fact that the corridor planning being land speculation. I just want to know if that, I mean, if that really what we're focusing on in the sort of, I'm going to use the word corridor because that's what's being used, but is that what the real focus is, to try and get away from the speculation that would otherwise occur because of the potential transit line?
I think it's a corollary effort. When we had always intended with the probable funding and then the eventual funding of the subway line to the area for complementary land uses, and whether, as indicated in the original council motion, which launched us on our way, to really focus those land uses on employment generating and rental housing. Those were the twin, with the ability to increase densities where appropriate and heights where appropriate, and to look at how to protect existing rental on the ground. So one corollary effort that we asked is that we put in interim rezoning policy that would limit the number of projects coming which was done, and this thematically would extend that. And secondly, to limit land speculation by putting in place the so-called DCE, development cost expectation, as the planning process was going on, to avoid the situation like on Cambie and other areas where we've done planning for 2 or 3 years. In the meantime, everybody knows there may be increased density, so land values rise, and they don't factor in that development cost piece.
Okay, that's good. And I did send questions to staff, and you responded back, which is wonderful. Thank you, because one of my questions was around the difference between the development cost expectation versus the development cost levy that occurs citywide. And it is significant. It's really signaling a hugely bigger development.
It's above $400 in a portion of the corridor. And
yeah, and I was looking at the materials you sent me, and it's only like $17 on average per square foot. A big difference. Okay, thank you. I'm also interested in knowing the mesh between the Broadway planning and the citywide planning. Can you explain to me why it's important to keep the language in around the Broadway planning instead of you've removed the removal, so to speak, out of the original motion, so that that continues for a reason. So what is happening in the Broadway planning that's different from and more urgent than the citywide plan that will mesh with the citywide plan?
Just 20 seconds.
I think we want to be ready prior to construction with the expectation on the public and property owners and others' parts about what is likely to happen on that Broadway corridor, the first segment of the corridor up to Vine, for one. And two, it does provide an early test case for rental-only zoning or for the rate of change policies, because there's such a concentration there. Those will both inform the citywide plan. And as the citywide plan evolves, there may be some information coming in later on to inform the final stages of the Broadway plan.
Okay, so they cross-correlate. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fry. Just conscious of the time here, Council. We're kind of closing down 5, so
all right.
I point that out.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. McNaney, thank you so much for representing the intent of that. When we sat down, it seems so long ago when you and I and Ms. Haid and Mr. Garrison all sat down and talked about my concerns and my anxieties. We just passed the SkyTrain technology motion. We'd been hearing about renovictions throughout Kitsilano. And I came in with some really big concerns that we were setting up another Cambie corridor kind of situation with wild speculation on single-family home lots. And this was, and always has been, an intent to thwart that. There's been a lot of misinformation around this, and I appreciate all the work you've done to add upon it, but this was never a plan. This has always been an interim policy, an interim rezoning policy until we can get to a plan. That's fairly clearly articulated in item 3, but this has always been about an interim policy so we can prevent speculation, so we can get to an opportunity where we can plan, and that's where it lands. And to the notion that this was about downzoning, again, it was always just exploring this new tool that we had for rental-only zoning. It was not suggesting we were going to rental-only zoning the entire corridor or whatever. It was always just, let's look at this new tool to prevent the kind of renovictions that we were seeing along Broadway right now without anything. So this is an attempt to, we're still heading into a federal election where they might just surprise us with a big bucket of money for transit infrastructure. So this has always been a policy so we can get to a place where we can build a proper plan that engages the community in part of our citywide plan and neighborhood-based planning. And this is to get us the freedom to get to that place. So thank you for the work you've done on refining this motion, and I'm happy to support it as it is written. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I also had a question, just really quickly. I think I had a little bit more time left. Affordable home ownership. If it does pass, if the charter change that we've requested does pass, I understand that there were 12 interim rezoning locations that it would have applied to before had once the affordable home ownership pilot program, the City of Vancouver had undertaken, and there were actually, I understand, applicants considering moving forward who had already discovered that they could do this. They weren't able to because of our charter change. If we move forward with that, is this something that this policy could be updated and amended to include if it came before the citywide plan was complete or any other decisions or policy reports on the Broadway plan, not corridor.
Yeah, and as you noted, there are no such projects in the pipeline because of that preclusion under the provincial statutes. But should we be successful, we would need to come back to you and amend the kinds of projects that would qualify for consideration during the planning process. They're not; those are not listed now.
And I am aware that BC Housing actually has an affordable home ownership program. So if they were to offer something like that, and after hearing from the speakers that would like to see more affordable options, including rental, but also other affordable options or more affordable options, I should say, in the neighborhood, would that be something staff would consider and then would come back to us with?
I would consider that and bring back to you in the form of an issues report if it looked like compelling and it would need to be acted on before the 2-year completion of the plan.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We've just got one more, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I'll make this really quick. A lot of my questions have been answered, but and perhaps it's continuing on from Councillor DiGenova's question around individual applications. I've heard certainly from a few people who are concerned that a lot of our below market rental applications and building applications basically are sort of subsidized or funded from a developer's perspective through market strata condos. And so given the large area that's being proposed, I just wonder if you could comment on if any of those applications will fall under this exception, that we'll have an opportunity to consider them if this does pass. And more so, is that something that we should be considering as council, given the need of below market rental?
My suggestion to you would be that we keep our eyes on that and see how many are there that are real in the corridor, and whether those would need to come to you before adoption of the plan. Right now, we've heard about some in the sort of early inquiry phase, but their details aren't clear yet, so I think we'd want to take a look at that. Again, the ones that are in the so-called MERP program combine market rental with below market rental. We know that several of those are coming to you, some on Broadway and some elsewhere in the city. That's probably a great test case for some of that.
And for those that are not currently in the pipeline, will they be considered, assuming if this was to pass today as is?
If they fall under current zoning, they would be. If they're exceeding current zoning, then the general rule is that they should wait for the plan adoption. Because if we entertain too many of those while the plan's being done, we're effectively creating the plan a project at a time as we go along. So again, I'd be looking at those and entertaining them either under the sort of exceptions clause or potentially bringing to you an amendment to this policy. But I would encourage you for now to keep it as was the intent of the original motion, which is to really focus on rental housing and job space in the corridor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks very much. We do have, I'll need just a motion to extend for a few minutes as we get through. Yep. Point of procedure, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, in terms of point of procedure, I wanted to make a proposal for Council's consideration in looking at the agenda, and it's very helpful that we've now approved some items on consent. I'm wondering if Council would be open to pushing through to say 6:30 to give us a chance to finish the business, as opposed to pausing in the midst of this and having a dinner break and coming back. I know that the motions we have, for example, have speakers there going to tomorrow. So after this item, we don't have much that's left that's meaty, and I thought we might be able to just push through and complete most of it.
My feeling is that's a possibility, except that when we do that, we often don't stop when we're supposed to, and then we just end up missing dinner going to away. So, you know, that's just my observation. I guess we could have a vote on it if we want to.
I'd like to move a motion for council to consider, see if they'd like to vote in favor of extending to 6:30.
Okay, extending to 6:30. Need a seconder for that one? Councillor Bly. Okay. You need a recorded vote on that? Okay, so all in favor of just powering through dinner and finishing at 6:30? Yes. Those who just want to stay on their regular track till dinner from 5 to 6? Vote no. Yep, so power through to 6:30? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or maintain the regular schedule. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 6:30 it is. So we're going to keep going. Okie doke. Thanks. Then on to Councillor Bly, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually just want to follow up on Councillor Bly's question to Mr. Kelly, just so I understand, because I think I understand where she was going. Is if there is a rezoning application, and because often we see with social supportive housing projects that they have a strata component, would that be accepted under this or not at all? Because that's often how they are paid for, subsidized. And so I think I'm not sure if that was actually Councillor Bly's question, but I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm not.
I think it probably wasn't. I may not have answered.
Would that be considered or not at all? It would have to be.
It would generally not be considered unless there were some exceptional circumstance that I thought merited bringing that proposal to you. Generally, what we're seeing in those kinds of projects is a desire for more heightened density, which is what the plan is supposed to evaluate. Typically, as you know, on the larger sites, we're getting 20% of the floor area that's otherwise strata as affordable rental or social housing, essentially.
But I guess as Director of Planning, if you saw some merit in a proposal that came forward, a rezoning application, and it had a component of...
It's conceivable. Yeah, I just don't want to...
Fit, supportive housing or social housing, but it had a strata component that might be considered or brought forward.
It's possible. I wouldn't rule anything out, but I think we want to do the planning as a plan as opposed to a series of public hearings on individual projects before the plan's done.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick? Okay.
If we are through questions, I have an amendment.
Right, we haven't moved the motion yet, but
okay.
I'll take note of that. Yeah, you could move. You're the last speaker. You could move the motion. Except that have you sent it in? Have you sent it in writing?
I have.
Okay. Maybe we'll get. You are actually at your 5 minutes, and Councillor Fry is on the list. So let's do that one first. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the motion as is, please.
Okay, thanks very much. We have a seconder for that. I saw Councillor Bly's hand there, so Councillor Bly. Okay, so now the motion is on the floor. Do we have Councillor Hardwick? Did you want to put your... Or did you want to speak to it, Councillor Fry?
Sure. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. I'm happy with the work that staff have done to amend this to the point where it's at now. And just a reminder of the intent behind this has always been just to give us enough breathing room to do a proper citywide and neighborhood-based planning process in the inevitability that we are moving ahead with this SkyTrain or not. But this gives us the opportunity to do the planning without the pressure of speculation. So happy to, and thanks again to staff for working on this with me and without me. Okay.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, so go right ahead.
Yes, and if I could ask the city clerk, there we go. The amendments that are made here are very reflective of the feedback that I've been receiving from residents in Kitsilano and West Point Grey, or Point Grey period, who are the ones that will be most impacted. And I'm sure that council have all seen this echoed through the various correspondence that we have received. Thanks very much. Materially, what I'd like you to think about here is really in this first part that we reflect the larger approach that instead of talking about this as a corridor, which has elicited a lot of negative reaction, looked at this in a more fulsome way as neighborhood, the planning for Kitsilano and West Point Grey. So that's really what I'm getting at in B. And if we can scroll down, and I know that council has, and this refers to, if you look in your report, to, it was Appendix A1, but the black line version is A2. Just some slight refinement and recognition. One is the boundary, of course, of Kitsilano on the eastern side is Burrard, not Vine. So the notion here is that it would be more inclusive all the way of all of Kitsilano. And this also, in that yellow highlighted part, specifies something that was brought up by the Planning Department, and that is that there are some First Nations lands that we have to acknowledge will fall outside of our neighborhood plan, specifically the Squamish land at the south end of the Burrard Street Bridge, and also the Jericho lands. Then scrolling down a little bit more down there to see, it's asking for a revised version, just a small word change instead of extend to provide a revised version of the plan, consistent with this resolution for the neighborhoods of Kitsilano and West Point Grey, and that rezonings will not be considered from this date forward through the planning process. It's been well established that there could be existing applications going back 3 years, as we've heard here today. But as I keep saying, we need to press pause before we move forward to any other approvals. And then finally, scrolling down just a little bit more, that's reported to council for approval, just a small change there in C. D, again, focusing on within Kitsilano and Point Grey, again, looking specifically at those neighborhoods. D, that council direct staff to provide an amended version of the DCE, which we've now established is not factored into the 5-year financial plan projections, again, for the neighborhoods of Kitsilano and West Point Grey, rather than looking at this corridor approach. And then finally in E, that the land use of Kitsilano, West Point be planned through collaborative neighborhood plan-based and citywide planning processes, rather than or not through transit corridor planning, such as the Broadway planning process. Much of this may appear as cosmetic and semantic changes to this motion, but I think that it would show a great deal of goodwill to the residents of Kitsilano and Grey, and so I strongly would urge council to adopt these amendments. Thank you, or approve these amendments.
Okay, thank you. I need a seconder for this. Councillor Bly. So we're on an amendment queue. First, folks who want to speak for that. I'm just going to clear this one. It's an old one. Okay, so I have an amendment queue. Oil.
Thanks. I'll just say, while I appreciate the work that Councillor Hardwick's put into this, I would rather support the original proposed language from staff, so we'll be voting against these amendments.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
I just would like to echo Councillor Boyle's comments, and specifically that the whole intent of this motion to begin with was to limit speculation along Broadway that would be very much potentially generated by the planning of a transit line there, just as did happen, very much so, on Cambie. And so the language in this amendment seems to just run counter to that, especially the removal of the C3A zoning area. Anyway, so I think this is moving away from the original intent, which I think is needed, and instead talking about area planning, which I believe is part of the citywide plan, and therefore, to me, it's just running counter to the real need to make sure that we don't see the speculation happen that did happen on Cambie.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see anybody left on the queue, so we'll call a vote on this one. Sorry, I have Councillor Kirby Young on the list now.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say I do really support, because I think language is important, and I think that we have seen the negative reaction that pervasive use of the term affordable housing has elicited here, just in our short term as this council. And I know Councillor Carr had brought a motion in terms of really having a look at our policies and what actually defines affordable housing, because that can create a real disconnect and angst in the community in terms of a different perception of what something means in language. So I just wanted to draw that parallel for council. And so for that reason, I do support language around referencing the neighborhoods. I think that there is a lot of reaction to the terminology of corridor in the same way that there was a reaction to affordable housing. And it evoked something for people that is not a good place to start from in terms of engaging in those conversations. So I really appreciate that component around the amendment. I'm just trying to reconcile this version with taking out, for example, B fully with the development contribution expectation piece, because I think that needs to remain in there. But I think the other element is really worthy of consideration. So I would offer that up in case the mover wanted to consider any amendments, or perhaps we might want to sever some components, but I'll share that feedback with council. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll call a vote on this amendment. Oh, there we go. Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby Young. We're kind of voting. Sure.
So I just wanted one point of clarification, and I'm not sure you can appropriately direct it, but with the amendment, does this mean what stands then in potentially if this was adopted as it relates to the development contribution expectation?
Pardon me?
I said my point of clarification is that if this amendment is adopted, is there any remaining language regarding development expectation, and what would then be a revised?
I don't know. I mean, we've called the vote, so the opportunity for those questions is kind of.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but it is a very substantive discussion, and it is a lengthy amendment, and so hopefully there would be some indulgence to just get clarification on that. I feel like it's worth
we're in the middle
extra.
of a vote. I mean.
Okay. I felt it was worth the extra couple of minutes given the weight of the vote, but thank you.
Sure. We're actually in the middle of a vote, folks, but go ahead.
That raised a question for me, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if we could sever these into 3 separate amendments.
You need to do it before the vote's called. So we've called the vote. Everybody's voted by Councillor Kirby Young. So if you're going to sever, you need to call it.
I was asking that question because I believe that it was asked for before the vote.
Nope.
Okay.
You can always abstain, Councillor Kirby Young. Okay, thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has failed. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Swanson, Councillor myself in opposition. Okay. Got that right?
I
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. That's right. So it's failed. 6 opposed. Yep. Right. True. Okay. Okay. So that's done. So that's failed. The amendment is. So now we move to back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, did you have anything else?
Not other than general disappointment. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Boyle. Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I just want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward. I think it's really important to have an interim zoning policy that will protect people in that area, and it was a lot of work, and I hope the resolution will work if it passes, and I hope it passes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. I have just sent an amendment in. It was very last minute actually, there we go. I just sent it without a subject. Sorry, I thought it had sent, but it said, did you want to send anyways without a subject? I did send it over to staff. I didn't give them very much time, but in understanding that we're waiting on a charter change and that it is at the discretion of the Director of Planning, I just wanted to make sure for those who have been asking specifically in this area about affordable home ownership, the amendment, and my apologies, I typed it out quite fast, so if there's a comma missing, it's a very long sentence, but I'd like to acknowledge that there's opportunities right now for affordable home ownership, and to comments that were made by others, including Councillor Dominato. I think that, you know, for instance, if we're looking at providing those opportunities and working with BC and their program, but also in looking at our own program that we've been waiting to put forward, if we were to hear that charter change came, I'd just like to ask that it's actually in the policy that that there was the possibility that staff would review that and bring that back to us if they felt that was appropriate. So if I may ask a point of information of staff, I'm not sure if they can comment on that. I did earlier, that's why I put this forward, but I think that it does address some of the concerns that the speakers brought up. It certainly adds to the spectrum of housing, and from what we've heard in the housing updates that we've already received, there are a number of people that actually are in the rental market that are overhoused, and that's why BC Housing has started an affordable home ownership pilot program. We can't do it here ourselves with our own pilot program that's very robust and well thought through. And the reason we can't do that is we would need a charter change. But I understand that charter change has been requested. Councillor Carr and I actually met with the former Minister of Housing. I think we were the only two to show up from City Council to meet with the Minister of Housing. So it was great. We've got more time to speak to the Minister of Housing, but this was something I brought forward. I also think that when we free up housing for people who were overhoused, to allowing them to, if they choose to move into affordable home ownership, we also, across the spectrum, make sure that there are those opportunities for a market that we know to be very much squeezed and have a low vacancy rate in the City of Vancouver. So for that reason, I would hope that this amendment was supported. And again, it still leaves discretion up to the Director of Planning, but it just acknowledges that this is a possibility to bring back. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a seconder for this motion. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And I'll move over to an amendment queue. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Although I totally admire Councillor DeGenova for her absolute diligence in affordable home ownership, pushing for affordable home ownership within the city. On this particular corridor, I think, and in this particular region, with concerns like Cambie of a potential transit system that will increase land values, land costs, and the kind of speculation leads to, in the end, unaffordable housing. I really have to, I'm very cautious about moving forward with this. And the reason is affordable home ownership only takes certain forms: condos, townhomes, homes, that are, generally the part of the housing spectrum which is the least affordable for the majority of people, and particularly the fact that given 53% of the, or 54% of the Vancouver residents rent, the majority of Vancouverites. So I think it would muddy the waters in terms of...
Point of order.
My apologies, and I know this came in very late, but I did hear Councillor Carr talk about types of housing that I haven't included in
Not
here.
really a
So
point of order.
that is a point of order because it actually mischaracterizes the amendment that I put forward. It speaks very specifically to our program and to
Really,
BC
it's not a
Housing.
point of order. We're good.
Is that,
Continue on.
that's not a point of
Councillor Carr?
I was just referring to the ownership, the forms of homes that are currently owned within the city. Anyway, so I'm not going to support the amendment because I think we have to be very focused on only allowing really affordable housing, the housing that's most desperately needed, which is the rental housing at affordable levels within the interim rezoning period, or the interim planning period.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm pleased to support the amendment, and with the view that recognizing that the focus of our housing strategy is having the right supply, and that's a diverse supply of housing. And we just had a recent report that actually talked about the fact that we really aren't meeting our needs around townhomes and other types of housing in that form. But I think that there are forms of, and I think that's where this motion comes from in terms of affordable home ownership, that may meet some of them, as and the mayor has often talked about workforce housing of some of our working professionals who would like to live here as well. And some may choose to rent, some may want to get in some form of affordable home ownership. So with that view, it's that we ensure that we have a variety of housing, and I think that this is a reasonable request that there be possible changes down the road if these amendments, these charter amendments are accomplished. So I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And I certainly appreciate all the work that Councillor DiGenova has done on this particular file. I know it's been a passion project for her for a number of years, and she's done a lot of hard work and I hope that we do get to a point where BC Housing moves forward on this and we get a Vancouver Charter change. I think it is actually sort of the opportunity, should that avail itself to us, is covered under the existing subsection C, where rezoning applications which seek relief from any of the terms of this rezoning policy may be considered under exceptional circumstances. I would think a charter change would be an exceptional circumstance in this instance. So with that said, I'm worried that it just adds more kind of planning to what is really supposed to be just an interim rezoning policy so we can get to a plan. I think this is a worthy planning exercise, and I'd like to see it move forward as a citywide planning kind of notion as we get into a citywide plan, but I won't support it as this amendment, with all due respect to my friend Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. And anybody else on this one? Councillor DiGenova?
I'll just close quickly by saying we actually do. We have 2 units of affordable home ownership, I believe, under this new program that was confirmed by planning that would come online. I believe it's somewhere in East Vancouver. Rings a bell through the Toma site, is it? Or that's what I understood, that it was only 2, but there were 2 units that were moving forward under affordable home ownership. So if we have to start with 2 is a good start. But again, this is a spectrum of housing. I think any looking at anything, and we talk often about Rental 100 in this way, but looking at too much of any type of one thing and not considering other needs is something that we need to make sure that we do a good job of here at Council, that we're considering the whole spectrum, the housing spectrum. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And so I'll call for a vote on this one. And that has passed. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Carr in opposition. Okay, so we're back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, anything else?
Nope, that's all. Thank you very much.
Oops. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Very quickly, because I didn't say it in my earlier remarks, I'd like to thank Councillor Fry for definitely making sure that people who had come to us before and felt that they weren't being heard were heard in this motion. I think that there was the opportunity for people to speak to us, although it's taken us a while to get back to this point. I feel that there's been robust consultation, and also want to thank staff for their excellent work on this. I know that it certainly it got tangled together and then untangled, and then hopefully moving forward we'll be able to see what does and does not work as we move forward to a plan, and more so to a citywide plan. So thank you very much.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am happy to support this, and I really appreciate the work, first of all, of Councillor Fry this forward. There was a lot of concern raised within the community about the potential of real speculation along any potential transit corridor, and this is a motion that is very much focused on mitigating that, preventing that kind of speculation, and staff for your work in taking that motion and addressing some of the, or many concerns that were raised by the public at the time that this was first discussed. So I am happy to support the motion. I do note that this is an interim rezoning policy. This is not a final plan. This is interim, and it's interim in order to during sort of a development phase of planning for a subway, which may or may not happen. We don't know yet, but to avoid the speculation that would be very detrimental to the achievement of affordable housing in this city, this interim rezoning policy, I think, is absolutely essential. So I am keen to support it, to prevent speculation. I love the development cost expectation as a tool. It seems from some report that it is working. The language was changed to reflect concerns of the community, to put in the neighborhood names, Kitsilano, Point Grey. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that that it had to be west of Vine, because it couldn't completely overlap with the same policy that's already interim policy that exists. So it's just consistent with what work we've already done. And I love the language too about meshing with the citywide plan, the answers to my questions around that, which is that this will be an iterative process. This is an interim policy. It will inform and be part of the discussions in the citywide plan, and the response given by staff are that whatever emerges in the citywide plan in the next year to two will inform as well this interim policy. So I think it's a very good move.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I am happy to support the revised staff report for a few reasons, and I just want to share those for the record. First of all, that I think that this does put a priority on rental, which I think is the largest need that we have in terms of housing in the city, with 52% of our households being renters, and I think that we can expect that will only increase with the affordability challenges that we have. So we've seen obviously a lag given policies over the last several decades in the amount of supply from rental, and I think this gives us an opportunity for that to catch up, if you will, and really speak to sort of that really specific need in our housing spectrum. I will also say that it doesn't preclude market development, which was a concern that I had. So what exists today in terms of rules around the ability to move forward with market projects remains under the interim zoning policy, and I think that was a very helpful clarification for everybody to have and be aware of. And I also note, too, that titles can be misleading, but there is language, and I think as was stated also by other councillors in the report, to recognize and respect the neighbourhoods of West Point Grey and Kitsilano. And I think that's really important, that our neighbourhoods feel like they are exactly that. They are neighbourhoods. They are not commodities for people. They are where they live. They are where they recreate. They are the places they have a connection to. And I think that we're striving to achieve that. I think we have to remember the interim zoning policy. There are some checks and balances here. And I raised one concern I had around the use of known tools whenever we're trying something new. And I know there's a lack of definition at this point around rental-only zoning, but I did want to sort of reemphasize that this says explore and it says opportunities. And I think that, you know, one thing that I'm coming to kind of appreciate and I'm holding staff to is that they really do hear the feedback from council. And I think they're well aware that this is a tool that needs to be applied thoughtfully in terms of its impact on existing land values, but used purposefully in order to achieve some of the goals that we have around reinvigorating that both aging rental stock and increasing supply and rental, which is what we need sort of the most. So for those reasons, I will support this. I think that the question around timing is something that council may want to revisit again in the future as we get more information back around potential funding from senior levels of government around this particular initiative as it relates to transportation in the area. And so I would also hope that council will get regular updates back as to how that would impact how long the interim policy would be in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, just a minute left.
Just in my final moments, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, so to speak, but I remain concerned about this corridor planning approach, not just semantic, although it has inflamed the neighborhoods. But I would just overarching say, as we are moving towards a citywide planning process, if we're not listening to the residents now, why should they believe us in the future? This has been one of the biggest problems with council in the council, and going forward in the city planning process. I just really encourage council to be listening to the residents and to staff as well. Because if we're not, and we're imposing our will in a way that's not listening to them, we're just going through the motions. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it on the list. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Stewart, I just want to make sure that when this motion was moved, it was moved with language suggesting we must include the changes as per the yellow memo. Yes. I don't think that was said, but...
Right, and I was going to bring that up before the vote, but thanks for bringing that to my attention. Okay, so let's turn that off. Great, so we'll move to a vote, and just as per Councillor Carr's, it's the version that's revised in the memo and as amendment, just so you know. So that's what we're voting on. Okay, no problem. Do you want to assist? Okay, great. So that's passed unanimously. Excellent. Okay, so now we're on to local improvements, project list for consideration, quarter vision 6. You had held that item. Do you want to put yourself on the queue there? That's okay. Right, there we go, perfect. And I'm going to reset your timer, and there we go.
Mr. Dolbravoni. Pardon me. I'm actually very supportive of this, but my questions are really around process. My understanding, it wasn't really elaborated on in the body of the report, so I was hoping that you could help me understand. In the spirit of public consultation, it seems to me that this is right up the alley, that people within specific neighborhoods that were asking for specific improvements petitioned the neighborhoods, got a 2/3 majority, brought it back to presumably the engineering department. So could you walk us through the process from the public perspective and how it works with engineering, please?
Yeah, so what you described is accurate, and then it comes through for 2 votes. The one thing I would just add, and then maybe I'll ask Eric Metellus here as well, the branch manager. The one thing I would add is these are typically projects that are important to the neighborhood, ones that the engineering department supports, but wouldn't make it into our prioritized list of capital projects overall. So that's why if there are projects that are safety related or asset management related and high on our overall city priorities, we would advance them as part of the capital process, the capital plan. These would be projects that didn't make our priority list, but are still really important to the neighborhood. So we have a process for them to advance them as well. And
so these are things like alleys and
paving a back alley or putting a light in a back alley. They're projects that we support. We think they're great. It's just when we're looking at our budget is about $2 million for local roads. We have a number of things that we're rebuilding peat streets that are breaking up, doing a thin paving overlay. When we dig for a utility trench, coming in afterwards and doing a pavement to piggyback on utility work. So we've got a lot of competing priorities. These are ones that we think they're great projects, but they didn't make our priority list. So we have a mechanism for residents to bring them forward.
So I'm a resident.
Yes.
I want a traffic circle in my neighborhood. What do I do?
So if we have a demonstrated speeding problem or a safety concern, we would generally try to work it into one of our plans. If it's not a citywide priority, then they can call us and initiate a local process, which then we would walk them through the.
So that process is, here's a range of addresses, you need to knock on doors, sign a petition, how does it work?
Specifically? I'll let Eric speak more specifically to the detail.
Mayor and Council, Eric Mattel, Streets Design and Engineering. Yeah, that's basically how the process would work. You'd make an application either through 311, like you'd alert staff of your desire to initiate a local improvement, and say for the traffic circle example, we would identify like a local area of benefiting properties, and then there would be like a physical petition that typically a champion in the area they would solicit their neighbors and seek support, and then they would bring that back to the city.
How do you determine how many neighbors and what scope geographically?
For most of our projects, it's fairly straightforward. If, for example, a lane paving project, you would determine that all of the sort of adjacent properties would be benefiting, and so they would all contribute to the local improvement process. For a traffic circle, it might be more subjective, and so we would roughly determine like all of the benefiting properties. If that makes sense.
And how do they determine what a majority is? Because presumably it affects people's taxes.
Yeah, so the typical threshold, and it varies a little bit depending on the type of project, the typical threshold is 2/3 of the benefiting properties, which represent % of the total land value. So if there's that majority, or that if those thresholds are met, then it's deemed that there's support from the community.
So it's only property owners there that would be voting on this then?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Vancouver Charter prescribes the process quite specifically. The city has the ability to change certain thresholds in terms of like the city's share for costing, but the charter specifies that its landowners, 51% of landowners must be in support of the process.
And these are physical petitions that are signed, and then you check the signatures, or?
That's correct.
Well, excellent. So I don't know about the rest of council, but I think that's a terrific way of really consulting with the public about things that are affecting them literally in their backyards. So thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thanks. I just have a quick one since we're on this topic. I'm just wondering, is that the normal split? Because if I look at this and I do some quick math, it's about 30% cost borne by the city and about 70% by the initiating community groups. And is that typically the normal split on local improvements, 70-30?
Yeah, so for lane paving projects in low density areas, that's the typical split. The split changes to 90-10 in high density areas. And I think there's a lane lighting that's typically 100% paid for by residents. All of those thresholds are prescribed in the local improvements bylaw. And so that's something that council can set or change as they deem.
Why does it go to a higher threshold on behalf of the community in a higher density area that's utilized by more people?
Yeah, I don't have the history. Bylaw thresholds haven't been revisited in some time. I can get back to you on that history.
Yeah,
though.
if you can send some follow-up information, that would be great. That seems counterintuitive, right?
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Over to Councillor Wiebe.
Now that this is brought forward, the 1600 block of Charles was looking for speed bumps through this process. And they were saying that the survey was done when the street was closed first. That kind of gave. Wondering, was this part of? I guess the response is I guess they've asked for speed bumps on one area, and they said that the survey came back saying there was no need but it was done at a time when construction is being done. So I'm wondering, do we have metrics in place when there are requests and there is service being done in a certain area?
So for speed humps, the process is slightly different because that's typically, there's a transportation review of like the warrant for speed humps. And so there's usually, we measure speeds, and there's thresholds that need to be met in order for the city to proceed with speed hump installation. So it's a separate process from local improvement in the sense that there's also like a demonstrated speeding threshold that needs to be met.
They could ask again if you're saying there was construction or the road was closed.
Well, that's
at the
when
time.
First Avenue is closed, so they said that when the survey came through, they said there wasn't a need, but they're like...
So we could take another look at it.
Okay, perfect. I'll forward it off. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and that's it for questions. So we can call a vote on this one. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Hardwick, you
I was just going to move the recommendation.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
It would be my pleasure because, again, I really support and think this is encouraging to the citizens of Vancouver. So I would like to move the recommendation.
Thanks very much. Seconder on that one? Councillor Bly, saw your hand there. Okay, so we'll have a vote on it. Okay. Councillor Swanson's out of the chamber. Boyle's out of the chamber. That's passed unanimously. Great. Okay, now we're on to item 7 on the administrative reports, the empty homes tax revenue. That was pulled by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato up first. Okay. Right ahead, Councillor Dominato. Staff are ready.
Mr. Mayor.
I think staff are ready.
I did send in some questions in advance, and I just wanted to check with the city manager or staff if they would be speaking to those questions here, or if they'll just get a follow-up.
Did you submit them?
Over the weekend.
On the weekend. Okay, thanks very much.
So that was one question.
Thanks. I did share the questions with staff. I think we're prepared to answer them here.
I hate having Alison Dunnett, Senior Planner, Affordable Housing. I'm sorry, I
no?
actually don't have those questions.
Maybe would you mind repeating them? I think they're questions that we should be able to answer here right now.
And if not, we can take them offline. So what it was whether NICCSS was trans-inclusive and aligned with our existing policies in terms of grant criteria. What percentage of the loans are repaid? What's the organization strategy? Budget shortfalls, changing business model, reducing staff hours, finding a private-public partner, applying for other grants. Why is the proposed city grant $25,000 more than previous years? Do they have audited financial statements available? And how many organizations does the city typically support in terms of operating funding, ongoing operating funding? Because there seems to be a number of years here. So there's quite a lot of questions, but and they don't need to all be addressed right now. I do want to bring up the one question that really stands out for me is I am concerned about, I think the work is great. I'm just really concerned about the fact that there's a shortfall, and it seems to have been, we've been providing, I gather it says operating funding from 2012 through 2017. There was intentions for the organization to find more sustained funding through other organizations, through grants. And so I'm just curious, what's the strategy sort of long term? And I get that this is for 1 year, I gather from the notes. I'm sorry, I'm just going back for them now. But can you speak to that, at least that piece? I'm just concerned about the sustainability of the organization and the work. And so that's the big one.
Sure, and I'm just going to admit I did not catch all of those questions that came through,
I'll forward them.
And we can always come back to them. I will just address the trans-inclusive piece. That is something we would work with our partners on. It's something that's integral to kind of city planning and visioning. I don't have a direct answer for that today, but we can certainly look into that for sure. I guess just overall on the operating shortfall piece and kind of the history of the rent bank, the City of Vancouver has really incubated this idea of a Vancouver Rent Bank starting back in 2012. I'm going to look at Deanna to make sure I've got that correct. And it's something we saw as a need in community, and Street to Home was a partner who wanted to work with us on that. And so we supported NICCS to develop the rent bank and get it off the ground. And we were always very clear that the role was really to incubate this and that they were to work towards sustained operating funding. They have leveraged the commitments by the city and Street to Home to bring in other partners, and you can see that in Appendix A. And I think what we're most excited about is that there is an opportunity, as detailed in the report now, with the BC government saying they are going to fund rent banks in British Columbia, that we hope will be a key opportunity for the Vancouver Rent Bank to get more sustainable funding to operate. In speaking to the large amount, the $75,000 you're asking, that's higher than in all previous years. You'll see last year there was no grant delivered to the Vancouver Rent Bank. Last year, through the process on EHT revenue, there was a commitment to make a $75,000 operating grant to them. It's being done in this year. That's partly just administrative time in getting that through the door. So actually, if we think of it as kind of an over a 2-year period, it's actually a smaller amount than we've put in previously. And we are, as I said, really hoping the government's announcement will step up to support them as they move forward.
I guess maybe just a follow-up to that briefly. I appreciate that, and sorry, I didn't mean to catch you off guard with the questions. I think that where I'm coming from is, as having sat on nonprofit boards, one of the things that we've grappled with over time is recognizing that whether it be provincial, federal, local civic dollars, that there's a finite amount of dollars to go around, and that we have to push ourselves as nonprofit boards to be looking for other ways of doing business, delivering services, and engaging in partners. And when I say partners, that can be philanthropic foundations, that could be private sector organizations. And I just think that I would be, driving that conversation around, because I think I see the value in it, but I also recognize as we've talked about here, we have a million competing priorities and
just at the 5.
The hook. But I think that's why raising the question is, what's the strategy piece around ensuring the sustainability? And I'm glad to hear there's some provincial outlook, but I'd love to see other.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I just correct something from earlier? Sorry we didn't get to you those in writing. I did send them to the GMs, and sorry to put you on the spot. We will happily, I've got them, and we'll get you answers in writing.
Yeah, thank you.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. Also, in looking at this and understanding the people who are receiving $375, and the amount hasn't increased to the amounts that rents have increased over the years. It is, as Councillor Dominato pointed out, and it's my experience, having professional experience, understanding that nonprofits have to make up the difference, and more so, the government is moving away from rent supplements and providing rent supplements, and assets are great, but when people can't pay their rent every month, then there's not a way to cross-subsidize those. I understand that, looking at different ways to ask people to contribute, or not just people, but again, to the sponsorship piece. I do see that there is a private donation in here, and on page 5 of the report, it says the city's financial contribution is complemented by a $30,000 private donation from Hollyburn, as well as there's other contributions. But I specifically mentioned that because I wonder if with the citywide sponsorship strategy that I know was referred back to staff, but there was a part in there where I voiced concern about amendments that were brought forward that would exclude this type of donation. Are these the type of donations that we are going to count on, or could we see more of them? Has staff had any conversations? I'm not asking for specific names of companies, but like Hollyburn, that maybe if there was a fund, a more mainstream contributing, that we could expand this to make sure that there's more of a contribution. I know that there's been criticism out there about the revenue from the empty homes tax. Could be the same people who criticized us for not having the tax at first. Now we have to use the revenue towards providing affordable housing. That being said, do these donations help, and would a fund such as that, and I'm not sure, I don't want to put staff on the spot. I know that this necessarily isn't that fund, but I'm wondering if that would help to achieve the goal of the rent bank, as well as perhaps other initiatives that provide affordable housing for our city's most vulnerable.
I can take a crack at it, unless you'd like to. I guess just to say, the unique partnership approach of this, the rent bank, is something that we really like about it, and the fact that Hollyburn stepping up is considerable. That was one of the concerns that I did raise during the sponsorship discussion, was that it would be a shame to miss opportunities like that in the future. We will come back on the sponsorship strategy, which is a different conversation, but we can have a discussion with council about that, and recognize that there are different types of opportunities for corporations in the community to contribute, and this is one of them, which we obviously celebrate. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And I was prepared to move the motion, but I see there's more people on the queue, so I'll take myself off for now.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
A few quick questions. For the sake of those watching at home, who is Hollyburn?
Hollyburn is a development company. They also own rental buildings and rent them out. I don't have their whole prospectus, but yes.
No, good for people to know. So the money that is being sought here, the $75,000, is for the operations rather than the funds that are actually going to be loaned. Where are the funds that are actually being loaned coming from?
I'm going to let the housing planner who worked on this report answer that question.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Gilaskova. I'm with the Housing Planner and ACCS. So the capital funding comes from a separate donation, mostly from Street to Home Foundation, which over the course of the VRB's history since 2012 is approximately $370,000. Currently, the operating funding, loan capital is estimated to sustain the program for the next 3 years. So the capital funding is in a very healthy spot. It's just that it's been challenging to secure operating funding on a long-term basis.
I know that Councillor Dominato asked the question, but I didn't hear the answer, and that was, what percentage of these loans are repaid?
Yes. So the report so on average, over the course of the VRB's history, the repayment rate has been about 66%. That has dropped a little bit, but it's comparable to other rent banks, such as the Toronto Rent Bank and others across the country.
So what is the advantage of, or the thought behind, loans as opposed to grants if the repayment rate is only at 2/3? If I were a bank and I only got 2/3 repayment, I wouldn't be doing a lot of loaning. So I just needed to ask the question.
Yeah, I think the intention with the rent bank is to provide an interim stopgap measure for people who are in a temporary situation, and many of whom have the ability over time to pay back that loan. The loan repayments are set up in a way to ensure it's manageable for the folks who are taking out the loans. We're really trying to provide a service that the market isn't providing. You see many folks without a Vancouver rent bank in the situation where they have to go to short-term payday loan type centers with very, very high rates. So I think that's the kind of intention behind it.
So again, in the long-term question is long-term sustainability. Is the expectation that each year that we'll be having this conversation again, or is it going to be able to sustain and stand on its own 2 feet over time?
I think the goal, as we've come back previously, has always been about the Vancouver Rent Bank getting its feet under it for the long term with other operating supports and dollars. I really do feel we're at a key moment here in its incubation, with the BC government indicating that they're interested to support rent banks across the province, which is what we need. We need a bigger funder to come in around the operating piece of this. So,
terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I so wish that we didn't even have to have a rent bank. But as they say, just a paycheck away from being homeless. I've had the pleasure of working with NYSIS and the rent bank over the years. In fact, Kate Hodgson, who we went with to the Children's Foundation most recently, and she's now the director of RACAM. When she was the director at NYSIS, she started this program with economic students at UBC and developed the whole model. And I've been really proud to see it grow into what it's doing today. It's averted, a lot of folks that I know, it's averted very real crises for families and vulnerable people, especially in the downtown east side. A lot of NYSIS's work is in the downtown east side with families and children and anti-violence prevention. And I just want to speak from the heart and say that I know these folks and I know the good work that they do. And this is money really well spent. I wish we didn't have to have a rent bank, but we do. And I really support the work that's being done, and I thank the staff for putting this together.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
I'm prepared to move the motion.
Okay. Thanks very much.
I just want to thank staff for their work on this and also on the sponsorship strategy fund. This is where I see it not just as its own separate report, but how it does have impact and influence on the work that you're trying to do, but we need to fund that. So definitely when it comes to housing, time and time again, it's an issue. We're currently, I believe, one of the least affordable cities to live in the world, and I think that's probably because we're a great city and so many people would like to live here. But at the same time, it makes it difficult for those who are accessing this. And it is good to know about the repayment, what that looks like, because I think that there are certain assumptions out there about rent banks. And it's important that we definitely set the record straight and we make sure that people understand that these are to be accessed to help those people who otherwise would slip through the cracks and maybe would have to face difficult situations, including homelessness, before they again could find appropriate housing. So I really want to thank staff for your work. I also want to mention that I do hope that when staff come back that we will consider, and I really think about Councillor Fry's comments to my comments on, looking at donations, how they come to places like RACAM and Strathcona. And, I appreciated your words on that, Councillor Fry, because I think that we do have to realize that with empty homes, we don't support empty homes here, but we're using revenue from empty homes. And hopefully we're doing good with that revenue, and that's what I see through this report. So I'd like to thank staff for that and wholeheartedly support this.
Thanks very much. I need a seconder for the motion. Okay, I don't know. Councillor Fry, I haven't seconded anything recently. I've got Councillor Swanson.
So I just Googled Hollyburn, and they're wanting everybody to join Landlord BC. And Landlord BC, as we all know, really doesn't like vacancy control.
Point of information. Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Dejanova.
Under 5.2, I don't think it's fair to speak for Landlord BC, considering they're not here to speak for themselves.
Thanks for that point. Continue, Councillor Swanson.
We've all received letters from Landlord BC saying that they don't like vacancy control. Numerous letters.
So it's particularly on this?
I'm stating a fact.
Okay, but particularly to this report?
So what I'm doing is I'm supporting the report, and I just want to point out that I don't think it's right for the city to require groups that are trying to serve clients to depend on other groups that are causing the problem for their clients. So one of the main reasons that people need to go to the rent bank is because their rents are too high, and one of the main reasons their rents are too high is because we don't have vacancy control. So I would be in favor of us giving them the extra $30,000 too, so they don't have to go to Hollyburn for it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
I'm rising in support of this motion. I very much appreciate the work that staff has done on it. I really like the data that got provided and the research that went along with revealing the reasons why people are at risk of homelessness. It was such an interesting read and rather sobering to think about how many people face financial crises and that really are living in a financial crisis mode within their lives. You know, the real point of this a rent bank and why I really firmly support it is it prevents homelessness. It doesn't do it for everyone. It does it for a portion of people. And by helping, 708 people that we gave loans to, and we can prevent homelessness amongst the majority of those, I think it's achieving a good within the city. Even if the repayment is not not fully 100%. I loved the data that said why people repaid, and they repaid because they felt a moral obligation to do so. They wanted to. They really thought about the gift that had been given to them, and they wanted to come back with. And I'm sure it was difficult to repay it, but they wanted to come back to us, to the rent bank, in a way to say thank you. Because that's what the repayment is. I really, we should note that, again, in that appendix that has all those details, 57% of those people who received loans said it prevented them from becoming homeless, 57%. So I fully support it. I think it's a great program and thank all the work that staff does for it.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just briefly just wrap up. I'd like to just echo Councillor Fry's comments around, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need a rent bank. And I think I asked a lot of questions about it, but I think it's important as part of my role. But I see the merit and the value in this is that really it serves as a bridge for people so that they don't end up on the streets or end up homeless. And the reality is that at any one given time, any one of us can face a financial crisis that can put us in a challenging place. And I know, and I can speak from personal experience of having family members, of having to support them and help them, and I've been their personal rent bank to help them with things. But not everyone has those resources, that support. And I think also in being able to have the opportunity to repay it, also some dignity in that as well. And so I think that it serves as a bridge. Appreciate the work that staff have put into it. Look forward to the sustainability piece that comes with it in terms of the ongoing work of the organization. But I just want to acknowledge that, obviously, ideal world, we wouldn't have to have these things. But I think it's an important support. So thank you.
Thanks so much. And that's it. So we can call a vote on this item. Councillor Wiebe. That's good. That's unanimous. Thanks very much. It's passed. Okay, just see, we're 5 after 6, and we've got a bunch of policy reports, a whole bunch of bylaws, administrative motions, and then 3 motions on notice. So I don't think we're going to make it through by 6:30. I think the original motion that we would go to 6:30. So I'm just wondering what the will of council is. Suggested motions, changes before we. Sorry. Sure. Okay, Councillor, put you on the list here.
I had stated early that I couldn't stay. I did manage to secure childcare, thanks to others. I don't know what everyone else's situation is, so I was almost wondering if we should have maybe a short recess, and we can try and figure that out instead of having a number of motions and amendments in the chambers, just 2 minutes.
Okay, so calling for a recess, say 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
Just to discuss if we would continue on.
Okay,
or...
so motion for recess for 5 minutes. All in favor? Look at that enthusiasm. Whoa. Okay, so we're good. So we're recessed for Policy Report 10. Great. And I've got Councillor Dejanova on the list.
Thank you. After polling, not only council, I understand that staff have been here all day as well. There are a number of council members who are hopeful that we can get through this by 7 p.m. Then again, we thought we might get through this by 6 or 6:30. So what I'm hearing and what I'm going to propose, and then we can debate it, is I'd like to move that we break for half an hour. That could be amended to 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but I'm hearing half an hour. And I'm seeing the city manager nodding his head. So half an hour and then coming back and trying to get through the items. I also am hearing that there may be some items that council members are willing to send into staff. So I'd like to, kind of poll everyone on that, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor, move a motion.
We've spoken. So we got a motion on the floor to recess until 6:45 for a dinner break.
Yes, but if there are people who no longer want to hold their consent items, I think that it's important to note that so staff don't have to wait for those items.
Okay.
Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. So I don't have any. I didn't pull any.
Sure.
But yes, that's
we've
the
done
motion
2
I
consent
moved.
votes already. So, okay, so the motion on the floor, which we need a seconder for, is that we take a break until 6:45. Seconder for that one? Councillor Fry. Okay, so all in favor of breaking until 6:45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's passed. There we go. So we're breaking until 6:45. Excellent. Okay, then, so we are reconvening now, and we're on report number 10, which is rezoning on West King Edward Avenue. I remember who pulled that one. Councillor Kirby Young. Put yourself on the queue. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was just hoping for a quick clarification question from staff because we'd received a number of communications and it was following up for some previous speakers we had regarding West King Ed and the transition from the density on Cambie along the corridor. And there was discussion in the communications about the transitional block being shifted from the 0 to the 100 block. And also there was question around why the plan wasn't allowing for, we weren't targeting applications with more density in that sort of 5-minute radius close into the transit station. So I just wondered if staff could provide some comment on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Yan Zhang, Senior Rezoning Planner, so I'd be happy to provide an answer. During the Cambie Corridor Phase 3 planning, the policy process, I believe this issue was raised during the public consultation and a discussion was had, and in the end, staff recommended and Council approved that this stretch, the unit block and the 100 block of King Ed, to be townhouse development similar to the RM8A district schedule. So for intent and purposes of this item going to referral or going to public hearing, the rezoning application is coming under the approved Cambie corridor plan.
So would it, maybe a follow-up question to that, would it be permissible for applicants to put in that 100 block? Because the communication that we received, I'm not sure the accuracy of it, indicated the majority of homeowners in those 100 blocks, the 100 block, were supportive of zoning their land for higher density and felt that that was consistent with the goals of the Cambie plan. So does approval of this zoning application or the current guidelines provide an ability for an application for high density there, or no at the current time?
No, because all the rezoning application has to be in accordance with the approved Cambie corridor plan, so they cannot build anything higher than the RM8 district schedule. So but staff can come back at the public hearing to provide a more fulsome response on the discussion during the policy-making phase, why we decided, well, Council approved the stacked townhouse zone for this block.
And final question, if you touched on it, but just so I understand, maybe you can provide more detail. Why was the transitional block definition changed?
I'm happy to provide that response at the public hearing. I wasn't really privy to that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. No one else on the queue, so I want to move ahead to, okay, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor? Great, thank you so much. Okay, number 11, Oak Street. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, so this one is quite different from all the other ones because it involves destroying an apartment building with 43 units, right? So the way I'm looking at this, we'll be signing an eviction notice for 43 units if we pass this. And this housing is actually affordable. It's $690 to $1,100, I think it said. And the new housing that will be being built, you have to have at least $48K a year to afford it. So we're not adding real affordability here. We're actually subsidizing a developer to destroy it.
Right. So, Councillor Swanson, we're just, again, this brought to your attention about Section 18.2 from the bylaws, which says you can ask questions of staff related to the decision to refer a proposed bylaw to public hearing or otherwise.
So my question is,
So why did they
During
refer
the
it?
process leading to the recommendation,
Mhm.
did you consider that these really affordable units will be destroyed and replaced by units that aren't really affordable, and that a developer will get a subsidy to do this?
So I just wanted to say that most of the existing tenants would be eligible tenants under the rental and the tenant protection policies, and they're all going through the tenant relocation plan. And the details of those plans are discussed in the report. In terms of the merit of the rezoning application, if you so wish, we can bring a response about the affordability of those replacement rental units at the public hearing.
What was the last thing you said?
We can bring a response about the affordability of the replacement rental units to you at public hearing of this item.
And also, the applicant could provide input or other witnesses, so that's why we pass it through the public hearing, so we can get that information. Great, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So I share these concerns about displacement, and I'm curious what the tenants will hear between us if this gets forwarded to public hearing between now and that public hearing. I know there's a high level of anxiety for most renters anyway, and for those who are following this issue, I'm just curious if they will hear anything from the city or the developer before this goes to public hearing, and what that the next however many months might look like in terms of that increased housing instability for them.
So the applicant and staff have been in constant communication with the applicant, with the existing tenants, and we had 2 tenant meetings, and a recent one was just before the item, just 2 weeks ago, and to lay out some of the draft provisions of the tenant relocation plan. So I would expect that the council debate and evaluation of the application and referral is the next step. And once that's passed through, the applicant will move on to the next stage of the tenant relocation plan process.
Okay, so it's my understanding that our process as council here is really just to check that each application followed the appropriate processes, and then we kind of approve it forward. And for the most part, that's what I've done. And because of this concern about tenant anxiety and instability, in this case, I don't feel comfortable approving it despite those processes. And so just wanted to name. I understand that's how we usually our practice, and in this case, I can't follow that. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Fry. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Sorry, anybody else on the list? You'll have to put yourself back on. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And so, like Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle, I'm very concerned with the loss of the affordable housing here. And obviously, as I've articulated many times, the DCL waiver, this one's $1.6 million in DCL waiver. About the parking, though, I was of the impression, because I understand that there's 2 floors of parking in addition to this, and I was of the understanding that these rental incentive programs were with reduced parking spaces, and that seems like a lot of parking for 91 units. I'm wondering, is that in keeping with the?
We are drifting into talking about the application, not the process by which we got here. So,
well, I wanted to make sure it was consistent with the
policy. Yep, that's cool.
Yeah. So is that consistent with the DCL waiver policy to have that amount of parking?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll talk more about it at public hearing then. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Just wanting clarification. My question relates to a table on page 8, figure 5, that says comparable average market rents and home ownership costs. And I note in this particular case that the DCL maximum averages for monthly rent are higher than the average CMHC ones. And I know there's always a goal to sort of tie those and have the DCL be below. Although I do note that for this particular application, The proposed rents at this time are lower than the average market rents. So can you speak to factors as to what impacts a discrepancy between our DCL maximum averages being higher than the CMHC averages?
I would say that we would be happy to bring forward that information at public hearing. I don't know the detail of all the numbers at this point.
So for this particular application, they're set at the time of the application, and then they can change based on what they are at the time in future. So in the context of considering this application, that's why I'm asking the question prior to referral, because I'm trying to get a sense of where they might go in the future, on which
I think you could ask if it's consistent with policy, if it falls within the boundaries of the policy for that. And that was checked on the way through before recommending for public hearing?
Yes, so definitely it's definitely consistent with policy. I'm not quite sure why the DCL maximum based on CMHC data is a slightly higher than the CMHC data for the average rent.
Sorry, the city manager.
It has to do, it's probably having to do, there are some older rental buildings being considered.
Yeah, if I could jump in, I really just want to reiterate the types of questions that are appropriate to answer here. And this is partly out of fairness to the public who want to be here to hear this dialogue. That's why the public hearing is set up the way it is, so that those representatives, the tenants, and others can be here, can share their perspectives. The applicant can be here. So I just really want to urge council that the types of questions that we're wandering into would be really appropriate at public hearing. And if you could give us a sense of what those questions are now, we can come back and have fulsome information. You can send us emails with that. But I would just really want to encourage us and the staff not to try to answer all of those questions now, so that the public and individuals that want to be at the public hearing can hear them directly. Thank you.
Let me clarify the question, and if it comes back as follow-up, that's fine, although it is helpful in the decision. But is it typical, is it policy that the DCL rates are tagged to the CMHC and the CMHC may be lower? Is that a normal manifestation of policy?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. I believe so. I think there is a reason why the reds is slightly higher, and then we're happy to provide that information at public hearing.
I think the spirit of my question was trying to get a sense of if we're within or consistent with policy, but I'll make a decision on the referral accordingly, because I don't feel it's been answered sufficiently for me, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
When these policy reports progress to public hearing, are they ever not approved?
And we're talking specifically about.
I know, but we're looking at moving this forward in the process.
I'm beginning to think council might need a briefing on this whole process, because it does, these are about this specific project of whether or not it should be a public hearing. So that's a great question for staff, but again.
I would say the referral, there hasn't been any referral that's not done, referring to the public hearing. For the actual public hearing, council has the option to approve the application the way it is, or deny it, or approve with conditions attached.
Okay, well, separately, I would be interested to know whenever they haven't been denied, because I haven't seen one since we've been here. I just want to say that, again, I share the concern that's been articulated here about getting rid of existing affordable rental. And, I actually think we should be putting a moratorium on the removal of any existing affordable rental buildings like this, because it is sending the wrong message. And I think that
again, this is great for the discussion for public hearing.
Okay, well, again, it's hard to move things forward to public hearing when it's assumed that the minute they go to public hearing that they're going to be.
You can vote against sending this to public hearing if you like, but we're not digging into questions about the application itself, only the process which got us here and whether it followed the proper policies and procedures. And great question, Councillor Boyle's question about how many public how many public meetings were had with the residents. That's an important piece of information which follows the policy. Digging into the actual meat of this action would happen at a public hearing where the applicant can come and.
Okay, well, just as a final comment, we had an enormous package of these things this time, and receiving these in bulk as we have with very little time and over a holiday has been difficult for the council to absorb. I think it needs to be said.
Yep. Councillor Dejanova.
My point of information is specifically also related to Councillor Carr and I were here last term when there were definitely some major legal discussions that had to be had around the reason as to why we go through that procedure to sit in committee of the whole. So I also just wanted to ask a point of information because I think it will provide clarity for everyone here that this isn't an individual issue, but perhaps that also the questions that we ask here could perceive bias when we come to public hearing, and we have to come with an open mind. Is that indeed the case? And does staff have any comment on that through you, Mr. Mayor?
That's right. So this triggers a quasi-judicial hearing where we decide based on evidence whether or not to approve something through public hearing. So it's like the judge kind of perceiving it, saying that somebody's guilty before they walk in the room or innocent before they walk in the room. We need to go in with an open mind. And early questions show that there's questions about not the process by which it got here, but about the content, and that's the problem. That should only be talked about in the public hearing. Anything else to add, City Manager?
Mayor, I mean, I think, and Councillor, I think you've hit on the key point here, which is that this is not the forum to be discussing the merits of the application. The concerns about the impact on tenants and all those things should be done at the public hearing. So I think you've articulated it appropriately, and then the public can be a part of that discussion. You can hear their thoughts as well. And I think as long as Councillor enters that public hearing with an open mind to hear the input from the applicant, from the speakers, then you're okay. You can certainly indicate concerns about displacement, concerns about the application in advance, but as long as you walk in with an open mind, you're okay.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So in the process of talking with the tenants, RPP, was there any indication that there are any units available at 690 to 1100?
I think that is also out of order, Councillor Swanson. I would have not to answer that, and we'll just have to wait for public hearing. Again, trying to skirt around the rules. This is just about the process by which we got here. Anything else, Councillor Swanson? No. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, I'd just like to state a point of privilege for the record, and that I was not debating the merits of the policy. I was asking for clarification on the policy, and I feel that was mischaracterized, and I'd like to state that for the record.
It's on the record. Okay. So, don't see any more folks here for questions, so call for a vote on this one. Move the referral. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Anybody want to second it? Thank you, Councillor Bly. Call the vote? Yep. Thanks. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Boyle and Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thanks very much. And now we're on to, that was number 11, so we're on number 12.
Mr. Mayor, may I jump in on number 12 here real quick? This is a little bit different than the normal referrals that we've been hearing and discussing. And so Kevin's here to talk about the process piece, but this is similar to the referral in that this isn't the time to debate the merits of what's being considered in terms of whether you support height and density on the site. It's really to set the ball rolling for enabling that conversation to happen. So I don't want to add to that at all about the process piece of this before we get into the content.
Yes, thank you. Kevin McNeely from PDS. The purpose of this report is to ask Council if you're willing to consider an application for rezoning for additional height down on Great Northern Way by VCC Clark Sky. The reason we're here today is because similar to the interim policy debated this morning for west of Arbutus, this is east of Arbutus, where this normally wouldn't be considered during the plan. The Director of Planning feels that there is merit in pursuing an application for additional height to result in setbacks for the SkyTrain construction, for daylighting China Creek, and for better public realm. The density would roughly remain. We don't have an application yet, so I can't answer questions on form beyond that because we would need to work with the applicant to pursue a form of development that we could support. The existing height on the site is 120 feet. We don't know the final height, but we are suggesting it could be over 250 feet because of rooftop appurtenances and stuff. So the question today is, Council, do you want to have the applicant submit a rezoning application, which would go through a similar process we're talking about today, with open houses, with eventual referral and eventual public hearing? So it's an early signal that, yes, this is worth entertaining.
Great. Thanks very much.
And I just say the critical map is the one on page 5, figure 3, which shows the various setbacks for China Creek and public open space, for the SkyTrain, and for better public realm across the site.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, we've seen on a few setbacks where the proponent's able to bulge out over top of it to allow that passway. Is that something that we will be working with the proponent on, maybe going over top of the SkyTrain for a couple stores, or over top of the easement for the bike path in the front? Or
the challenge with the SkyTrain is construction. I'd like to go into construction for this office building basically at the same time as the train.
Yeah.
We don't want to do an overhang over the China Creek right-of-way, because we're hoping to daylight and create some public space. So hence the ask for additional height to make it all work and have the density that's already available in the CD1 work.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. I did hold this for questions because I had some concerns or issues around really what is being requested of us here, or what we can expect, I think, in the future. So the report talks about recommending that, that staff consider a proposal that will be at a height beyond the current height limit. And if you read the report, it talks about you receiving a rezoning inquiry for 11 to 13 stories, but it's only in the note to figure 1 that I read that we could have a proposed building height application of approximately 250 feet. So my question is, does the recommendation A leave it open to be a height above the current limit to any limit, i.e. it could be 11 to 13 stories, it could be 250 feet, it could be anything, it just open-ended?
That's correct. We don't know what height it'll end up at. What we do know is there's a significant amount of density on the site, and with the setbacks, that becomes quite a bulky building. So we're hoping, if you can picture squeezing the building and height going up, to have better views across the site and to achieve the public objectives around the right-of-ways.
Right.
So I can't tell you the final height, but I'm just suggesting with sculpting and massing, it might be over 200 feet to 250. We're not sure yet, because we haven't developed the project with the applicant.
Right. And if we approve this, it's just to say that we are allowing staff to go through the process of dealing with an applicant in terms of an application that we expect is going to come forward at any time. It does not in any way prejudice our receipt and questions to and vote on a proposal at their application.
That's correct. The reason I'm here is because this proposal contradicts the existing council-approved interim rezoning policy. So aside from that, it would be a normal rezoning.
And could it be for anything other than office use? Could it have been for it specifically just office use?
The zoning allows for over 500,000 square feet of office.
In this area. Okay, so there's no exception to that. It's just the exception is on the height?
The request is for an office building.
Yes.
Exceptions on the height.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I'm just clarifying that. I'm also wanting clarification on the density. And on page 3 of the report, it talks about no additional density is requested. And so the current density allowable is 5.13 FSR, is that correct?
That sounds correct, Councillor.
Yeah.
There's a significant amount of density on the site already.
Okay, so 5.13 FSR, would that accommodate a potential 250-foot office building?
Yes, like I said, you would squeeze the density in and it would go up.
Got it. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. My question specifically regarding this application and the policy surrounding it is, had staff received other requests similar to this to develop outside of the interim rezoning policy? that's been initiated for this area? And if so, how many to build office?
Just in this area or across the whole Broadway plan area?
I would say in this area and across the whole Broadway plan area. It helps me to understand when thinking interim rezoning, because often during public hearing, we will hear that information, and it's good for me to consider that in the context of the policy that we're considering.
There is some interest from other property owners. What we're hoping to do, because this is right on transit, we're comfortable with moving ahead with this one, but we're doing a series of workshops to look at it all the way across Great Northern Way. The way the zoning's written, they're all quite big, bulky buildings, and we're hoping to improve views from to the North Shore and such. So we are going to be doing workshops as part of the plan in the next month.
So in the context of why we're considering this, if others also were transit-oriented, then they too would be considered in this policy. It's not an exemption necessarily, although we're here to refer this. The policy would allow that as long as they met the marks on, as you had said, transit, and I suppose also meeting the use, which is office.
Yeah, the other complicating factor in the adjacent sites is there will be a significant amount of construction for the new subway there and state and dealing with soils. So this is far away from that.
Okay.
It's by the existing BCC Clark station.
Now, another question I have is childcare. And you know, this is one of my favorite questions. It's very top of mind for me, but also for others in Vancouver as we look to attract people and those companies that are world class and create jobs here for people. I'm wondering if there's been any consideration also for childcare in this specific application, or if in fact that wouldn't allow them to move forward in current time. Is that a question that I can ask here, or you could bring that back to me at the time? But considering the real push for childcare and the need and the meetings that we've had as a council, I want to make sure I'm asking that question.
Yep. So, Councillor, we haven't, as I said, developed the application, but we always are concerned about childcare. Particularly, this is a sizable amount of employment. There are a lot of people working there, so childcare is on our mind as we develop the application.
Okay. And could I ask, within the context of the policy, was childcare something that was considered in this application?
I think the landowners probably opened that conversation, given a huge number of their employees on the site. So I don't think it's unreasonable to discuss childcare as part of the development of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just follow up on a couple of the questions that were asked, and Councillor Card touched on one of them, is that no additional SFR is being requested. So this is really a design request as well as the ability potentially to open up opportunities for public amenities. Is that
That's correct.
A fair characterization?
That's correct. And we can achieve some objectives with the setback on the SkyTrain on China Creek. There's a lot of density already on the site. It's quite constrained in height. So it's very blocky.
And for this particular site, are you able to share, I understand there'll be a substantive number of employees, given that employment and facilitating that is a key goal for this quarter. Are you able to share number of expected employees on the site?
Roughly 4,000 employees.
Okay.
So it's a significant amount of employment on
In terms
transit.
of economic generator for the city in terms of having a main office there. Okay, and then my other question is, and just following up on Councillor DiGenova's question as well, and I realize a lot of this discussion will still happen, but would you say in your early discussions with the applicant that they are very open to discussions around meaningful public amenities, whether that be childcare, and I know there's the China Creek conversation and others, so that this could actually be a very kind of significant or noteworthy part of the space that might perhaps set the tone for
Yeah,
developments in the
I think
area?
they have a strong interest in doing something positive on the site, I'll say.
And strong,
We haven't figured out
strong
quite
being
what that is.
potentially doing something very innovative around a
Yeah,
public
and
legacy?
that's part of our objectives around the setbacks too, is better public realm and better street light.
So it might be a nice project to sort of set the tone for what we want to see in creating a really engaging, really rich public realm.
Yes.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle. Oops, sorry. I knocked you off for some reason. 1 second. Go ahead.
Just wondering, in the context of this proposal, there's a big parking lot next to the proposed site, and I'm wondering what that's zoned for and if there's a proposal in the works.
It's all part of the Great Northern Waylands, which is all one big CD1 from this site, basically west. The heights along there are 45 to 60 feet currently. There's density on the site, but it's mostly for office and high tech. So the landowner hasn't approached us about doing anything on those lands yet.
Just put myself on the list. That it's a pretty exciting application in the sense if you look what's happening along the Great Northern Way corridor there, and I just heard that BCC is now interested in perhaps pursuing some changes to their campus, so you can begin to see a real picture emerging of what that corridor will look like. And I know at this point I guess at this stage in the process, we don't talk about the applicant so we're just looking at the rezoning at this point. And good, okay. I don't think I have any specific questions about it. When do you think it might be ready to come forward if we approve it this evening?
We would start into the rezoning process. We would do a pre-application open house in the community, use that to inform the development of the application, do another open house, and referral, I don't know exact timing, but late this year, probably.
Okay. That's great. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, seeing no one else in the queue, I was happy to move the recommendation.
Great. Thanks very much. Second, Councillor Wiebe, seconded. Any other discussion on this one? Yeah. Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you. I appreciate that this is outside of the, this meets policy. However, right now, considering there is an interim rezoning policy that applies to this area, I have seen this happen before where other applicants will contact council members specifically about this application after the time of referral. I just want to confirm, I do know this, but I think it's good for anyone watching at home or who may want to contact us, and we'll debate the merits of whether or not I can speak about something with them, which I've always thought was quite strange. We should not be speaking about this any longer with anyone, even if it's speaking about this in the context of how something else may be similar to that other project that could be also fitting within the interim rezoning program.
Well, if anyone else approaches it with the interim rezoning policy, you should send them to Gil and I, and we'll take a look at it and see if it merits a similar council report.
Very good. I just wanted to make sure that was on record.
If I might, through the mayor, just to reconfirm, this is not a referral to public hearing. No. So you can talk about this concept. It's not like a referral where you then go into a quiet time not talking to others about it. This is
my apologies. I was looking at the wrong notes. But still, we shouldn't be talking about any other referrals. Is what I meant.
If you have others coming to you interested in doing something of this nature, you would send them to staff. This decision today is really only whether staff should consider an application. It would then come back to you. If we do get an application, it would then come back to you for referral.
I have 2 sets of notes. Sorry, from the last timer.
Thanks very much. Any other questions or conversation about this? We're good? Okay. So we'll move to a vote, please. Councillor Swanson? There we go, unanimous. Thanks very much, Council. On to... That's it. Okay. So I think that's it for held policy reports. And now we're on to bylaws. Okay, so we have 8 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaws 6 to 8, Councillors Dejanova, Hardwick, and Wiebe are absent for items 1 and 2 at the public hearing related to bylaws 6 to 8, which took place April 2nd. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactments? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Okay, Councillor Wiebe. Thank you. So council may adopt bylaws by blanket motion. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for separate vote or conflict of interest? Don't see anybody. Okay. Would someone like to move to the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 8? Okay, Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominato, second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, that's great. So that's passed, and the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Administrative motions. Council may adopt administrative motions by a blanket motion. There are 11 administrative motions on the agenda. Does any member wish to hold the motions for separate vote or conflict of interest? I don't see anybody on the list. Great. Would someone like to move a motion then, please? Councillor Boyle, second. Councillor Dominato, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks. Okay, so motions on notice. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw. That rule provides a council member introducing a member's motion with 1 minute to move the motion. Suspending the rule will allow council members 2 minutes to introduce the motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions of the mover of a member's motion. Would someone like to move a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw? Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Motion carries. Thanks very much. So we have 3 motions on notice. Members have 2 minutes to introduce the motion. And motion 1 is the review of the SNC-Lavalin relationship with the City of Vancouver, which is moved by Councillor Hardwick. So if you put yourself on the list, Councillor Hardwick. And I'll move you up the queue. Thanks very much. 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's been a while since I've been trying to get this on the docket, so a lot has happened really since January 30th when City Council endorsed the SkyTrain Millennium Line extension from Arbutus Street to University of British Columbia. Since then, of course, Jody Wilson-Raybould has been a very public spokesperson for the problems with SNC-Lavalin. I don't think there's anybody in the country that isn't aware of the issues around SNC-Lavalin. I want to point out, because there seems to be some misunderstanding around the issues of proprietary technology and terminology. SkyTrain is being used broadly to describe all of the system of rapid transit in Metro Vancouver in aggregate. And there are different kinds of technology that are being used on different runs. For example, the Canada Line is different technology than the Millennium Line. The Millennium Line is really something that is not being broadly used anywhere else in the world. And this is the line that we're looking at extending potentially all the way out to UBC. I just wanted to touch on this because it's been the subject of several articles in the paper. And whereas it is possible for other companies to build, it would be like saying that Cuba has the ability to send a man to the moon. The likelihood of them being able to have the wherewithal to do it is another thing altogether. So the ability for other entities to bid on this is problematic, and this is something we'll get into more in a wholesome way in the debate over time on this. But ultimately, the issues around SNC-Lavalin, as a council, we can't put our heads in the sand and pretend that this isn't an important issue.
And we're at 2 minutes.
So I am just urging council to institute a review. All I'm asking here is that we look at the relationship between the city and SNC-Lavalin before moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, you have a question to Councillor Hardwick for up to a minute.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, in moving forward with this motion, I know that I've asked you questions about it, but I have been asked questions about this motion, and this is to, as you mentioned, talk about the technology that's being used, but this isn't just related to SNC-Lavalin. Is that correct? It's related to technology and making sure that council educates itself on technology. Even though we've already made a decision to, we've made a decision already to, in principle, approve this technology. We're educating ourselves for the future on this technology.
10
I just wanted to ask you that question.
10 seconds. Sorry.
The technology, but it's really about SNC-Lavalin and its relationship with the city overall. I just want to say that we have to remember that on January 30th,
we are at the minute.
It was an emergency motion in interest of getting it approved for the federal government budget. So now we have time, and that's why I'm hoping we can review.
Thanks. Anybody else with questions on this one? I have a question. My question is, are there any circumstances under which you would accept a SkyTrain to UBC?
I think...
Sure.
I think that there needs to be a more fulsome discussion. I don't feel that I'm adequately educated and I'm fairly knowledgeable about the area. So again, I think that it's important for council to take an overall review. I would need to be further educated beyond what I am now to say that I thought it was a good idea, but I'm open to being further educated.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we've had it introduced, and any more discussion? I'm sorry? Yep. So we're good, and we're, hearing some speakers. Thanks. Sorry? I've missed something here. Right, till tomorrow. Sorry about that. Okay, so, and we had a seconder of the motion? We didn't. Second, Councilor DeGenova. Right, so we received requests to speak to this motion as part of the council meeting procedures pilot project. Council agreed to reconsider referring members' motions with speakers to the standing committee meeting tomorrow with a hard start of 3 p.m. If council would like to hear the speakers, we can refer the motion to the standing committee on city finance and services meeting tomorrow, for which speakers on members' motions will be heard starting at 3 p.m. So would someone like to move the referral? Councillor Carr, thanks very much. Seconder? Councillor DeGenova, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's great. Thank you. Point of information, Councillor DeGenova.
I do understand that we have an individual here who may have, from the comments I just heard, thought that they were to speak. If they can't come back tomorrow, they could send correspondence. Is that correct?
That's a perfect point.
All of council.
Yes.
And there's a way to do that. I just wanted to make sure that that was noted. I know we're moving through a new pilot process.
That's right.
So I just wanted to ask that question through you, Mr. Mayor.
That's right. Yep. So correspondence can all be sent directly to Mayor and Council on this. Under the new pilot project, we are trying to give more certainty to speakers. And if there are speakers, we have hard starts at the standing committees starting at 3 p.m. So that's when this debate will take place. Thanks so much. And so this motion is now referred to the standing committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, 24th, April 24th at 3 p.m. We'll be hearing this one. Motion number 2 is the Safer, Slower Streets 30-kilometer residential street pilot, which is moved by Councillor Fry. And I'll just set you up here. Can you put yourself on the list? Thanks very much. Go ahead, up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So this motion is inspired by the work that the city's been doing for the last several years moving towards Vision Zero. Now, Vision Zero started in 1997 in Sweden, and it's a worldwide movement to reduce speeds and increase safety. So now it's got 2 campaigns here. It's for reducing our speed limit to 30 kilometers on residential streets. Those are streets without a center line. And that's how it's playing out across North America. Of course, in England and the United States, they call it 20 is plenty because 20 miles per hour is about 32 kilometers an hour. So Portland, Oregon has just passed this, and last year they have 70%. What they recognize is that residential streets make up the majority of their public realm, and street network. So it's making public streets safer for all forms of active use. So skateboarding, cycling, walking, people of differing abilities, children. So we're really kind of reclaiming our residential spaces. It's still accessible to cars. In fact, most cars typically do travel at about 30 kilometers an hour on a residential street. People who travel at the speed limit seem like they're going awfully fast when they're on a narrow street with no center line. The Vision Zero movement has taken hold in Europe. There's over 160 cities that now have 30-kilometer-an-hour residential zones. And these are big cities, too. These aren't small cities. These are like Barcelona and Bern, and I can't even go through the list, Paris, London. So it's especially recognizing that as we evolve as cities, as we get into autonomous vehicles, as we get into electric vehicles, as we get into all sorts of different transportation modes, it's time that we reclaim our residential streets and make it more safer and accessible for everyone. So that's the motion.
Thanks very much. And we have a question. Councillor Dominato, I'll just put you up here for up to 1 minute. Please go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, it's getting late. Councillor Fry, just a couple of quick questions. Could you just expand on, you mentioned a number of other jurisdictions have adopted a similar approach to their more sort of smaller residential streets, and just how that's worked and what the reaction, like in terms of the impact? Because I think that's the biggest question I've had, is people asking kind of what the implications are of that, people moving around the city and recognizing we have arterials for travel, but do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so Portland, for instance, has initiated an entire all residential street, so that 70% of the road network is now 20 miles per hour. Seattle and New York City, on the other hand, have opted for more of a neighborhood by neighborhood approach, which is similar to the sort of pilot that I'm suggesting for here in Vancouver. Start with a few areas, and actually Seattle's phased in one is actually going citywide for all residential streets, but they've started with areas. As far as the European examples, there's 160 different cities. They're all doing it differently. Some are more robust, but we're talking hundreds of kilometers of reduced speed residential neighborhoods. But at the same time, they still allow arterials and autobahns in Germany. You can still drive fast if you need to get somewhere, but the premise is basically that residential areas are residential, and you're usually only a few blocks from an arterial.
And we're just at the 1 minute. Thanks very much, Councillor Dejanova. Sorry, Butterfingers here. Okay. Okay, go just 1 second here.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I see here that Councillor Fry has included in his resolution that staff come back with a budget and a strategy. And I'm wondering, since enforcement would fall under the Motor Vehicle Act for vehicles, and signage for that would probably be shared through that. And I may have to try and suspend the rules to ask a question of staff. Have you spoken with staff about the possibility of working with ICBC and finding budget through there? And if so, would you be open to an amendment on that? Seeing that, as you know, from kids and breakfast programs and other things we've been discussing around this in this council chambers, that our budget's already stretched quite tight, that I'm wondering if this is something that you feel that ICBC might be able to contribute to as well.
It's an excellent question. I'm sure ICBC could contribute to that. I did vet this resolution with staff through our new system, and they reported back with it. But the ICBC is a great comment. I should have mentioned that the reason for taking this to the UBCM and to amend the Motor Vehicle Act is to reduce some of that burden so that the default speed is 30K, and then we don't have to apply it on the majority of our streets.
That's the 1 minute. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward. I know it's stimulated a lot of discussion so far. I have a couple of kind of clarification questions just in terms of context setting. And one was really about whether this motion, from your point of view, is based on evidence trying to solve an actual problem, i.e. pedestrians being struck on the side streets. I think you've described them as without a center line, versus people's feeling safe in their neighborhoods and perception of safety. Because my understanding in reviewing incidents of ped struck or pedestrian struck of the last 3 or 4 years is that they've all happened on the major roads and arterials, as our first responders have stated, and not on those side streets. But I recognize, so I guess my question is, what problem is this aiming to solve in your view? And is this really more about the perception of safety? Because a lot of safety is about comfort level and perception of people feeling more comfortable in their neighborhoods. Because my understanding is actually currently happening on those side streets. Can you share on that?
Yeah, so it's about both. So it is about perception of safety and it's about public realm. But a lot of the responses I've been getting in support have been from first responders. And in fact, you can look at the ICBC map and it will show, of course, the majority of accidents do happen on arterials, but that's not to say that there aren't accidents that result in serious injury, maybe not death as often, but certainly serious injury and some deaths on non-arterials.
And
I think the question is, what's an acceptable level of death or injury? Is there one?
We're at the 1 minute. Actually, I'm kind of liking this, so I think our pilot needs to be 2 minutes long. I think it's really good. So, but anyway, we're at the 1 minute. So, much more parliamentary, really.
Is it 1 minute? I thought the pilot was
It's 1
2
minute.
minutes.
It's 2 minutes to introduce and 1 minute for the question. So,
Okay, right.
I think 2 minutes would be better. But anyway,
save my other questions
Okay,
for
thanks so much. So we need a seconder for this motion. Thank you, Councillor Carr. And what are we doing now? Okay, we've received a request to speak to this motion as part of the council meeting. We have to reconsider. We agreed to consider referring members' motions, speakers to the standing committee meeting tomorrow with a hard start of 3 p.m. Council would like to hear the speakers. We can refer the motion. So can I have a motion for the referral? Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Any opposed? That's great. Thanks very much. So this motion is referred to the standing committee tomorrow, Wednesday, April 24th. And now we have a motion on notice number 3 is request for a leave of absence. Councillor Dominato to be granted a leave of absence for civic business for the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to be held April 24th from 4:30 p.m. onward and May 15th from 12:30 to 3 p.m. And I'll put the second one in here. Councillor Fry be granted a leave of absence for civic business from the public hearing to be held on May 16th. Is there a mover? Councillor Wiebe, a seconder. Councillor Swanson, seconded. Thank you. So any discussion? Nope. Okay, all in favor? I'm starting to giggle up here. Any opposed? Nope, that's good. So that's passed. Thanks very much. Notice of motion. Any notices of motions for upcoming regular council meetings? Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Wow, that's a long queue. I do have a few I want to read into the record. The first one, the title is Supporting the Ban on Shark Fin Importation Act, Bill S238. And per our recent advisory and procedural update from the city manager, I do want to note this was something I worked on jointly with Councillor Wiebe, who will now be seconding it because I don't understand that we're enabled to do that. The second motion is titled Dealing with Doggy Doo-Doo in Support of Vancouver's Zero Waste Goal and Cleaner Parks and Streets. And the third motion is titled Supporting the Call for Changing the Check Day Paradigm. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I am also giving notice of motion. The title of my motion is Greening Vancouver's Film Industry.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have a motion I'm hoping to introduce for the 14th. It's called Motion to Ban Small Plastic Drinking Bottles, Water Drinking Bottles. And it's that we ban the sale of plastic drinking bottles and all forms of plastic water bottles under 1 liter.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor, point of information. Councillor Dejanova.
I only ask this because I'm wondering if that fits within what we're able to do at the City of Vancouver level. I also am.
That's debate for the motion.
Then, but we could send questions to staff. I just think about hospitals and other.
Sure, I can't wait for that debate. It's going to be awesome, but not today. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a motion called Formalize the Blue Way from Falls Creek to the Fraser River through Trout and Burnaby Lake.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
I have 2 motions. One is Hastings Park Gaming Lease, and the second is considering animal welfare in Vancouver's procurement policy.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova.
I have one. You may have heard of it. I did circulate it, and I did send it to staff. Recovering outstanding City of Vancouver related costs from 420 Vancouver 2019, held in Sunset Beach Park, and affirm support for the mandatory event permit process for large events and festivals in the city of Vancouver. Maybe amended to add protestivals, which is a new word.
Okay. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have a motion for our very, very full upcoming meeting, which is entitled Recognition and Action on the International Year of Indigenous Languages.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Any more notices of motion? Okay. That's good. Thanks very much. New business or other matters? So is there any new business or inquiries or other matters? Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm something through you, Mr. Mayor, with staff, and that is a motion. And I included the link to the motion in an email that I had sent out in a response to an open letter that we received as council. Park Board Commissioners also received this letter from event producers, an open letter from event producers. And I would say not only just event producers, but industry professionals that produce Vancouver's largest festivals and events that we're known for. And my question specifically is, I'm looking for confirmation that the motion that I had brought forward last year that was supported unanimously, I remember those because there weren't many of them, by council, and was referred on to be for staff to make recommendations or report back in 2019 will indeed be coming back, and that is regarding a City of Vancouver-led sponsorship fund for events in the City of Vancouver. So I wanted to make sure that that was coming back to be addressed this year, just for the record.
Yes, through the mayor. Yeah, we are, as you know, very well working on event strategy, and that's part of that has been integrated into that current work. I'm not sure off the top of my head when that's coming back to council, but it's definitely this year.
Thank you very much. I had just expected that it would be this year. Another inquiry that I have is regarding and related to, and I understand that 2 members of our nominations committee are here right now, and there's a member that's not here. But we haven't discussed one last committee, and I just wanted, I've been getting requests from individuals who are raring to go and input and send information to these committees, and I'm wondering when we might see council liaisons appointed, as well as when we may see the final report come back. I understand that it's been busy times. There's been a lot of council business, and I appreciate that, but just asking for those interested in an affordable housing committee, and that's in addition to the Renters Advisory Committee.
Okay, thanks. So perhaps the feedback from the committee chair? What do you think? Is that?
Choose the liaison.
Yeah, we don't usually do that, so we'll try through the city manager first.
Yep, okay. We have been working closely with the nomination subcommittee, and the committees that were established have been advertised, and we've got really good response, and staff are going through that. And so those will come back to council in May for that part of the process. And I believe there's been a process for identifying which committees councillors are interested in participating in, and that will come at the same time is who the councillor liaisons will be for that. Concurrently, staff are going through our process to identify who the staff liaisons would be. It's my understanding on the Affordable Housing Committee that there hasn't been a determined recommendation from the subcommittee yet on that and how it would align an interface with the Renters Advisory Committee. So I think that work is still ongoing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Dejanova?
Not right now. I think.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was absent this morning to attend the funeral of a pillar of the community, and I just wanted to say a few words about Mr. Ramon Alfonso Benedetti. His family came over here over 100 years ago from Abruzzo, Italy, and his dad won a shop in a poker game. That shop, Benny's Market, will be 100 years old in August. So Mr. Benny passed away just a week and a half ago just shy of his 92nd birthday. Wonderful man, arguably the king of Strathcona, as he's been oft referred. He was a very generous and kind man. He always made sure nobody went hungry. And he really actually sort of he was born in that store, and he really brought the old school Strathcona and made sure as Strathcona gets more gentrified and new residents, Mr. Benny really kept us tethered to the history of Strathcona and the multi-history, and I've had so many fond memories, and he was a wonderful man, and I really just want to acknowledge what a great guy he was. And Mr. Mayor, I'll be coming to you seeking a proclamation for Benny's 100th year birthday in August, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. A question through you to staff, just around the Employment, Lands and Economy survey. So that was just closed, I understand. And I'm just curious if you could outline the time frame for hearing back on the outcomes of the surveys, when we'll be receiving a report at council on those items.
Mr. Mayor? Yep, as you noted, that work is ongoing, and the survey is just closed. The consultation is ongoing. I anticipate that we would come back with an update to council before the summer break. So I'm certainly not with a conclusion, but with an update of kind of what we're hearing, where are we at in the process, and that sort of thing. So you will definitely be getting information in the next few months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I'd also like to recognize the passing of someone near and dear. It was mentioned when she first passed, but I just wanted to acknowledge again May Brown. We had her memorial at Van Dusen Gardens a couple of weeks ago, and it was a veritable who's who of Vancouver. I personally have known May my entire life. She was first a team park board commissioner. Her late husband, Lorne Brown, had been on the park board when her grandmother was in the 50s. They together were just a power couple. May, starting with park board, and then many years spent on council, including running for mayor in 1978. This woman was a force to be reckoned with. Order of Canada, Order of British Columbia, and the Keys to the City. So there's no awards that we can give her that she hasn't already received. But I just wanted to say, because I was not in council when it was first acknowledged of her passing by the mayor, how special and significant May's gift to the city has been, because her gift to the city was herself, her leadership, and her love for the city. So thank you, May.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? Like a nice note to end on? Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor? Thanks very much. We're adjourned.